Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're glad you're watching. Thank you so much for making time to join us on Tembe TV. This is Open Forum Political Discussion Show, a show that gives you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest development on our political front. Wherever you are around the world, we welcome you into the show so that we can dive into understanding what is happening and how we can respond to the same effectively. Well, the silence is broken by the President Uhuru Kenyatta when he commits to the European Union and the Western world in voice that he's committed to a peaceful handing over to whoever that is cleared to succeed him. Well, that is it. How do you read that? How do you understand that? And how do you appreciate or find indifference with the same? Well, let's get talking on the same. And of course, the IEBC is now in court for their postponement of the KAKAMEGA and MOMBASA governors' elections. Well, why are they pushing it over and over again? The contestants are saying people are fatigued. The momentum is being broken. What is happening? What are the justifiable reasons why that election can be postponed again after it was postponed during the general elections? What is cooking with Chebukati and team? Is the IEBC running away from responsibility, or are they just playing games so that they can also be part of the decision of the Supreme Court before those elections are held? Well, let us get talking. Even as we proceed further, Kenyans are still shocked by the malpractices in the elections by the IEBC and otherwise. What is your take on the same? Karibu kila moja. The link to use to get in the studio is right now in the comment section. All you need to do is click on it. Allow StreamYard to configure for you the camera as well as the audio, and you will be in this space for us to get talking. Thank you so much. I appreciate everybody. Apologies again for coming in a bit late. It's the same devils that are trying to frustrate our processes here by slowing down our net so that we are not able to move as fast as we wish. But I'm glad that we are here, and let us get talking. Salome Mbone, thank you so much. Matoma Kandet, asante sana, karibu kwa show. Kuna huyu anaitwa Dahir Abdi, karibu kwa show. Moses Muli, asante sana, karibu kwa show. Bereans, you're welcome to the show. Nani mwingine hapa? Kuna Maureen Milando, welcome to the show. Pamela Kageni, hello to you. Thank you so much. Steve Newton, you're welcome. Prophetic Timothy Makelo, you're welcome. Nekta Nyambane, karibu kwa show. Fatma Nasimiyu, you're welcome. Good evening to you. Josephat Muriungi Jose, you're welcome. Hii TV yako tutaifunga. Umekuwa ukieleza ujinga za Azimio. Josephat, sijui ujinga ni wewe ama ni nani, lakini endelea na ujinga. Tutapunguza wajinga Kenya. Tuko tayari. Kuna nani huyo? Fadhili Ibrahim, karibu kwa show. Kuna Bruce Andere, you welcome to the show. Lord Kipsang Kemoget, the other one I can't pronounce, you're welcome. Kuna Deng Pathu, whichever. Karibu kwa show. Belindo Gueno, you're welcome. Estanjeri, kuna Shem Ankula, kuna Abdalatif Juma, kuna Mobisa Benson, kuna Juliet Kams, kuna Bruce, ndio huyo. Steve Felix Okemwa, nani huyu mwingine? Mtai Arab Sang, asante sana. Fia Ala, then who else here? Kuna Shukri Omar, and then Isaac Barun Baturus. Haya, kuna Rayath Faraj, Meru Wainaina, alafu kuna Kipchirichiri Toroitich, Peter Jr. Asante sana, Eunice Ombogo. Everybody, welcome. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, all of you that are coming in fast and furious. If you're able to get us, please make sure you invite 1 or 2, 3 people to follow. Share in your WhatsApp group, share in your Facebook groups. Let the whole world tune in and let us get talking Kenyan politics and how to respond to each one of them. Some are very devastated by the way IEBC handled the elections, and I'm told others are admitted in hospitals over these. And so we continue to urge you, wherever you are, please take it easy, take it easy. It is not the end of the world. Everything will come around. A dark day doesn't mean the sun will not rise again. So please take it easy with yourself, take it easy with your family, secure everybody around you, please. It is important. Things go wrong only to go right. So don't become hopeless over this particular situation. It is not hopeless yet. It can still come around, and let the involved or the concerned parties work on that. The rest of us, let's do what we are supposed to do, and that is secure each other and look into the future. Kuna huyu anaitwa Steve Kibo. Steve Kibo, your device is not well connected, so we can't add you to the screen. Please make sure you do that. And then there is Ngeno and Shukri. Your screen is dark. Are you in darkness or what's happening? Please light it up, because we need quality videos for those that watch this show, especially when it's all over. So please work on that as we start out. Mr. Wangira, habari leo?
Habari ya leo Bernard?
Poa. Vipi huko?
Tuko salama sisi Bernard. Habari ya wenzangu kwenye studio jioni ya leo. Bernard, let me just make just a brief contribution. Today, I understand that President Uhuru Kenyatta met a group from the United States that was led by some senator, and he has committed himself to a peaceful handover. That's what he committed himself. And President Uhuru Kenyatta, even before we went to the election, had committed himself to the same. So there's nothing new in regard to that. Although what I know is that, as much as President Uhuru Kenyatta is committed to a peaceful handover, he's also looking forward to justice, justice being being given to the people of Kenya. So just like any other Kenyan, President Uhuru Kenyatta, I believe, is waiting for the outcome of the Supreme Court in the next 11 days. So the next 11 days are going to be the determinant of the way forward. If the court rules that William Samoei Ruto was duly elected, then I believe that President Uhuru Kenyatta, the Democrat, will then duly hand over powers to William Samoei Ruto. But if the court rule otherwise, then it will be back to square one. It will mean that we'll have 60 days to conduct a new election. And it might even be, if the Supreme Court rules otherwise, the period could be prolonged given the jurisprudence from Malawi and Sierra Leone. Kenya became the first country where a presidential election was nullified. Then from there, Malawi followed, and we saw a presidential election nullified in Malawi. And later on, there was also Sierra Leone. And in Sierra Leone, Bernard, what happened was that because there were illegalities and irregularities in the conducting of the election, the court ruled that the period that the constitution had stipulated for the repeat election was not enough period for that particular exercise, and it extended that particular period for some months and said that it was going to supervise the electoral body to ensure that it conducted what the court wanted it to conduct. Then we could be in a similar situation here, depending on how the Supreme Court will rule. Because if Wafula Chebukati for the second time is found to have committed illegalities and irregularities, I don't think that the court will allow him to conduct elections on his own. The court could decide to supervise him, or the court could even declare that we now disband the entire IEBC and constitute another one. And so the court could decide to prolong the term of the incumbent president, who is President Uhuru Kenyatta. And we could be with Uhuru Kenyatta here for another 6 months or 1 year. You never know. So they're interesting times. Let us remain peaceful, as the president has said, as we look forward to getting justice. And I am very upbeat that when the matter gets to the Supreme Court, either way, we are going to get justice for the people of Kenya. So the President Uhuru Kenyatta was just saying the obvious, that yes, there will be a peaceful handover, but that peaceful handover will be determined by what will come out of the Supreme Court in the next 11 days. Yesterday I talked of Chebukati. It's my brother Wekesa who is now calling him a monarch. As a monarch, we are a republic. Kenya is a republic, which means being a republic, we are a democracy. But Chebukati is a monarch, which means is a one-man band. We saw the one-man band in the name of Chebukati yesterday, postponing the elections in Mombasa and KAKAMEGA. And yesterday I said it here, and it's on record that, the IEBC operates on either consensus or a vote. And I was interested to see where the vote was in regard to the commissioners when it came to the postponing of these elections. And now, some 3 voters in Mombasa have moved to the High Court, and they want the court to compel Chebukati to conduct the elections latest 30th of this month. So let us see what the court will rule come Monday, because the court will rule on that matter come Monday the 22nd. So let us see what the court will say on Monday, the 22nd. Bernard, issue of the malpractice of the IEBC this particular election, I've just looked at some data from Mount Kenya, where there's huge disparity between the numbers that the president got and the number that other members of the electoral positions got, Bernard. For example, you find in an area that a president perhaps got 240,000 votes, and in other elective areas, people were getting as low as 190. That could be a difference of 50,000 votes, Bernard. So that is a serious matter, and it was a matter in the 2017 Raila Odinga petition, and I see it repeating itself in this particular petition, and I'll be keen to see what the court will say about that particular matter. Already we are now seeing some members of the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya, especially the United Democratic Party, that is under Ali Roba. I understand that the MPs have now moved from Azimio la Umoja to Kenya Kwanza Alliance. We wish them well. If that's how they want to operate, we are democracy. You join a coalition at your own will. So if you want to walk out, you walk out at your own will. But they must remember that they can only walk out of this particular coalition 3 months after the general election, which means the earliest they can walk out of this coalition that will be September, October, November. So the earliest they can formally walk out of this particular coalition will be in November. So by November, we'll have decided some matters in Parliament, and I know that perhaps the majority leader is possibly going to come from the Azimio One Kenya. Finally, I've seen that there is now a petition that has been sent to Parliament for purposes of, triggering a tribunal to remove the 4 commissioners who disagreed with Wafula Chebukati. So these are very, very interesting times in the Republic of Kenya. For some of us who believe in democracy, I hope we are not going back to autocracy where it's ruled by one man. We want it to be the ruled by the majority. But what I am seeing in just the last 1 week is us going back to autocracy where one man wants to dominate everything. And if those are the signs, Bernard, as I told you then, we are headed for very, very hard times as the people of the Republic of Kenya. So may God see us, and may God be with us as we are in this situation. And let us hope that it will all go well at the Supreme Court when the presidential petition, when the judges will start listening to the presidential petition, Bernard. Let me just leave it at that and allow somebody else to come in. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Wankira. We appreciate for that nice, great, insightful start. We appreciate everybody for joining us wherever you are. Thank you for inviting 1, 2, 3, 4 people to join into the discourse on the comment section. Thank you for keeping it clean. Please let us keep it civil. And then there is, I think, Mohanji or somebody who is afraid, Mohanji, who says, going for a rerun is a waste of time and resources. Elections are run in order to determine the leader. And so Kenyan president needs to get a mandate from Kenyans, not for him to be an appointee of any faction. And so it's inevitable for us to go for an election. That is what the Constitution provides, unless there are other provisions that can determine that, like a court ruling. Now, that is a different ballgame altogether. Is it that if they go for a runoff, Raila Odinga is bound to lose? I don't think so. Why would there be this heightened of rigging, the ballot stuffing, changing of figures if it was easy to run over Raila Odinga? I don't think so. So I would that we cross the bridge when we reach the river. But as at now, I still believe that in a free and fair elections where the due process is followed, Raila is still the man to beat. Thank you very much. Naomba tumsikilize Moses. Moses vipi?
Before Moses comes in, Bernard, there's just one thing that I want to make a correction on. We have gone the petition that we are filing, is one that is supposed to declare this particular election that was held on the 9th of August 2022 as illegal and then null and void. So when we are talking of illegal and null and void, then there is nothing like a rerun. It will be a fresh election if the courts rule so. I've finished, Bernard. I've finished.
Thank you, Mr. Ongera, for that clarification. Moses, just allow me to respond to some unblessed. Unblessed say, Bernard, did you get the speech that Gachagua said that Uhuru amekubali ama akatae Ruto must be sworn in? It is not for Gachagua to decide, and it's not for Uhuru to decide. So Gachagua is taking his war at the wrong place. If Ruto swears himself in, he will be legitimate. If UDA swears in Ruto, he will be illegitimate. There is only one way for somebody to be sworn in, and that is through the Chief Justice and wherever, the judiciary. And so and you can't force the judiciary to swear you in. Are you not aware that there are judges who are still waiting to be sworn in after Uhuru rejecting to swear them in? So Gachagua needs to take a leave and he needs to relax. Anafikiria hii kitu wacha tu niseme hiyo. Moses, karibu.
Asante sana bwana Ben. Baada ya siku nyingi. Happy New Year. Okay, sijakuwa tangu.
Happy New Year. Good to see you. Niko hapa.
Yeah. I'm happy. Sijakuwa hapa tangu that day. I've just been looking at kina Keep na the rest as we were continuing on, and I believe we are not relenting, we are not giving up. We are going on and bado mapambano. Naona leo umeanza kufaa blue, ile tulikuwa tumeahidiana tuanze kufaa. Pia tuwe tunaanza studio, inaanza wimbo wa taifa kama ile ya zamani ya KBC, ile ya VOK. Kabla ya mtangazaji kuja, uwe unaweka hiyo wimbo, maana tumekuwa tukingojea pale pending, tuwe tunasikiza hiyo wimbo. Okay, nashukuru kwa ajili ya Wangila na the rest. I support what he has been or what he has spoken about. I also support it's good for the president to break the silence and to show that he is still there and he is able to continue. One thing which I would like just to highlight is that because now there is the issue of going to court. Maybe we can go further, even up to 2023 April, because there is a long way to go. We only began elections on 9th, and there is a journey to go. So let us embrace or brace for the battle. Let us not lose hope early. Let us be ready with our identity cards, and anytime, even if it's midnight, when we are called for elections, let us go and vote. It's our civic right. We are Kenyans, and for them, those who are far, don't give up. We have been here for a long time, and we cannot give up now. Sijui nani amekuwa akisikiliza Njoho huko nyuma wakati wa kampeni. Joho amekuwa akisema tuwezi simama nyakati hizo zote na tukuje tuambiwe tuache saa hii. Sasa hiyo ndio maneno anafaa kuongea sasa. Hatuwezi kusimama nyakati hizo zote tangu mwaka 97 na tukuje tuambiwe tuache saa hizi. Hatuachi hata kidogo. Tuendelee kusimama, tuendelee kuwa tayari, tuendelee kuombea haki, na tuendelee kuunganisha wale watu walikufa moyo. Wasimame, wajue bado tuna mwendo wa kusonga mbele. Tuko na mwendo wa kusonga mbele, na kwa wale watu wanasema ati apende asipende, bado tuko na serikali na yeye ndiye ako na the instruments of violence. Kwa hivyo usidharau kuona kwamba mko pale na rais bado ako Ikulu. Niliona ako Ikulu kuu, yuko nyumbani, hajatoka bado. Kwa hivyo nafikiri wanaume na wanaharakati tusimame, tuendelee kuweka haki, tukijua kwamba haya mambo ambayo yanatayarishwa kwenda kotini hatuwezi kuyaongelelea sana kwa sasa, lakini tunajua kuna jinsi yatakavyoenda. Vile yatakavyoenda, kuna uwezekano wa siku zile kusonga mbele. Maanake yule mwenyekiti, sioni kama tukiambiwa turudie ndiye tu atakaye simamia ule uchaguzi. Sioni. Na sielewi kama inawezekana vile. Maana bado hana kamati ama hana maafisa wa kutosha. Wanne washatoka. Na kuna heti pale. Kuna wale wako mahakamani, tujui mahakama itasema namna gani. Ile ya kuhusu Mombasa na KAKAMEGA. Ile matangazo ya jana kutangaza peke yake bila kuhusisha wengine. Hatujui mahakama itasema nini. Kwa hivyo tusife moyo wapendwa. Najua Mungu ako upande wetu. Maana Mungu ako upande wa haki. Maana amani tunayo tangu pale mwaka 2018, tangu wakati wa salamu. Amani ilipatikana. Hiyo amani ilipatikana ili tuweze kuanza haki ipatikane, na ndio muda huu wa kupata haki. Wapendwa, haki lazima tupate, na sio kesho, ni sasa. Barikiweni sana, nitaendelea. Kwanza naondoka naenda kwa mkutano mwingine, baada ya saa 5 nitakuwa ninarudi. Barikiweni.
Sawa. Asante sana Bwana Moses, tunashukuru kwa hiyo hoja na tunaamini kwamba mambo yatakwenda kulingana na vile yamekusudiwa. Asante sana kwa kuhimiza kila Mkenya, na mahala popote ulipo kama Mkenya, hakikisha kwamba wewe ni mzalendo na unafuata haki. Nani huyu anaitwa Ngige Peter anasema, Mtembei TV, you've been lying to Kenyans for the last 6 months. Uhuru is going to compel Raila and the team to accept the outcome kesho. My high level intelligence by now. Your high level intelligence is fake from the word go, because it does not tally up with the constitution requirement. Accepting what is false is building what is wrong for the country. And if that doesn't bother you, you are also part of the rotten part of this society that needs to be dug out of place. Nobody is going to ascend into presidency without being cleared. And if there are question marks raised, those question marks must be answered. And if that doesn't bother you, that we just sweep everything under the carpet, then you're part of the problem. And you're part of what we'll be solving here. Thank you very much. And Mtembei TV does not say anything. It's Kenyans who come on this channel and speak out. These Kenyans, we don't have a meeting with them before we start the show. None of them have never met of these people and prearranged them to come and say anything. They only come to the show and air what they feel and think about the situation in the country. So stop making Mtembei TV say what it never said. Grow up. See you when you have grown up. Thank you. Shukri, upo? Omar?
Yes. Hello.
Okay, Sim Shukru. Vipi lakini? Hello, namna gani?
Salama kabisa.
You unmute and speak. The mic is beside your name on the screen.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Haya, mbona gizani?
Unasikia? Unanisikia?
I can hear you, tukuuliza mbona uko gizani?
Hapa kwangu hakuna light. Stima ilikatwa.
Sabahari, toa maoni yako tafadhali, tusonge mbele.
Nilikuwa nasema hivi, mandugu zangu wa Kenya, kwanza nawasalamia wote. Hii ni mara yangu ya kwanza, mimi ni fan wa Mtembei TV. Na hii ni mara yangu ya kwanza kuongea Mtembei TV. Nilikuwa naona maoni yangu ni kama tumechezwa. Na tumechezwa na Uhuru Kenyatta. Mimi nimekuwa diehard fan ya Raila Amolo Odinga since 2007 hadi leo. Nilikuwa nikimpigia kura kwa hii muda yote. Jana ama juzi wakati nilitangazwa, Chebukati alitangaza, nilidiarrhea for almost 3 days. Nilishindwa kuamka kwa kitanda. Nisha recover kidogo, niko sawa, si mbaya sana. Lakini kitu imeniudhi zaidi yenye imeniudhi zaidi ni kuwa Uhuru, when you're going for election, point number one, you have to go. There's no justice in Kenya. Hakuna kitu inaitwa free and fair election. Sababu this system from the chief to the DC to the DO to the president imeoza. Sasa mtoto wako akitaka kitu inaitwa birth certificate, lazima umpelekee chief shilingi 1,000 ndio akupatie birth certificate. So when wakati unaenda kwa election, number one, you have to make sure that lazima utafute system ya kuiba hiyo election. Number two, lazima utafute namna ya kulinda kura. And if Uhuru was with us, yani kama Uhuru angekuwa na sisi, angehakikisha kura ile vile imeenda haingeenda vile inaenda. Angehakikisha hakuna uwizi wa kura, na angehakikisha Chebukati ametangaza kitu iko. So mimi I blame the government of the day. Fact. Hiyo ndio kitu na blame. And that's my opinion.
Okay, pole Omar kwa hayo yote, na tunakuombea ugue pole. Cha muhimu hapa ni kwamba hata kama haki haiwezi kupatikana, lazima iwe na mtu wa kuipigania. Hakuna wakati ambapo tutapewa haki kwa sababu ipo tunaenda kuichukua. Ni lazima kuwe na msimamo ambao kila mmoja atakubali kuupigania. So whether Uhuru played or Uhuru did not play is immaterial. What we need here is we have a country called Kenya, and this Kenya is not going away. Okay, Uhuru has finished his 2 terms, he's going, but Kenya is here. Even if Ruto comes in, he can only serve for 2 terms and he will be what? Gone. But Kenya will be here. What kind of Kenya are we building for our children and our children's children? That should be the reason for us to fight for this justice. That should be the reason why we need to get the rot out of the way so that we can have our country running affairs in a transparent manner, that the systems we laid out are able to give us what we laid them out for, not for them to be there as just, formalities, that you just book an election, you are a competitor, and then you end up rigging yourself into office. And then we call that normal. And then kuna hii kitu ambayo naifight hapa kila siku, nilianza jana, okay? Story atukulinda kura. Hakuna mahala popote constitution inasema twende kulinda kura. Wengi wenu hapa wamefanya mtihani, ikue KCPE ama KCSE. Wangapi wenu mkishapeana karatasi mnaenda kulinda hiyo mtihani? Mkishapeana karatasi mtihani, it becomes NEC property. It is NEC's responsibility to protect it and make sure that every candidate who sat for the exam gets right results. So kama IEBC itainterfere na kura, ni jukumu lao kulinda kura, sio jukumu la wakombezi na sio jukumu la wananchi. So we are justifying something that is faulty, and then we look room for it, and then we want to make it as if it's normal. It should not be a norm. People we judge with the responsibility to take care of our elections need to understand the responsibility on their shoulder and live up to it. So kwa wote ambao mnataka haki, tutakubaliana. Kwa wote ambao mnataka uovu uendelee, nyi pia mko na haki ya kuendeleza uovu, lakini njia muongo ni fupi na mpanda hila uvuna majuto. Right now you may be laughing, but when now your animals will be collected. Now let me just remind you, those of you who seem to have been born millennial, in the past, during Moi time, we had chiefs, and chiefs were powerful, and then they would go house to house collecting pesa ya harambee. Okay, pesa ya harambee imeagizwa na rais anapaswa kwenda harambee kufungua tumutumu girls ama whichever school. And then what happens? Chiefs will go house to house, wanataka pesa ya harambee hata 50 bob. Oh, mama anasema hana hiyo pesa, hana hiyo 50 bob ya harambee. What happens? The chief will either take the chicken or take the mbuzi that is in the compound, even if it's the only mbuzi that mama has, and will forcefully take it away, take the table, take the sufuria, and that is where you're headed if you allow evil to institutionalize itself into our midst. Kama IEBC haiwezi kuongoza, haiwezi kupreside over elections, let it be disbanded. We need to have functioning institutions, not these games of trying to justify what is wrong. I stand to be corrected, but evil must be stopped, and it will be stopped. Thank you. Politics.
Okay. Hello. Are you getting me? Ben.
Yes, we can hear you. Why are you hiding? Yes, we can hear you. Why are you hiding?
Because my house lacks electricity now. It was cut. So what I'm trying to put across is that for me, when I look at this election categorically, I can say that this was the most fairer election which I have ever seen. And I can say this because when I was trying to see how people were voting in most places where I am, actually people were exercising their rights in a very, when I saw the way it was being counted and the way the result were relayed, this very fair. And if we're actually doing that, look at the petition which actually Asmio is taking to the Supreme Court. I don't see that it will pass because I've tried to see what are they going to petition about, because I've tried to see the election which we had actually done before, which had a lot of regularities, which everybody could see and say, this is unfair. This is not fair at all, at all. But currently, we can say that this election we did, it was very fair. The only problem which made Raila to lose his election, I believe Raila made this one to happen by himself alone, because this Raila of today is not the Raila we used to know. Because most people were asking themselves, why is Raila not campaigning? Because the way he was actually campaigning, it was so minimal. He was also inclined towards the mountain and leaving out other places. For example, if I look at Kisii and more so in Nyamira County, Raila came there only once. Raila never had youths who were able to campaign. Remember, Nyamira has been in opposition since the time of Baba Raila. And Nyamira used to vote actually for the father of Raila entirely. But this time, Raila ignored the place. And that's why he's losing. He went to the mountain where he thought that he will get the votes. And I knew he could not actually persuade the people of the mountain because of what? Because of the tradition which actually the people of the mountain and the people of the lake, they have. Because you will find the mountain actually, it has never supported the lake. So that's why
politics. Politics. Let's get into the topic. Politics. Are you listening to me?
I'm getting you.
I'm asking, are you listening to me?
I'm listening very well. Hello. Hello. Hello.
Now,
Bernard.
have you looked at this? Yes. I want you to look on your screen.
Yes. I'm doing that.
I'm saying I want you to look on your screen. I don't know. Now that you're in the dark, I don't know how that's going to help you.
I can see you.
Okay.
It's you who cannot see me.
There is a chart for elections I want to put there, and I want us to go through it together.
I cannot actually say that chart because I've not seen it, and I'm not reading it in a very clear way. If I was to get it in my WhatsApp,
just
then I
hold
was
on. Okay, the chat seems not to be displayed.
Yeah.
Just hold on.
I'm just there.
Okay, now I think it has refused to display, but I will just tell you what it's talking about. This is the summary of the election, the total votes are received by the governor, the women rep, the senator, in the 8 counties of North Kenya.
Yeah.
Okay. Then of all the 4 seats, the president, the governor, the senator, and the women rep. The 3 seats, the one for governor, the one for women rep, and senator, have 2.5 million votes. Okay.
Yes.
But that for the president has 3 million votes. There we go.
3 million.
So in a free and fair elections, do we have that kind of? Yes.
That is very true. We can have that kind of scenario. Do you know why? Do you know why? We have people who believe that
how yes, explain how is it possible that 500,000 people walked in the polling station and voted?
Hello.
500,000 people walked in the polling station and voted for the president only and walked away.
It is very possible. Let me tell you, like people in the mountain, I have friends from that place. I was asking the same question, but I found that it's very true because we have people who have interest only on presidency. And once they fought on presidency, they don't matter. That is very possible because there are people who feel.
Politics.
We bwana, wacha kutuweka hapa na uongo.
It is possible, even in
politics.
Even
Look
in
for
my
somebody to
in my
fool,
own place.
Okay, and don't use
It's
this
not about
platform to fool people.
No, it's not fooling. Let me tell you, even
it is
me
not
myself,
possible for you to go to a general elections and vote for the president only and walk away. If it is presidential election, yes, like the people in the diaspora, they were voting for the president only. That is possible, but not in a general election. So the justification of 500 people,
is possible. It is very possible, my friends.
For 500,000 people,
even a million
doing that. No.
It is possible, even a million.
No,
it is
politics. Let me just ask you a question because Bernard seems to have dropped out. When you walk into a polling station, how many ballot papers are you given? How many ballot papers are you given?
All those ballot papers you are given. You are given a paper for a president. I want to tell you.
I'm asking a very, very basic question, Mr. Politics.
That is the one which I want to tell you.
You are working in a polling station. How many ballot papers are you given?
Those are the ones which I want to count you for. That you are given for presidency, You are given for governorship. You are given for an MP. You are given for MPA, and you are given for a senator. And you are given.
Those are six. So those are six ballot papers.
Women. 6 for women.
So those are
women. Yeah.
So those are 6 ballot papers. So after you have been given 6 ballot papers, you have been given 6 ballot papers. What do you do with the 6 ballot papers?
One of the things which people can do that.
No. Answer my question. Answer my question. You have been given 6 ballot papers. What do you do with the 6 ballot papers?
Relax. That's what I'm telling you. I can pick one and do what I want. I vote. Others, I just fold them and draw them inside the ballot box. Have you gotten that?
Thank you for answering. Thank you for answering my question. So you are telling me that you have answered my question. You have just answered my question that the 6 ballot papers will eventually end up in the ballot box. In the ballot box, irrespective of whether you have marked them or not, they will eventually end up in the ballot box. Is that what you are saying?
Let me tell you, take it slow, my friend. If you want us to
no, we don't want to live here. We don't want to live here with you for forever. We have other people that we want to allow to come in to contribute. So you are
politics. Give us chance. Give us chance. We also want to contribute. Your line of thought is not making sense.
Steve, come in. Politics. We are done. No, politics. We are done with you. Politics. We are done with you, Mr. Steve.
That is the kind of dictatorship we want to bring out of Kenya.
Mr. Steve, come in. No, politics. We are done with you. Steve, come in.
No, Bernard has been giving us time.
No, we are not allowing your lies, brother.
Give me my time. I explain.
Steve, come in. We are not going to have you forever. Steve, come in. Steve, start contributing.
Yeah. Politics, please. Allow us to continue. It doesn't make sense what you are telling us.
No,
you see, when you go to the polling.
Let me ask you. It is good.
Politics, please. Politics. Bernard is not around. I am moderating. No.
Then let other people also come in. That one is in order. But now, just coming to shut me up, it's unfair. It doesn't hold any water. That is the dictatorship we want.
Can I respond? Can I respond to politics and politicians?
Yeah.
Hi, politics.
Yeah, it's okay.
How are you?
I am very.
Yes, I think what I would want to say is that just in this kind of analysis, we are not saying that there is one politician or one grouping of our political alignment, their evils or everything else. Our purpose is just to analyze issues as they are. So that if this one is black, I will say this is black and not white. So we tend to just evaluate things how they are. If we are talking about, and we do not want to be really partisan, we want to be objective. So that if there's something you've done, we're not going to say, hey, you didn't do this, and you did that. Because on the both sides, of course, there are pros and cons of every other team. And we are not saying that maybe Kenya Kwanza is bad. There are very good people in Kenya Kwanza, and there are very good strategies in Kenya Kwanza. The same case to Azimio. They are good people, and there are people who have not done very well. And you can always, even their strategies. And somebody said that the strategies of both these political groupings tend to be the same, except it is the different wordings that they are putting. But then what we are saying is, let's just pick one thing and not be very passionate. All of us, we are passionate. And even the other team, they are very passionate. But you might have to, for instance, you have a stand that the mountain, they were not likely going to vote Azimio. So I also have that kind of thinking, and many people have that.
Nimeingia kwa nyumba late,
But
nimechoka.
then you cannot, as a political party, you cannot
Lakini
totally say you're not doing campaign
tuliwapatia ile
there.
ujumbe vile
Wangira,
tulielewana.
Wangira, mute.
Tukawaambia sasa
Wangira, please
mute.
mute.
Wangira atoke hapo bwana.
Yes, so Mr. Politics, are we together? You see that kind of a thing, that it wasn't very easy for the mountain to give Azimio votes. And it applies to the same side, that from Nyanza, especially Luo Nyanza, we didn't expect much that Ruto was going to get votes. But you have to try. One reason why you have to try is that you need to get 25% of every other county, and you don't know which counties you'll get and which counties you want to get, but you'll want to try. But if you look at even Kenya Kwanza, they spend very little effort in Luo Nyanza, especially the last times. Ruto wasn't also campaigning there. And then also, he didn't even campaign as much in the North Rift. Hakuenda kwao sana. So what you're trying to do is that where you realize is that you have your very good strength, you try to minimize the times you go there, but you try to see how do you work around, because everybody knows that the mountain had so much votes. So we tend to agree, but it's like, how do we put the words? Now let's go to this issue you're talking about, the polling stations, that you don't need to, you are not agreeing that in some places there were over 500, 500, is it 500 votes that are above? For sure,
500.
in every, yes, 500. In every polling station, when you go, what happens is that you are given 6 ballot papers. Ideally, that's how it should be. If you are given 6 and you are passionate that you only want to vote the president, then you'll work with the 5 of them. If you want to put them in the ballot boxes with your mark, they'll be counted as spoiled. If you want to leave them there, then those electoral officials will have to account for those papers. But at least from their book, hizo zimetolewa, ziko somewhere. So what we are saying is that if we have 500,
let's 500, your question.
Something. But something else, some other information says it's 800. Yes.
Actually, what you are saying is what we call the realistic thing, which is supposed to happen. But remember, when you are given those parrot papers, there are people who can go and vote for presidency. And because when you are in that ballot put, you find that nobody is there like a police. There are people who put those things in their pocket. They go, they vote for presidency, and they move out. Because I was seeing an incident like that, and I was asking, is these people really following the process, the voters? Because I was having, I was seeing some boys having the paper. Where did you get it? It's not supposed to be that. You are supposed to put every parrot is supposed to, every paper is supposed to be in its unique parrot. No. And if we could follow
politics, what you are saying is your imaginations, my friend. Such a thing don't. It is not, because we would be having those papers littering all our streets. Have you ever met even a presidential ballot paper anywhere, outside loitering around? So 500,000 is not a small need, is not a small volume of papers. So they would be everywhere.
Have
you ever
met, to add to what Walter is saying? I think Walter, I like that. But what to add to what politics is saying? If there are few youths who are very passionate na wakaeka makaratasi kwa mfuko, but what will be the coincidence that this thing is happening in one region? How comes we don't have these youths wameweka makaratasi northeastern, maybe coast? So you also follow the trend, but we are not saying that some naughty people will walk around with the ballot papers. But then you are looking at what is the volume, Then what at the end of the day, when you add 1 + 1, you're trying to unearth what could have necessitated that. But what we are saying is these numbers, when we want to see spoiled papers equivalent to those 500,000, so that they are there to say easy.
In around 5.9, It's not much.
So politics, do you want to say that these, by the way, you are talking about 500,000. Me, what I know is 800,000. You want to say that these 800,000 ballot papers were not, they were not rigged.
If you add Bernard, the moderator was talking about 500,000. That is what Bernard was talking about. Maybe you have
it doesn't matter.
Figure.
It's okay. It's okay. Politics. What is happening?
But what I can see from this general election, once I am looking at a cross section, it was fairer than the elections which we have done before.
Okay.
Because
politics,
the elections which we have done before.
Sorry, let me define for you what fair means, fair and free. Because you started saying that this election was good. And I want to acknowledge that since 2007, all our elections have been improving. 2007, we had chaos. Out of that, we had a new constitution. 2012, we went to the Supreme Court, and some resolutions were made, which made it a bit better in 2017. And those resolutions that were made in 2017, like for instance, in 2013, somebody was trying to, walikuwa pale kotini wanasema somebody from Nyandarua has not brought some papers. So what the court ruled is that now the counting will be at the polling station and the declaration. That's why you see now you have the form 34A and you sign there and you upload. So every other general election we are improving. But what we are saying, we are not yet there. And even as we go to court, you don't go to, even you said that there's no need to go to the court because people will lose. For me, whether Azimio goes to court, whether they lose or not, that's not the issue. The issue is some of these things that are coming that are just a mess, they need to be addressed. For instance, you cannot have a chair of the commission going there. He's a commission, he doesn't recognize other commissioners. It's like they are flower girls and page boys, and then he goes and declares the results. Mara is saying they wants to force a rerun. Those are the things that needs to be addressed. We need to address this issue of IBC officials being the ones who are stealing the votes, who are doing those kind of things. You can imagine how many have been arrested. But then let me take you to the what you said that these elections were very good. So fair, I want to define. Fair means treating people equally without favorism or discrimination, without cheating or trying to achieve an unjust advantage. And free means able to act or be done as one wishes, not under control of the other. So if you look at the elections we had, will you say that there was a lack of advantage? You know, those kind of details. But we are not saying that they were very bad elections, but then there are those kind of things that we need to affect. But politics, let me say this. If you totally think that this thing was right, and we are not blaming it on any other side, for you, you need to say, who are you supporting? Are you supporting Kenya Kwanza, or are you supporting IBC, or are you supporting government, or are you supporting Azimio? You can't, because you can't passionately say that I'm supporting this.
When we are changing ideas, that's where we go wrong. When we start asking, who are you supporting? Who are you supporting? Because when we exchange ideas, because the way you have spoken, I can see you have ideas and good ideas in you. Because like now, when you have explained all that, you have said that we needed to improve. That's a plus to me and any person, whether you are an Azimio or whether you are what. And when we come to this kind of platform, it is supposed that we exchange ideas. Naona? So when we start saying wewe unatoka wapi, wewe uko wapi, wewe una support mlingo gani, then things bad.
Politics.
So politics, do you know that in Homabay County,
because actually you have given me enough time.
The votes were more than the presidential. What will you comment about that? That in Homabay County, we are now out of the mountain. We are in Homabay. That the governor's votes were more than the presidential. But how will you comment on that? Do you have more people who are passionate about voting the governors and not the president. What is your view on that? And that is the lake where the prime minister comes from.
It is sometimes possible. It is sometimes very possible. But because I've talked a lot, let me allow others. Actually, it will be fair for them also to share with us. Otherwise, I have said thank you. And Obutu, good job. You have done a good job.
Okay, thank you,
Mwingine
politics.
bwana ashikilie usukani.
Yeah,
Mimi
let's have
kidogo.
somebody speak.
Okay.
Steve, I stopped you. Is it Steve or who I interrupted? Is either Steve or Peter? Steve, proceed.
Steve, yeah. So I'm a bit confused about the whole issue that we have people 500,000 voting for presidential and not any other. You see, when you enter the booth, everybody is looking at that place. You cannot do anything. You can mark, and then as you leave, the officials guide you to the boxes. So I'm wondering how you can just put one and you don't have any other, and yet you are given 6. So that's a bit strange. What I can make out of this is that after voting, someone or some people put more ballots pre-marked for a certain candidate to raise the number of votes. And that's what we saw. So that when the total were added, they are excess, like the one we're talking about, 8,000 excess on presidential, and yet the total is very clear, so that they forgot to add. They added the ballots, but on the total, it remained normal, but now they had increased. So that's why we found the discrepancies. About President Uhuru Kenyatta committing to peaceful handover, that matter is still neither here nor there. I don't know what the president is thinking. I don't know what he's planning. But today I heard Rigati Gachagua saying whether or not they were given the sword, whether the president will be there, they will proceed. And I think we are looking at what President Trump of USA did. So I don't know why we should change things abnormally. There's a way we do these things. When you say you don't need the sword, I don't know personally what the sword means, but it's a symbol of power. So if you are not given that, I don't know what it means if you are the president and you are not handed over the sword. Let me talk about Mombasa and KAKAMEGA. Everybody seems to believe that Wafula, or the chairman of IEBC, was doing this for purpose of, first of all, announcing a particular presidential candidate as a winner. Then, when the winning is done, it's easy to take the two ODM stronghold to the winning president that has been announced. Now, when the issues arise, like what we saw, it seemed that his plans were not done, so he had to postpone again. Now, we don't know when the elections will be done. People are tired. People are like, what the hell is going on? So I'm thinking Wafula Chebukati is really being unfair to the people of Mombasa and Kakamega. He needs to really style up and really show that he's the chairman of everybody in Kenya. So the reasons why the elections were not held in the first place, the residents of those places were not responsible. He says that there were errors in the printing. Errors from where? After spending billions of money, we have errors. It doesn't make a lot of sense. So maybe this election, Chebukati ran the show and he had his purposes. I don't know what others are thinking, but my thinking is that Chebukati should be held accountable for all the messes that we've witnessed. I rest my case. Thank you.
I want to talk about the sword. Can I say something about the sword?
Okay.
Hello, can I say something about the sword?
Why don't you give other people chance?
It's about the sword. The sword about Steve, which he has talked about.
Maybe
Because
just
you will find
a small comment and then allow Keriwo to continue. Peter,
Yeah.
I think let him just state something and we continue.
Yeah,
Keriwo, you are next.
Okay, about the sword, it's actually ceremonial. But in our constitution, we don't have anything which is called the sword, because it's just a ceremony which has been there traditionally, and it has come to us as something which we should do now and again. So it is not constitutional. That's why Gashawa was saying whether you will be there to hand over the sword or not. Actually, the constitution does not actually have anything we call the sword.
Okay, you've made your point. Now let me just correct you. You see, these things that are done, not everything is in the Constitution. The Constitution is very brief. You see, after doing the Constitution, there are other things that are done. So when you tell us that one is not in the Constitution, I don't think you mean to say that everything that we do is in the Constitution. You see, there are laws, there are other things. I don't want to go into details. Maybe I should allow Kiriwa to to have his say, because I think Mr. Politics, we've known where you see the words he just said. I think I had those words somewhere today, so I'm not surprised.
Hello, gentlemen.
Lord is.
Hello,
Thank
gentlemen.
you, Kiriwa, please.
Kirwa, my name is Mike. I've been given the go-ahead to moderate. So
Thank you, Mike. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you, Steve, for keeping us in order. So I think I would allow Peter to continue. Let's just share based on the topic of the day. Let's keep our cool. Let's not get emotional. As we have said, we are here to exchange ideas to build a better Kenya based on what we are seeing and based on what we think should be done to better our country. So, Peter, please continue.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I've been following up this for some times, and I'm so grateful that I've been given a chance today to join. Meanwhile, thank you so much. I've been trying to do some little of reading here and there. I've learned some few things in regard to Kenya. As I was doing my research, I realized that around 2000, Ruto went to a shrine, and he was the elders prayed over him, and being a Christian and getting a huge support from Christian really make me to wonder what kind of Christian are we in Kenya? If we can have a president who visits shrines, then I'm still in a shock. Meanwhile, let me contribute towards the topic today about president committing himself towards a peaceful transition. Looking at the president as an individual, he's a humble man. I don't think that his handing over will be chaotic, because he's been saying it repeatedly that I will hand over and I will go, and I want to leave Kenya in a safe hand. That has been his prayer. So I don't want to speculate, because I know that as Emio are heading towards court, I don't really want to really speculate. But meanwhile, I'm asking myself, and I really want to ask even the panel, that what is our belief system as a Kenyan? Do we believe on glorifying dishonesty? What is our philosophy? What are we standing for? Because this election is bringing out a point. And I know if you are going to leave this kind of a notion that election can be stolen to our children, I think it will be much more worse for us Kenyans. It's a wake-up call for Kenyans to really stand up and stand the truth. I know Raila said it several that he does not have to be the president, but he wants the system to work. The system to work. So it's our prayer, whether you are here or abroad, that we support this cause, that systems should work, electoral system should work, public service system should work, judicial system should be work. In saying that, he's been praying for a Kenya whereby anybody will not be treated in regard to the tribe or race, but people will be treated in an equal platform. So let's pray for Raila, and let's pray for this petition that somehow, let's pray that it will be overturned so that we can have system put in place. Raila does not have to be president forever and ever. But looking at the Ruto and their philosophy, their belief system, all that you see is a tainted character that if it passes over to our children, then I think as Kenya we shall have lost so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Peter. You are reminding us that other than what we see, I think I'm not a computer specialist, but I know there's something called software and hardware. I think Kenyans have concentrated on the hardware so much that we want to see the things from an outward part of view, but we don't want to look at the things that run the things outside. We glorify roads, buildings, and other things. But as you say, the value system, if it is not right, all these things do not matter. Because if you have a very modern country in terms of infrastructure and people are thieves, rapists, and murderers, I think it will not be a society worth living in. So I agree with you, Peter, that as a country, we need to look at our software, which is our value system. What do we stand for? And that would make some of these things very easy to handle, like corruption, immorality, and other things. It would not be an issue because we would have a certain foundation that guides us on how to live with each other. Things like tribalism would not be an issue because we would value each other, not based on tribe, but based on what we stand for. So thank you, Peter, for that. We are on the line. Who is next? Butu, had you spoken? I saw you in and out. Peter, are you the next person on the line? If you are the next person, Peter, you can continue.
Okay, team, I say hi to everyone. And I'm very happy because I've been listening, although there is a time that I exited from the studio. Something happened, my bundles elapsed, so I had to exit. And when I was trying to come back, the studio was full. So what I'm trying to say is that one, I can listen to every one of us, and let us not hide anywhere. Let us be very plain and say the truth that the dirt of tribalism, every one of us has a patch of it. That is the truth. Every one of us. And in fact, that is why we find that a certain leader from a certain region is so much embraced by certain people from that area, and he is not welcome to other areas by other people just because he is not from that tribe. So we have that patch. And without pointing figures, we should in fact point the figure to ourselves and start from there. That is where the road starts, and that is where we should start making things straight. That is one. Another thing is, now we have I had seen in another site that they have formed a group of lawyers on both sides, and I have read the names. So it means that on the side of getting the truth and justice, it is obvious that it will be done. And I don't want to say, like I have seen someone saying someone has bribed the judges. That is starting prejudging. Let us give judges their time. Let us be patient. Let us pray to God that everything is done the right way. And again, let us preach peace, let us preach love, and let us not divide Kenyans with rumors that are not founded. Let us try to say what we know, and let us avoid talking too much of what we don't have any evidence about. Because what has destroyed Kenya and the peace and the unity we would be having is rumors. In fact, you can bear me witness. Both sides employ rumor mongers and bloggers so that waharibu watu vichwa, so that you can believe in things that are not there. We start fighting ghosts that do not exist, and out of those ghosts we become enemies. And when you meet someone who is from the other side, you can say now we have branded ourselves into mountaineers, Lakians, Siji Huelevans. Those are the names. And in fact, the boundaries are so deep, the trenches between us, that we cannot eat together, we cannot move together, and it is political. The whole of the thing is political, in fact, because now, if you come, those who are at the Kisumu side, businessmen live together, irrespective of their tribes. If you go to Nairobi, people live together, work together. They even have partnerships in their businesses, and they work together. They have no problem. But then when it comes to politics, now we are Luo, we are Kikuyu, we are Masai, we start building boundaries, and we start creating hatred between us. I think we have something to do. Each one of us has an obligation of making sure that we have one Kenya. And that is where now we shall get good leaders. While we stop thinking in terms of Kikuyus, in terms of Luos, in terms of our side and your side, we start thinking like Kenyans. Now that is when, like one of the politicians said, I'll not even identify that one is a Rendile. I'll identify him by his name and his talent. So you'll find that we'll automatically have a Rendile being a president or a deputy president or something like that. But wherever we live like tribes, then it will be like it is Luos washikane na Kikuyu watawale, ama Masai washikane sijui na Waluya na juu hawatoshi, washikane na Wasomali sijui na sababu hawatoshi, washikane. Those kind of, and it will keep dividing us, and the hatred will continue. So I think every one of us holds the baton in which to use so as to bring unity into Kenya. Even we who are on these social medias, we should try to make sure that whatever we do attributes to bring us together, so that unaweza ona like mtu anakuja kuongea kitu hapa kama haikuji kulingana na opinion yako, and I think that is very old democracy. Unampiga na unatoa sauti sana na unakuwa mkali mpaka everyone notices that you have a problem with the opinions of that person or that kind of person. That is, it should not be that way. Usikue unaumwa na vile naiona, nisikue naumwa na vile unaiona. Tunasikizana kwa sababu out of the much that I'll talk, there is something that will be good that can help you or can help another person. Even if maybe you feel that you are not being helped, there is another person who feels that that is what he needed. So let us, like it is like when a wife and a husband are living together. It becomes possible because mwanaume anamkubali mwanamke wake na anakubali maoni yake. Mwanamke naye anakubali mwanaume wake na anakubali maoni yake. Not that exactly everything that the wife says is good, or not that exactly whatever the man says is good, but they tolerate each other and they accommodate each other, and the life becomes better. That is what you are lacking in Kenya. We do not accommodate each other. So now it has reached a juncture where it must be ours. If it is not ours, kama ni ya akina fulani ndio atakuwa mkubwa, hiyo lazima tuwane, lazima tupigane. It is not because that person is the best suited. No. It is not the best our person is the best suited. No. It is because it is our person. That mentality is the ruin of Kenyans. So my take is, we start reforming ourselves, starting from Migitao. We start reforming ourselves and becoming positive about others and accommodate others, so that maybe now somebody is in, for example, Nyeri, and anataka kutuambia vile uchaguzi ilikuwa corrupt Kisumu na hakuna evidence ako naye, anaokota maneno kutoka kwa watu wengine, ama anataka kutuambia vile uchaguzi ilifanyika mzuri Nairobi kwa sababu mtu wao alipita Nairobi. He was not there. He is saying that because ni mtu wao alikuwa Nairobi. That is pettiness. That is totally pettiness. What I would say is, tujaribu kuwa genuine people, Kenya loving and patriotic, loving each other. That is the true unity that we should be talking about. I rest my case and good evening.
Thank you, Peter. Thank you, Peter. Thank you, Peter. You have delved so much in the subtopic of value system, tribalism. I think it was not the main topic, but it's just as good. It's good that we broaden our discussion, but let's also try and keep to the topic of the day, so that even when people are watching, they can quickly scan and see what is the issue that we are discussing. But of course, we never hold anybody back from digressing, because as long as it adds value to our society, it's welcome. But I would like us to continue contributing towards the agenda of the day. And I agree, Peter, that all of us have a stake to play in contributing towards building a unified nation. But my take on that, Peter, is that if you look at Tanzania, it took the right foundation to kill tribalism. They just didn't kill tribalism because they wanted to, but they had the right foundation through the right leader who made the Tanzanian feel as one single community without looking at their sub-tribes of Wachaga, Watugani. And I think that has been lacking for some time. And when we made an attempt to kill it in 2002, all of you can remember Kibaki was not voted in by Kikuyus. Actually, the Luos who voted for Kibaki in percentage were more than even the Kikuyus themselves. People in South Nyanza and Upper Nyanza woke up in their hundreds and millions to vote for Kibaki. And this discussion that Luos and Kikuyus hate each other, when an opportunity is given for people to rise to the occasion, I think Kenyans always rise to the occasion and they put aside their differences, which are usually very artificial, and they're artificial to the sense that they're actually perpetuated by leaders. I would want to blame the leaders. Remember, Peter, it is, and I have no apology to make, it is Uhuru who walked in Mount Kenya and called Raila names when he was looking for votes, and he used that to incite his community to the extent that he said our common enemy is this person, and of course this person represents this community. So people were made to think that if they vote for this person, he will be their problem. So I think we need to listen to our conscience more than our leaders when it comes to certain things of values, because our leaders are leaders, but I don't think they hold our conscience. Our morals and conscience is something bigger than politics. We can look up to leaders for direction in policy, in the economy, and other things. But I think as Kenyans, we need to be the bigger people in this arrangement, to tell our leaders no when it comes to them pushing us to behave in a certain manner that goes against our ideals. We are 80% Christians, and Christianity does not prescribe you judging somebody by their tribe or color. We call each other's brothers and sisters in church. Muslims also have the same value system, which Peter was talking about. How come the 80% come out and remove the clothes of their faith and start calling each other kihi and calling each other and circumcised and calling each other very interesting names? I think, as we say, it comes back to us, but again, we need to also sieve what we receive from our leaders. We should not take it 100%. When somebody just tells you this community is bad and you wake up and pick arrows and start shooting them, I think we also, you must have some level of intelligence to know what is right and wrong. Not everything needs to be guided by your leader. So that's my take on that. And would have allowed, I think Obutu is behind the screen because she talked. Samuel Karibu, I think when you kwa laini mwisho, please let's get your opinion and contribute towards the agenda, the topic of the day. You can unmute, Samuel. You are still muted.
Hello?
Samuel, you are on mute.
All right.
Yeah, I can hear you now. Continue, please.
All right. Mimi majina naitwa Samuel. Na nimekuwa nikifuatilia mazungumzo yenu online na pia nimekuwa nikifuatilia uchaguzi huu kwa sababu we also have an interest in it because this is our country and we need the best for our country. So now Uhuru Kenyatta kukutana ili kaweze kuwa na smooth transition, I can say it's a good thing because the constitution demands akaweze kuwa na kule kupokezana uongozi kwa yule atakayeingia, ili angalau nchi yetu kaweze kusonga mbele, kwa sababu after baada ya yote bado Kenya itabaki kuwa yeye anaondoka, miaka yake imeisha. So kwa yule atakayeingia lazima akaweze kupokeza mamlaka na madaraka kwake. So it's a good thing. Na nimekuwa nikiangalia kama nilikuwa naangalia mazungumzo. I was watching some of the interview the DP elect was having with one of the stations. I think it was Cast FM like that, and it was like, why is the president not congratulating the president-elect for maybe those work? I think the reason why the president is keeping mum ni kwamba remember he was supporting Azimio. DP is also his man. They've been working together, but in this, Azimio is not fully satisfied kwamba DP alishinda kwa kihalali. Kwa hivyo akiwa mwepesi sana kwanza kushukuru ama kucongratulate DP, itakuwa ni kama amechukua tayari upande. Kunyamaza kwake naona ni kuzuri, kwa sababu wote tuone koti malize ikiwa uphold the victory of DP. I know our president is a gentleman. He's going to come out and tell Kenyans, now I congratulate the president who has been elected, na kaweze kusonga mbele na nchi. Lakini kwa sasa naona kwamba ni vizuri anyamaze, kwa sababu wote pande zote mbili, kuna wale wanasherekea, wanajua kwamba wameshinda, na kuna upande ambao unasema kwamba mambo hayakuwa vizuri. Kwa hivyo na nataka kushukuru Raila wakati huu, kwa sababu Kenya has become of age in terms of democracy, because this time round hakuna mtu alienda straight kusema kwamba tunapigana ama tunamwaga damu. I think he has done it in a very nice way, kuenda kotini ili koti kaweze kutoa uamuzi. Na zaidi ya yote, kuna mambo ambayo nimeangalia mengi sana, nataka kaweze kuangalia kama Wakenya. Kuna mambo nimesoma kama 3 ama 4 hivi. Jambo la kwanza ni kwamba Kuna watu ambao wanamkashifu Raila ni kwa sababu kila wakati anakataa matokeo, ni kwa sababu lazima kila wakati aende koti, ni kupitia kule kukataa matokeo, kwa sababu unajua mtu anasema kuna msemo unasema kwamba mtu tu ameumwa na nyoka akiona kijiti hushtuka. From what has been happening previously from 2007 at least, ndio najua kwa sababu ndio nadhani I voted for the first time. I know what happened because when I see nisiwe kwamba nimekaa muda mrefu, lakini I think that's the first time I voted. We all know what happened, so you cannot blame somebody ambaye amenyanganywa na akajua amenyanganywa alafu mwambie kila wakati anakataa. 2013 2017 also, and I know the ruling of 2017 it has helped to improve on 2022 elections. Kwa hivyo kukataa kwake si eti kwa sababu anataka kukataa. I think he's trying to kuweka precedents kwa even the future elections ambazo tutakuwa nazo, so that mtu akishinda ashinde kwa njia ya halali, si kwamba mtu anashinda alafu ananyang'anywa. Na mimi naangalia my fellow young people like me ambao wanasema Raila ni mzee ameenda nyumbani, watu amepumzika aende nyumbani. Mimi nilikuwa naangalia what about haya ambayo mzee anapigania sasa hivi. What about in future mtu anataka kuingia politics, unaona kabisa ameshinda lakini ushindi wake unanyang'anywa. How will that person feel? Because right now wanasema aende nyumbani, atumtaki, sisi tumechoka naye. What about mtu akiingia like now one of our MCAs in our place alikuwa ameshinda kabisa na ni kama watu wanataka kumnyang'anya kwa nguvu. Just imagine as a young person. So Raila akiwa anapigania ama kuingia kotini is trying to improve our electoral system, so that in future yeye atatoka kwa sini, kwa sababu najua miaka imeenda of course, na mimi nimempenda sana huyo mzee, nilikuwa nataka aongoze, lakini kama ikiwa in the event hataongoza, lakini tunataka weke systems in that hata viongozi wale watakao kucha baada ya yeye at least wapate kwamba kuna president nzuri, mtu akishinda tunajua mtu ameshinda kwa njia ya halali. That's one thing. Another thing I draw from this election is that the church we took a position ambapo tukaanza kudemonize Raila kwamba yeye ni antichrist, ajui Mungu, sisi ndio tunajua Mungu, born again. But I really feel bad when I stand to judge somebody. I really didn't like it. I saw pastors, bishops wakienda kuombea mtu mmoja then deliver others, and katika yale maombi wanasema yu mwingine ni antichrist. It is not right. We didn't actually incitement ilitoka hata kwa ma bishops to go against the leader of Azimio kwamba is an antichrist, Martha Karua is an antichrist, which is not right, kwamba hatutaweka mtu pale mbele ambaye si mtu wetu. Now I was asking myself, I'm a Christian right now. Ruto seems to be favoring the church, and the church seems to be favoring Ruto. What about it reached a point where pia Muslims wanasema kwamba if it is not our person who is ahead ambaye ako katika uongozi, hatutapiga kura pia, kwa sababu ni Wakristo wakiwa wamekuwa wakiwa wanachukua hizo positions of leadership, na sisi sasa kwa sababu Waislamu hatupigi kwa sababu ni Wakristo ako mbele, kwa ambaye ako mbele ya presidency. I think we are not doing right, hatuendi vizuri. Kwa hivyo ni jambo la pili, kama Wakristo we never played our role, tuliegemea upande mmoja, and that is why in future kwamba hili jambo la kanisa kuegemea upande mmoja na kuanza kudemonize mwingine, tumeanza kukua kama sisi ni Mungu, we are taking the place of God to start judging others. It was not right. Jambo la tatu ninasema ni hili, when you look at nimeangalia pande zote Kenya, ukiangalia Azimio ni kama walipiga upande wote, lakini pia nataka kushukuru sana kwa sababu DP pia alijaribu sana kutembea pande nyingi, lakini ukiangalia there is only 2 regions which has got a lot of votes, hasa wengine ikuchaziwa. Then I was asking myself, if in future the 2 communities seme kwamba hii uongozi itatoka kwetu, tutakuwa tukibadilishana, we really have other people leading this country? Because if we only have 2 people with the largest voting block, nasema kwamba let's come together, tunahitaji wengine wa kuchazilia. Will will any person, another person lead this nation? It is going to be difficult for other people. Another thing, nimeangalia DP sasa hivi ameanza kuvunja opposition. Suppose amekuwa declared sasa na mahakama kwamba is going to lead the nation, ama alishinda kiara. And I remember in his campaign alikuwa nimesema kwamba hata kuwa akiingia opposition, anataka opposition to check, afanye checks and balances, lakini yeye ameona ameanza kuvunja. Now how are we going to have checks and balances? Remember, he's a young person, is going for maybe for 10 years, because mimi nimeona serikali nyingi zikiingia katika mamlaka wanachukua like 10 years. How are we going to do the checks and balances? Suppose atakuwa ni imperial presidency ambaye atakuwa akifanya mambo vile anataka na amechukua watu upande wake, hakuna watu watakuwa wanafanya oversight. How are we going to be katika nchi yetu ya Kenya? I'm seeing a lot of things happening, lakini mimi naomba kwamba wacha Mungu atusaidie. Hiyo petition wamepeleka Supreme, Mungu aongoze na ile hekima ya na ushahidi utatolewa, tupate nani aliyeshinda kwa harari. Ikiwa kuna mambo mengine yatakuwa yakifichuka, wacha yafichuke, so that tukaweze kuboresha process zetu za kupiga kura hata wakati unaokuja, ili nchi yetu ikaweze kuwa ni nchi ambayo inaheshimiwa. Wakati watu wanafanya maamuzi, yanakuwa ni maamuzi ya kuheshimiwa na ni maamuzi ya Wakenya, si maamuzi mtu amefichwa mahali alafu anabadilisha maamuzi ya Wakenya inaelekezwa kwa mtu mwingine. Hatutaki hivyo, tunataka ni future kama Wakenya wamesema na uamuzi wao uheshimiwe, si eti watu wanadivert uamuzi wa Wakenya alafu mnaanza kutuambia this is the will of God, the voice of God is the voice of people, is the voice of God, and there is some manipulation imefanywa. That's what we don't want. As Christians, we need to stand with the truth, tell it as it is. If it is wrong, it is wrong. If it is theft, let's call theft. Tusianze kuwa tuna sugarcoat, tunaanza kuweka mambo mengine blah blah blah. No, in the future we need to see our electoral systems being better than it is today. Thank you.
Thank you, Samuel, for your very elaborate contribution. I think you have touched on all the areas of the topics today. Nakaribisha Alex, nakaribisha Kinywa, nakaribisha Olaro. Karibuni sana kwa jioni hii. I think now that we are getting a quorum, I will make my contributions, and then Alex, wewe ni season the moderator, I think you will help take over as I make my contributions. On my part, I would want to say this. Elections in Kenya, I want to use these 4 words that are usually used. We have this word called peaceful, free, fair, and verifiable election. The peaceful election has never been a problem in this country. I think even from 2007, even in the worst case, on the election day, it is usually the most peaceful day in the country. People wake up at 4, at 3. They will queue without any supervision. Mtu akiruka laini, we self-manage ourselves. I've seen people at night at 5 in the dark telling others, usiruke. When they see an elderly person, we are all in agreement that this lady cannot stand. Please allow her to pass, or allow this old man to pass. In terms of free, peaceful election, that is not actually the responsibility of IEBC. That is the responsibility of the state machinery in terms of police, in terms of the administration of security. So anytime I'm actually always very, very disturbed when I see international observers coming to Kenya. When they walk around the polling station, they see people are quiet, very, very organized on the queue. When they finish, they go and write a report. This is the most peaceful election we have ever seen. And to them, that is equal to a free and fair and verifiable election. Elections in Kenya have never had a problem of voting. Voting is never the problem. Peace on the voting day has never been the problem. Even in 2007, in that worst case scenario, everybody who voted in 2007 will tell you it was the most peaceful election in terms of voting, in terms of queuing. So I would want to urge people who are propagating this statement that I heard somebody saying, I've never seen such a very peaceful election. And in your very simplistic analysis, you want to translate that to fair and transparent and verifiable. The problem in elections is in the final analysis of determining who has gotten what, the counting, the transmission, the systems that are in place. That is where the problem has always been. And that's why we are having a problem of wanting to understand in any simple mathematics. If you have printed 100 cards for a wedding and you have 105 people come in your wedding with cards, where are those 5 extra cards coming from? Because the argument is that the difference in the turn up is 0.001 extra. In any simulation, in any arrangement, there can never be a percentage more than those that you have given out. Unless you are telling us there are more ballot papers outside that were not accounted for that we don't know. So these are the things that people need to understand when we talk of free, fair, and verifiable. They should not replace those 3 words with one word called peaceful. Peaceful has nothing to do with fair. It has nothing to do with verifiable. It has nothing to do with transparency. So I think let people not confuse the peace we have with a fair and free election. That is what I wanted to bring out. Number 2, before I now allow the next person, Eric, I think you'll be there. I want to make this point. This discussion about people voting for one candidate and not the other is not a fresh thing. And this is a discussion that was in the Supreme Court. And I remember the specific discussion was started by the Deputy Chief Justice Mwelu. And it was further argued for about 10 minutes by the other gentleman called either Jackton or somebody. He asked about what happens to the other ballot papers that one is given that he feels he doesn't need to, because everybody is given 6 ballot papers. And whether you choose, and somebody says you can choose to vote even for an MCA, that is true. There is no law that says when you are given 6 ballot papers, you must vote, you must tick all of them. But what is also true is the other ballot papers that you do not need have to be accounted by law. Actually, the ballot papers are the property of the IEBC. They are not papers that you walk with around like karatasi ya kufunga nyama. So this discussion is coming back. And my problem is, how come in 2017, the Supreme Court did not resolve that? Because I've not had anybody telling me how that issue was resolved, because it was there. In 2017, there were 1 million votes more for presidents in total than all these other people who had been voted for in other categories. So the same question is coming again this year. We are having an area where there are 800 or 500,000 votes more than all these other categories of senator, governor, MCA, and all these. How come that it is also true that you can vote for president and leave others? But where are those now ballot papers that could now be identified as either spoiled or rejected? You can have that ballot box spoiled because you have either ticked wrongly or whatever, or even leave it blank. So they have to be somewhere. 1, they can be in the boxes. 2, they can be surrendered to the returning officer, who will then have a paper to seal them. So at the end of the day, when you count those papers, those ballot papers, they should all agree to the original float that you had in the morning before you started giving out papers. So that if you have given out 10,000 papers for governor, you should have 10,000 papers for governor. You don't necessarily have to have them as voted, but you must have them either as spoiled, voted, or rejected, or whatever way you put it, either even if it's smeared, pengine mtu alitumia kama kupanguza mapua akaitupa hapo, you must account for it. So this is a discussion, unfortunately we're having this year again, and yet it came up in 2017 in a very, very elaborate and extensive discussion in the Supreme Court. So my belief is that since it was there in 2017, it will be very easy for the judges in the Supreme Court to interrogate that issue even further, because it's not the first time it is coming up. It is something that I think needs to be closed, so that in the future we know what we can do with papers that we don't need, so that we don't have it as an issue every other year. So I would want to leave it at that, so that also allow other people to come in. I think I will allow Eric to continue. And Eric, if I go out, please help me moderate, because I might be called shortly. You can take over, Eric.
Okay, Orala, you can just speak, Orala. I can see your hands, please, before I continue.
Asanteni sana. It's a process, but I think today's topic is a bit out of order, because I've seen the US ambassador flew out of literally from the county center, went to US, and brought back a committee of US Congress. So as we speak about our irregularities and about what, you know, I think some of you are older than me, or old enough to be in my age. You remember when Susan Rice forced, right, all of them to come in order, and they came in order. So this is the bigger picture you should be seeing now. Are we being forced to come in order? Okay. The question now arises: if this time round we are forced to come in order, what is these other regulations, stipulations, whatever irregularities means? What it means is, historically, and most of you are 55. I can speak some stuff. I can literally not say that I can just quote somebody. I can say something. And those radicalization of the Chagua speech, don't take it out of context. The picture is coming home, and that freedom they're talking about is coming home. We've been captured with two families, literally robbing our country, how much they can rob, especially Kenyatta family. The 10 years
Mr. Orala, please, I'll just cut you off a little bit. You know, the point that you are driving is the point of you are trying to maybe to attack the two families. I think that might be, I don't know which family is that you are talking about. You know, it's good you elaborate, because Mr. Orala, just hold on. I just want you to check on the topic before you go ahead into talking about the maybe the first family, because those are the people. And one thing, as you talk about the family leadership, there is one thing I'm going to let you know first. If you're talking about the leadership, you talk about Kenyatta family and Moi family. Those are the people who have been the head of state So the other issue of the two families, I don't think there is no other family that has been in the state leadership. Because I want to cut you off because I've got where you are directing your argument. I've seen you are directing your argument. No, listen, you are directing your argument into two families about leadership. And that's why I wanted to make it clear to you that I think you are old enough to understand.
I'm just explaining.
Olara, please, let me take back my seat. Olara, we said we are having a discussion. I've taken back the seat. I've taken the seat, and I'll give you time to talk. When I was moderating, I said, let us, we can digress as much as possible, but we need to talk about what we can do to make Kenya better, not what people have been saying. Because when we start bringing discussions of opinions and what people have been saying about certain things, we actually rumor mongering and bringing propaganda on this platform. We are talking about the elections that have just entered. What have we observed? When I talked about what the Supreme Court was talking, I was being very specific and talking about what Judge Mwilu said about specific issues. Now, when you bring a general topic and you want us to listen to you, I think that's what Eric is trying to say. You are digressing. To tell you the truth, Raila Odinga was in detention for 9 years. How can somebody who was in detention have captured a country? You know, what you are trying to tell us is also not practical because, as you said, I'm also old. I'm your age mate or even older than you. Raila has been in opposition for as long as he is alive. His father was detained under house arrest. He was a vice president for 3 years. So if there's anybody who has been in power is William Ruto, who has been in government from 1992 to today. Is how many years? Is over 30 years. So when you say two families have captured the country, and you want us to listen to you telling us that Raila, who was in detention, had captured the country, or his father, who had been detained under house arrest by Jomo Kenyatta, had captured the country, you are lying to some of us who are old enough to know the history of this country. So I wouldn't want to allow you, Olara, to go that topic. I will allow you to continue, but let's not talk about the two families, because this forum is not to divide people and talk about the rich and the poor and the big families and the small families. Please continue.
Asante. At least I gathered your memory. Your memory is alert now. And for the first time, I'll speak on figures. The figures says these elections were state managed, i.e., both running mates spent monies from the same government. Raila's at least there's a claim that he was running his government through government institutions, and deputy president also was running his campaign through government, same government. So if you don't allow history, you are gagging people here. I'm concluding. My idea is still the same. Why is this why people coming here to talk to all the three camps? This is where it worries me. This is why our topics here could be very valid. In fact, this is what we should be doing. Raila should be going to court and find the solution there. Why are those Americans here to try to get a solution for us or agreeable solution to us? Void for our Supreme Court. Now we have a very different situation. We have a strong leader like Raila, and we have a sitting president. Then we have a president-elect. The peace which is being maintained now
it's not out of them. It's just Kenyans cannot take it anymore. Believe me, the problem has never been anyone else. Kenya still holds titles for big companies, for big corporations. They are worried about us. They always wanted to choose for us. While we were left alone, Uganda Museveni declares and he just wins. Anywhere else, but for Kenya, they always mingle. They always mingle. So now, in as much as we are fighting for Baba, maybe Kenyatta should tell us whose titles they're holding for. Our stock, okay, you see my place, you stock, you go there and put your money. Our central bank, who are controlling that? Who are really investing in Kenya? Because Chinese, they go through State House. Who are really investing in our state? Like our money, stocks. Who are really investing there? If you can see the biggest stocks holders are either American, I think there are 3 American banks and 1 British bank. Then you come Safaricom, then Central Bank of Kenya. Then
Orala, you have
we go
problem.
5.
Orala, please. You have problem with investors in Kenya because you are trying to fix them with maybe the first family or the government. And that's not the direction we are going, Orala. Listen, Orala, now I'm going to talk here because I see you are directing us into a different discussion. Our discussion was supposed to be, we talk about the integrity. If you're talking about integrity issues and other issues, but you are driving us into a discussion of about the state. Orala, no. Let's just stick to the topic.
Lara, can you stick to the topic, please?
Stick to the topic, Orala. You are drawing us
Lara,
outside the
stick
topic.
to the topic.
Okay, I'll stick to the topic.
I gave you my time to talk. Then you are going different ways.
Kindly, Lara, stick to the topic.
I think Orala has had more time. Orala, you talked for more than 5 minutes. We also want to contribute.
No, I'm sorry. I'm concluding. Alex Asante Kuja, we are not here, we're not investing our time here because we are just idle. Sometimes we have to juggle our brains beyond the topic. So the topic could be viable and helpful for any other person listening to us. And this time round, Raila did a good job. He didn't steal. And he had all the other avenues to steal. Like Ini, I don't think Raila, if the Supreme Court judges somewhere, I will remain.
Alex, it was my chance. Let me contribute as we move on.
Go ahead, Kenya.
Okay, my point. Let me first say hi to everyone. Madam Obutu, pia wewe Alex na Mike, na wasalimia nyote kwa saizi. My point, I just came in because of this point. I think people should focus on making sure that the elections in Kenya, they are free, fair, and credible. And those are the things that the people are rubbishing out there. Because, and I'm going to say this my first thing, when it comes into churches, the bishops, whatever, they have messed big. They have divided this country much big. And it's like this country belongs to Christian only. And it's a diverse. We have Muslims, we have Hindus, we have all those people. But everybody is just preaching about Christianity. It's like we don't have any other denomination in denomination. And what I'm going to say here, as from my perspective, from the day I came to realize that the issue of churches have been into politics. I said now I'll be praying for my family in my house. That's the take I decided to take. I'll be praying for my family in my house. And as we continue, let's talk about now the President Kenyatta commit to a peace handover. Yes, that is the right to any outgoing president. He should hand over peacefully. And for President Kenyatta to hand over peacefully is the
justly, not peacefully, justly.
Orala, please, is the time that if there is a petition, when everything is done, is the time President Kenyatta will be asked. This is the time to hand over peacefully and without making noise, because there is no case, there is nothing. But right now, we cannot anticipate that President Kenyatta can hand over just like that. There is the guidelines that he must follow. Not even Kenyatta alone, even Kibaki did the same. Even Moi did the same. So these are the things that we don't have to see as if it's like a big deal about handing over peacefully. That is there for any president should do that. That's by law. He should hand over peacefully. About IEBC, sued over Mombasa. You know, IEBC from the beginning, it's like they were not prepared for these elections. Because you see, even the first consignment of the ballot papers, Chebukati, it's like he didn't know whether there is such consignment coming. And you can check about this IEBC. We have a lot of problems in a lot of constituencies. They didn't vote. The same thing in Mombasa and Kakamega. What happened into those counties? And those two counties, they are the big counties. They have a lot of people. So IEBC, it's like they were not prepared, and someone who is to blame is Chebukati, because Chebukati should take responsibility, personal responsibility, because if anything is happening, is because of Chebukati communication. And about Mombasa and Kakamega, there was a plan, and this was a very nice orchestrated plan to make sure those two counties, they don't vote for governors, because this thing was much contested. So people should understand that it was much contested. And because of due to the preparation of IEBC, Chebukati has messed everything. And right now, I foresee where we are going for a repeat election. There is 99% possibility of a repeat election again. Because of what? One person, who is Chebukati, messed everything. And when I heard people say, most of the people say that Raila amezeeka aende. Yes, I say it's okay, amezeeka. But the moment Mr. Raila will exit from the politics of Kenya, nobody else will fit in his shoe. The moment he will exist, akishatoka tutabakia hivyo. And I'm foreseeing where we are going back into a one-party era in more time. I foresee that thing, and it's very closer. It's in our face right now, and everybody can see it. You know, at a time I used to see Raila keeps quiet. Orala, please. Raila keeps quiet, the people will start complaining. Why is not Raila talking? Life is going this, life is going this. Raila should talk, sijui what. Now, because Raila will keep quiet permanently, if he exits from the politics, he will be enjoying himself with his grandchildren, with good life. then we'll be having a one-party government. Because you see what is happening. Ruto is
Eric, are
trying
you
to
just
get...
here to sing the poets? What?
Orala, please. Orala, please. You know you're going to be thrown out. Please, Orala, just give me time. So when you
You've been
see...
here for more than 5 minutes. What?
Olara, can you please give people time? You know, Olara, I'm not sure why you always come here drunk. Olara, you don't have monopoly of drinking.
Orala is disturbing.
It's not funny. At your age, it's not funny. Don't even laugh.
No, you see what I'm trying to say. We should advocate for a transparency thing. And whatever changes we want now, it will help in the future. Like in 2017, if it were not for Baba going to court, most of regulation couldn't have come. And this time around, if we just keep quiet and things go the way they are, in 2027, there is a possibility in this country there will be no a true leader being elected, because you get voted in, but you are rigged off. And those are the things that we want. Baba is trying to fight now. Those are the things we should be looking at. In the future, I might want to be a leader somewhere. I might want to be a leader somewhere. But once I get rigged out, will I complain? Yes, I will complain. But to who? So those are the things that we are supposed to be looking about leadership. Tuache kuangalia hii mambo ya ati huyu ni mimi nimeshinda, hiyo kiti ni yangu. Huyu ameshinda, hiyo kiti ni yake. No, we should fix our systems, electoral systems, so that anyone can choose any political seat and will be comfortable, knowing that he will be elected free and fair. So about people talking the way they want, they should understand the magnitude of this election, the way it's bungled. They should understand the magnitude. If someone calculates, not even, we just forget about the percentage. If you go right now, the result that Chebukati gave us, the vote that Ruto got, Raila got, Wajakoya and Mwaure, and the rejected vote, if you combine, you had the four candidates' votes, they are surpassing. It shows that there were no rejected votes in that 14 million. And someone come here and say the elections were fine. I think if someone can do that mathematics, we'll just see automatically the votes that Ruto got, 7 point what? You had the 6.9 for something. You had the Wajakoya 60-something thousand and Mwaole that something thousand. If you combine, you can't get the 113 vote rejected. You can't get that number. It will be swallowed by those votes. So then someone come here and tell us that the election was fair. It was free and fair. You go to some instances in Kiambu, it was open. People knew it, saw it. In Mount Kenya, people are rigged out. I voted from where I come from, and I know people are rigged out. Especially in Muranga and Nyeri, people are rigged out. And someone come and stand here because the person he was supporting alisemekana ndiye ameshinda, but he doesn't want to know alishinda na njia ya ukweli ama na njia ya uongo. Bora tu ameshinda, people doesn't care. And that is the thing we want. And before I finish, Baba said this: we are not going for these elections to win presidency. Baba said that. We are not competing just to win presidency. We are competing to change the life of Kenyans, to make the democracy. People understand the meaning of the word democracy. Baba said that. But in the other side of Kenya Kwanza, they were contesting to win the presidency. And that's where the problems comes. Now it comes, the election these days, it's between life and death. The president is between life and death. You do everything to get that seat. So I think people should focus on the future. And if you don't focus on the future, we'll be having a lot of problem. I don't know our children, which country they will find. Because like now, my child, by the time he gets to my age, maybe I'll be at 70 years old. Just imagine right now, I live a country that is not well organized. In future, we'll have problem in this country. And people should take care not to go back where we are, one party rule, because that's where Ruto wants to get us back. If Ruto won, we accept. If it doesn't, we change. Things should be looked at the positive angle. Because, you know, when you see someone start buying the other people, the other MPs to one party, it shows that he wants to govern the way he wants. And people will regret this thing. Alex, I think I'll say this. You know, I saw a story somewhere saying like this, and we young people, we are the one who doesn't understand this. It says one time, there is a man who used to chase away monkeys in the shamba, every day throwing them stones. And they used to laugh to this man loudly. But as the years goes on, the man couldn't show up again to throw stone to those monkeys. So the monkey ate all the maize. 1 year there was no maize. Finally, the man had died. So the monkey came to realize that the man was the farmer. So this is the scenario that we are insulting Raila. People are insulting Raila the way they want. Wanamwambieni mzee aende Bondo. Wakati mzee ataenda Bondo juu ataenda. Ndio watu watajua hii democracy wanacheza nayo. He was the first person to fight for it. Ile siku ataenda Bondo, watu ndio watajua. Thank you so much, Mr. Alex.
Yeah, thank you. I'll be behind because I'm still dealing with some issues. I came because of Olara. But anyway, I'll make my 2 cents while I go back. We haven't reached a point whereby we are saying Baba is going to Bondo. And it is important for us to read the body language and the rhetoric language of Kenya Kwisha. They are putting up a show, and they have been doing that psychological warfare since the election was finished. If you remember on Wednesday very well, there were every kind of bombardment of huyu ameshindwa, enda nyumbani, Jalango, YouTube, so forth and so on, to a point that we were wallowing in a whirlpool of confusion. And they have continued with that rhetoric until now. So nobody should be scared about these people. You know very well, and everybody understands, that Kenya Kwanza has not won this election. And that is why they are not even celebrating. If they were celebrating, all these people who are in YouTube who are coming here to abuse us, they will be celebrating and happy wherever they are with their win because they have assurance in their victory. Now, even in stealing, you require logic and also you require consciousness. And that is what Chebukati does not have. During the petition of 2013, one of the ruling that Mutunga gave was of the spoiled vote. During 2017, one of the hardest questions that was asked, so somebody comes to vote for the presidency, but is he given only one presidential ballot? No. How many is he given? 6. Now, where did the 5 go? They still cannot answer that question. So in retrospect, we just having the same petition combined together of 2013 and 2017. But the more important thing that all of us must know is that the 20 2013, 2017, IEBC was not divided. The IEBC did not come to court to contest its own election. Now, if you read the IEBC Act, the difference between ECK and IEBC was, and still remain, is that in ECK, Kivuitu could come up with a paper and read even somebody who was not in the ballot paper to be the president, and that was going to be it. And we have seen such kind of occurrences in previous places. I think it was somewhere either in Kisii or Western. Somebody was announced a winner who was not actually in the ballot box. And he became an MP. And that was ECK. Now, when we came to independent IEBC, you have two alternatives. You have unanimous and majority decision by the commission. And that is what the IEBC Act says. So, did Chebukati read the unanimous or majority decision of the commissioners? No. So, the problem now we are having within us is, do we enjoin ourselves? Does the IEBC commissioners become our friends so that we put the petition? Or do we wait for the IEBC commissioners to contest? Because what the IEBC is saying, the other commissioner, the four commissioners, and they are very economical, because I think they are being guided by a legal, they are being guided by a legal advice. And you can't expect them to spill everything to us. But I know from where they sit, they have concrete evidence. And that is what we want to hear from them. You can't hear concrete evidence from those who are contesting, the results. And from the time they got from Bomas to Serena, to the time they gave us that pressure, you must realize it was not just an abrupt thing. It was a process. So we must give them the opportunity to go to court and present, because until today, they have stuck to their statement that this election was bungled. Now, if you want to know the evidence of that, you must see how Ahmed Nasir, he's yapping in his Twitter. Oh, and you must be worried when Ahmed Nasir is making the most squeaky voice. You know, there are, even when you type, you can be making a gentleman voice, or sometimes you can making a squeaky voice. So you can see the past few days, they've been making squeaky voices. From Itumbi, oh, you are going to kill, you protect them. This IEBC, who told you are going to kill them? We don't have a history of killing anybody. Ongenga mababa osene go. You have that historicity. If you are planning to kill them this time, no way. We will protect them. Don't start talking about killing somebody if you want to kill them.
Alex.
What I'm trying to say here is, Baba's soldiers, those who are hurt like me, I cannot lie. The first 2 days, I was hurt. But since come back, truth is incontrovertible. And nobody can twist the truth. Now they are twisting their lies. They can't even differentiate what they said 3 days ago to what they can say right now. You must understand that we must come back to this panel, because this panel depends on us. The people like Kuseo, don't sit back there. Themba, don't sit back there. Klavan, don't sit back there. We are the voice of the voiceless. And we must understand, we will speak the truth even when our voice will shake. And that is why we have let these people for the last few days to be traumatizing us. We cannot let them do that. We will come here. We will speak fact by fact by fact. Why would Ahmed Nasir start squeaking? by being snookered and say, oh, Msheru has brought some Chinese, oh, this is what they are doing, ABCD, that if you won, why are you scared of what Msheru is doing? If you won, why are you scared? You shouldn't be scared. So we are here and we will say the truth as it comes. Yes, we were affected for a few days. That is a psychological way that you manipulated us. But you know what? We have come back stronger. This panel is not dying. This panel is going to be the voice of the people for years to come because we endured that Ruto must go. So as we speak here, don't allow people to come here and redirect us from facts like Olara, trying to tell us, oh, the Western. No, this is a democracy that we have that we must keep and we must uphold with all our energies. Thank you very much, panelists. We must continue to speak. Mr. Mike, continue. Laban, if you...
Thank you. Just a comment before I allow Laban. Eric, you are still on the seat. I'm just making a comment. Thank you, Alex, for that contribution. My thoughts on the 4 commissioners is they have already volunteered as witnesses for Azimio. And if you heard the first statement they made when they had surrendered, they said these are matters that whoever feel aggrieved should take to court, and we can have a day in court. They were in essence telling us that we are available to help you explain what we are trying to tell you, that we are not comfortable being associated with what is going on at Bomas. So they have actually already given the indication that they are witnesses, and they will not file their own petitions, but they will offer themselves as witnesses, and they'll be put on the docket to make their submissions. And for us, that's the best thing that can ever happen, especially with that number 4. I think it can only take a very, very laid-back judge not to see that 4 out of 7 cannot be wrong. In any case, we have said decisions are made by majority, and majority cannot be wrong. And the clause in the act says anonymous decisions are made by majority. So there's a clause that makes them relevant to the extent that the Chebukati could not ignore their presence in the commission and interpret the word returning officer to mean a person. The person is to speak, but it is to speak on behalf of the anonymous decision made by the commission. So I think different lawyers are reading the same word in their own interest, so that it serves them right. But I think the High Court and the Supreme Court have already pronounced themselves on that matter even before. That they say that when they say the returning officer, they didn't mean that such sensitive matter would be abrogated to an individual to make a decision for the whole country. I think Chebukati was overestimating his powers in terms of what he can do and what he cannot do. So for me, as you say, Alex, I'm not a worried person. I'm just hurt but not worried that the future is much better. And I think this is going to be the last election that people are going to steal. The things that are going to come out in terms of the evidence are going to be so much and so glaring that they will make anybody who would want to think that he can get away with the funny business think twice. Because we are living also in a technology. Alex, you saw how people were taking cameras of somebody pulling a paper from the bag and putting it on the table. That is how alert Kenyans are. And remember, that was not a journalist. That was just an individual monitoring and taking note of what is happening. Some of us are asking, where was NIS? I can tell you, if there's any information that Uhuru would want to get on what has happened, I'm sure he already has it. And people asking for the president to get involved here is to make the case of Azimio weak. The more he puts himself away, the better for Azimio, so that nobody brings his name in the mix and say there was state interference or there was government machinery. In fact, at this time, I'm happy because people are saying Raila was abandoned by Uhuru. And that is good, because it then tells us that Raila worked alone with no help from government. And that will not become a topic of discussion in the court, because that would have been an agenda. Remember how BBI was put down? It was because Uhuru was involved. So I think Uhuru is now smarter, because he knows for Raila to win, he needs to keep as much away as possible, so that his name cannot be used as a scapegoat to make an otherwise watertight case weak. Thank you, Eric.
Yeah, and as we speak, these are the facts that you need to know. Even the two commissioners that remained with Chebukati, they did not append their signature on that paper. You need to know that. That is a fact. So this was Chebukati's declaration. That is one thing you need to know. Okay. And another thing that you have said that is another fact that we need to speak about is immediately they were declared. The first narrative they used that is to our advantage is, even when you are the deep state, we have taken this thing, which exonerates Uhuru to have meddled with this election, which is to our advantage. So the election was not, Uhuru was not part of the election exercise. So if there is anything that comes thereafter, it is Chebukati who is and who must be guilty about it. So as we speak, don't think the other two commissioners who remained with Chebukati in Bomas appended their signatures. They did not. Thank you very much. So who was next? Laban, you are next.
Thank you. Alex,
So
let me
guys,
first
you can't
give
let me
Obutu.
talk.
Let Madam Obutu
Surely.
talk, please.
Okay. Madam
Madam
Pole
Obutu,
sana.
I've been here for so long, like you guys are just going around yourselves.
You're given 6
No,
ballot
Madam
papers.
Pole
Yes. So you decide, as you may decide,
yes,
that you'll only vote for
go ahead.
That leaves you with 5.
I don't know what's I think some
Those 5
Richie
are not
has put
stray.
that clip, eh?
No, they are unused.
Yes.
You've been given 6, but you have elected to use only 1.
Yes.
That leaves you with 5.
Yes.
What we are asking, where do those 5 go? How are they accounted for? It's a simple question.
Oh, yes.
They're not stray.
No, they're not stray.
They can only be stray if they have found themselves through in the wrong ballot box.
And that's the point.
Okay. So they're not stray. So you still remain with 5.
Yes.
Where do you put them? You carry them away?
No.
How are they accounted for?
No, and that's the point I'm making. You vote. You vote for 1, and vote for the 2nd, and vote for the 3rd. You have 6. Yes.
Yes, my lord. Please cut me along.
I think people should understand that now. Madam Obutu, continue.
Yeah, let me proceed. I think thank you so much, and we've been talking around, and it's good. We are just maybe trying to review some of the things that have been happening. But I just wanted to appeal to the organizers, especially Alex and team, that you can hear me. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Continue. Yeah, continue.
Yes. Yeah, I think in terms of the contribution.
Is Obutu there, or what happened?
You can hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes, I think what I was saying in terms of, just wanted to comment in terms of the show that today we had 2 people making funny comments, and the other day we had somebody called Guy, and one of them is Olara. And Olara, it's good that Alex was very categorical that you need to be sober before you get to this program, because You know, these are the kind of the things that make people throw some kind of words here that are not very good, and they think about who are these people who are talking in this show. Something else, people need to get their facts right. Like now the video that has been played, and do a bit of reading or research or listening even to news before they contribute, because some people are just contributing very cluelessly and holding to their positions that you wonder what is it that they're bringing to the debate. Like our colleague who was saying, oh, you can have the ballot boxes, you can put them on your paper, on the pocket, and go. So for me, let me comment on this issue of these people about whether the president is willing to hand over power. And we've been seeing people going to his office, the diplomats, the religious people. For me, these religious people, and it's not in bad faith, but I think they are just busybodies. The other day they were in Karen. The other day they were seen in Bomas. Now today they were in State House. So I don't know what is the issue. It's not very clear. And then when even you listen to them, they're talking about peace, peace, peace. But then you cannot have the absence of war does not mean there's peace, you know, because you cannot, like, people are not fighting, but that is, there's not no peace. People are hurt, people are having issues. Why can't they walk to IEBC and talk to Chebukati that what you are doing is not, it's not good? Because where do you have a chairman of a commission who goes declaring results and he continues defending that position? He can even not bring his team together. During the last election, a number of commissioners walked out, but he doesn't care. And these religious people, they should even go to the right bodies and talk to them. They cannot, like, moving to. Did somebody see that clip that where you have Kalwale saying is that one of the religious persons was given 8 million? So we really doubt what they are doing, and we're not taking them serious. For the ambassadors and the other delegates, whoever they are, for me, it's all about their interests. Sometimes they help us. In 2007, they helped us. But I think they always rely on a stable country for them to stay. Kenya is very strategic in the region. They have their offices. This is where they operate from. So mostly it's about their own interests. But then I don't know whether they want to show that they are going to see the president so that the president can be able to see that there are caretakers around. But let them do what they have to do. They are representing their countries and their interests. But we have our mission and some objectives we want to achieve. Let me comment on Mombasa and Kakamega. The postponing of the elections in Mombasa and Kakamega, I do not understand what's happening, because Mombasa is very peaceful. That is where I vote. That's where I stay. I was there. Even if you started voting, even now, people will come and queue and vote. It's not a military state. You know, in Kakamega, it's not a military state. If some IEBC officials, in fact, those are just 2 counties. I don't know why he's saying that they are fearing. You know, Chebukati wants to build some kind of narrative that things are so bad outside there, that Azimio is really threatening people. IEBC officials are dying and they are threatened. There's fear. We cannot carry out an election. He is not acknowledging that his own staff, very many officers from the IEBC have been arrested, stuffing ballot boxes. Others were caught having meetings with aspirants. Others have been taken to court. In Narok, they did things. He needs to acknowledge. And, you know, for him, what he should have done, he should have said, okay, we've realized that some of our officers have done ABCD. He was very fast to say that his officer has gotten lost. And we are sorry that he has already died. But you see also, you look at the positive and the negative. You can be able to say that we've not done so well. We messed up. Some people have done ABCD, but to the extreme, also some of our staff have done what? Have been hurt. So you can't be telling us that, oh, their staff were beaten in Bomas. And you know why they were beaten in Bomas, if they were beaten? It is the culmination of those kind of things. We can't hear today in Homa Bay, some officers were with a candidate. The next time you say some officers were being escorted by policemen in Narok. The next day wamepatwa pale na kina Ngilu na kina Shebesh wako kwa nyumba ya mtu. Now people are like, it's too much, because if it goes that way, IEBC officials will be beaten thoroughly, you know. And what we are saying, that IEBC needs to be reformed. And if by any case we go to court and the elections are supposed to be repeated or something else, hata hizi za county, I'm not sure whether Chebukati is the right person to oversee those elections, but we have deadlines. You know, this guy brought problems in 2017. He brought problems. He caused this country. We had another election, which was also very bad because he hadn't changed what he had done wrong. Now the guy has been in office. When everybody left, the three of them, the hardcores, wamekuwa tu pale. Now they've messed another election. Now we are going to court. Can you see how the amount of costs this guy is causing? People are going to court. He has postponed elections in 2 counties and several constituencies. I think Chebukati amelete hasara. And then we need a law. These people who mess up offices, you have a very senior position, unafanya vitu hapo, unafanya vituko, and then you retire and you go. And you know what? When Chebukati goes out of that office, that guy is going to get a very serious position in government. So those are kind of the things we should be able to do. If we are saying that if you are a governor who, once you are impeached, you're not supposed to get any position in government, like the Sonkos and Judicial wa Kiambu. Even this Chebukati is not supposed to get any government position. Yes, he is not supposed to get any government position in that country. We do not just let people go. And you know why we are saying that the court, where the court held last time, is that they said, you guys conduct a repeat election within 60 days. But they did not point out who made a mistake and what he should have done. Now what we are looking, for me, my expectation, the first thing, all these IEBC officials who are stealing, we are doing what? If you do not address that, then we are going to have more problems every other day, because now candidates are following up on returning officers, clerks, and everybody else. We need to have a law reformed so that there is a sentence that individuals bear that. The same case to IEBC and then other persons. Now, let me make my last comment on something else. Now, I just wanted to say that Kenya is a very interesting country, and I've just been listening, and also just going on social media and listening to what people are saying. I think Kenyans have gone to a level, is like they think about themselves. So long as things work for you, you can have food on the table, you have a job, your children can go to school, or you are some youths, like some reckless youth who was here yesterday, who was just talking some funny things that she does not understand. So people are like, so long as it works for me, I do not care about the rest of the generation. We are talking about having fair and free elections. So this time somebody is rigged. It might not be from your community, from your arrangement, or from your political party. Next time it will be your brother, it will be you. And I know maybe even in this forum, there are people who have some political ambitions. It will be you being rigged. The next IEBC will not know about which tribes you come from, because it depends on which factors will be playing, whether it will be a political wave, whether it will be money, but you will be rigged. So let's put things first. These things that we want to prioritize, tribalism, a lot of tribal sentiments during elections, Those tribal sentiments are very bad, and we are not doing any better. We are becoming worse every other time. This country is actually sitting on a time bomb. With the time, people are continuing to accumulate problems. You put leaders there. These guys who were elected just the other day, you saw them today and yesterday. Sasa wameanza kukimbia. Others are going to, all of them, I can see the direction is towards Kenya Kwanza, because they want to see what are we getting. What more do you want to get if you've been elected as a member of parliament? So uingie hata hiyo parliament, others are first time, uone hata inakaa aje, ukue sworn in, upate hiyo mshahara kidogo kwanza before you start kutamani vitu zingine. We just have problems. And you see, when you see our leaders being greedy, what do you expect? You know, every other youth is like, hata mimi nikipata kidogo, people get to the office, this culture, I do not have a solution, neither do we have solutions, but we just need a very radical culture shift as Kenyans, because in future the war will be the have and the have-nots. Ile your neighbor comes, some youth just come and evict you from your house and take everything. They will not know anything about your tribe. So otherwise, that is my submission. And for now, I think we can have others contribute. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Obutu. Thank you so much for your contribution. I think everybody who is following has heard about the information you have given. And in this platform, we are here to educate each other. Whoever who doesn't have an idea, he or she can get an idea here, or even us, we can get idea from someone. And I keep on emphasizing that what we are trying to fight for, it's justice. And without justice, you cannot get peace. Justice comes first, then you get peace. Because that's the way to go. Orala utangoja, you will have to wait. Let me give Raban. Raban has been here for some time. Raban, please, you can just chip in and say something.
Okay, asante Bana Kinywa. Normally I'm very brief. Na mambo yangu inaanzia hapa. Jana, I don't know, yesterday, before, Gachagua amekuwa kwa one of the FM stations, na alijieleza. In fact, alijieleza to an extent, tukaelewa what kind of a deputy president tuko naye. Hiyo ni jambo ambalo linafaa lianze kufanya watu wawe worried, kwa sababu ceremony yenye huwa inafanyika, hata kama ni ile ya kimila, kama umeambiwa tutachinja mbuzi, mbuzi sio ndio ceremony, it's a sign. So ile sword kutuambia kwamba haiko kwa katiba, ni kama tayari hauelewi hiyo katiba ni nini. Vile obvious tunaelewa what kind of a person Gachagua is. Katika hiyo interview, Gachagua aliongea mambo mengi, lakini bado niliona bado ako na ile ulevi ya siasa, kwa sababu I don't think kama hiyo ilikuwa nafasi yake ya kuongelea mtu mwenye anaitwa David Murathe, kwa sababu wakati wa siasa umeisha, kwamba vile David Murathe ni mlevi. So umekosa hata ile mambo yenye mlikuwa mmeahidi wananchi, kuwaelezea vile mkichukua serikali ni nini mtawafanyia. Unaanza kuambia watu juu ya ulevi wa David Murathe. Huyu ndio deputy president wetu kama itafikia hapo. Lakini mimi ningeliongelea kwamba wabunge wetu wajaribu kuwa waangalifu sana. IEBC inahitaji kufanyiwa marekebisho. Kwa maoni yangu tu, IEBC has to be split into around 8 regions. From these 8 regions, matokeo ambayo yatatoka hapo, chairman mwenye amekaa Nairobi awe ni wa kutangaza tu. Hivyo tu ndio tu avoid hii mambo yenye tunaona bombers kila wakati, na sababu yenyewe hatuijui. Kwa sababu hizo 8 stations, hizo 8 regions zikiwa na tallying center, matokeo ambayo yatatokea pale na yatatoka na wakati ambao unafaa, kuliko kungojea 3-4 days, matokeo hayo yatatoka na siku moja, ndio iwe rahisi. Jambo lingine ni juu ya Uhuru kuwa silent. I think Uhuru is a statesman. He's giving direction where the country is going. Hatutaki mambo yenye imeonekana kutoka nyuma, kwa sababu ya demokrasia yetu vile inaendelea kunawili, kwa sababu tuko na amani ambayo yeye mwenyewe alitumia mkono wake wakati alilegesha mkono wa heri na kiongozi ambayo walikuwa wanapingana na yeye. Nafikiria hata hii mambo ya amani yenye tuko nayo mpaka sasa hivi na hatujaona sarakasi ilianzia hapo. So Hiyo ni kitu ambayo watu wanafaa waelewe. Eti mambo ya amani baada ya uchaguzi ilianza 2018 baada ya handshake. Haya mambo mengine watu wanaongea hapa, mara asubuhi hii mara ile. Wacha tuwe watu ambao tutakuwa waangalifu hata kwa mambo yenye tunaongea. Mimi sitaki niseme mengi kwa sababu muda huko na tutazidi kujadiliana. Hayo ndio yangu kwa leo.
Bernard, karibu sana, chukua ofisi yako. You went missing bana. We have been here alone.
I was a missing person.
Yeah, welcome.
Mliripoti police station gani?
Tulikutupa nje. Leo
mkatawala saa hii sasa mmemaliza tallying ndio mnaniita ndio mnipatie
tumemaliza tallying sasa. Sasa kuja utangaze sasa. Kuja utangaze mshindi.
Mimi hapana Chebukati. Thank you for holding on and keeping the show alive. We are here to see to it that we end up having the country we are all fighting for, a country that is built on values, and a country that we can hand down to our children's children, and knowing the outcome of what will become of them when they are left in that kind of a country. And so, as Kenyans of goodwill, we must all pull together, insist on getting to the bottom of what goes wrong until we fix it. We must not be cowed by the shallow-minded, short-sighted, power-hungry people who thinks about no one else but themselves. They should not lead the process. We must take charge. Any civilized society is never led by art people. It's led by scientists, people who are great searchers of hearts and deep thinkers. We cannot surrender our country to shallow thinkers who are only mindful of what they see now, and they have no idea of what they are doing now can make of them tomorrow. Like I heard there are some members of parliament who have joined Kenya Kwanza from Azimio. Now, we have not even solved the issue right now, and you have already jumped ship. So when the thing goes the other way around, what will you tell the people? So we must begin to interrogate ourselves as a people. Is it the country we want, or these kati games they want to give us? And so ni lazima tupevuke, tuhakikishe kwamba ukweli wa mambo unakuwa ndio muhimu. Lakini wale ambao wanasema so and so must be president, there is nobody who must be president in this country. Especially if you don't win the elections the right way, you can't be president in this country. And you must meet the threshold. President is president because he meets what the Constitution has defined as president. It has nothing to do with your height. It has nothing to do with your tribe. It has nothing to do with your desire. It has everything to do with, is that what the Constitution defines as president? If you don't meet those requirements, you shouldn't be. And so let's defend what is right. Let's speak up until we are heard, even when those who don't want to hear us are fighting back. And those shallow-minded guys, don't mind them. Let them do their shouting. When they are tired, they will go. But we will be here digging deeper and deeper until we get what we need. And this country is making a comeback. And that comeback will be permanent. Where's in our Kora Water Committee? Straight. And it's going to happen very soon. Well, tuende wapi? Wacha nicheze video kama nitaweza. Neti yangu ndio imevamiwa na hao watu wa udaku. Ni kama wanataka kunitawala hapa kwangu. Sasa ataka kufunga channel. It is impossible.
Saizi
zilizofanywa na mashirika kadhaa ya kutetea haki za kibinadamu katika eneo la Pwani. Uchaguzi uliofanyika siku chache zilizopita ulikuwa na dosari kadhaa katika maeneo mbalimbali, haswa swala hilo ambapo wanasema kwamba linasababisha uchaguzi huo usionekane kuwa ulikuwa wa huru na haki. Watetezi hao wametoa mfano wa kaunti ya Tana River ambako inadaiwa kwamba afisa wa tume ya IEBC alipatikana akisafirisha sanduku la kura akitumia pikipiki. Fatma Bugu anatupa taarifa hiyo kwa kina.
Watetezi wa haki za kibinadamu walikuwa ange katika vituo mbalimbali nchini kuangalia jinsi uchaguzi ulivyotekelezwa. Na sasa tume ya IEBC imenyoshewa kidole cha lawama wakishutumiwa kwa kutojiandaa vilivyo na uchaguzi wa mwaka huu.
Na ballot papers 6 zile wengine walikuwa wanapatiwa zaidi. Kwa mfano ya presidential unapata mtu anapatiwa 2 ama 3. Haya ni mambo ambayo tuliweza kuona katika eneo la Kilifi North.
Katika kaunti ya Tana River, maafisa wa polisi wanachunguza kisa cha maafisa kutoka tume ya IEBC wanaodaiwa kupatikana wakisafirisha sanduku la kura kutumia pikipiki.
We intercepted one ballot box being transported with a motorbike, which was not normal. So we arrested the 2 people who happened to be IEBC officials.
Baadhi ya viongozi waliokuwa katika kinyang'anyiro hicho wametoa lalama zao wakikataa kukubali matokeo yaliyotolewa na tume ya IEBC.
It's raising a huge tension among the public, and especially when we are hearing there's a petition in the offing because it is a gubernatorial box.
I cannot trust them. Huko Kwale, kwa mujibu wa ripoti iliyotolewa na shirika la kutetea haki za kibinadamu Huria, takriban watu 2,000 wanadaiwa kusafirishwa hadi kaunti hiyo kupiga kura. Kwale ni miongoni mwa kaunti ambazo zilishuhudia vurugu wakati wa shughuli ya upigaji kura, viongozi wakidai kuwa kulikuwepo na njama ya kuiba kura. Tayari baadhi wamewasilisha kesi kotini wakipinga matokeo.
Raising our hands, we are coming together in solidarity to say the electoral process, the electoral process actually is in a mess.
But the whole process is a sham, and everybody should know this.
Kizungumkuti cha kugawanyika kwa makamishena wa tume ya IEBC pia kumeonyesha kushindwa kutekeleza wajibu wao ipasavyo.
Mgawanyiko ule unaonyesha wazi kwamba makomishna wenyewe IEBC ndani kuna matatizo kwa sababu wamegawanyana. Kwa hivyo ikiwa nyinyi wenyewe mmegawanyana, je, huku chini wale wengine wanaweza kufanya kazi namna gani?
Na huku misururu ya kesi za viongozi wanaopinga matokeo ikiwasilishwa kotini, viongozi hao wametakiwa kuwa makini na matamshi yao, kwani wanaosema yana ushawishi mkubwa wa kuwepo na vurugu au amani.
Wale ambao wana perpetrate violence ama ghasia katika kila uchaguzi ni politicians wenyewe, wakifuatwa na vijana.
Japo uchaguzi wa kaunti ya Mombasa na Kakamega pamoja na maeneo bunge 4 umehairishwa kwa muda usiojulikana, tume ya IEBC na maafisa wake imeombwa kuhakikisha inatekeleza chaguzi hizo haraka iwezekanavyo.
Mombasa ni kati ya zile counties ambazo zimetambulika kama hotspots. Kwa hivyo kufanya makosa kama haya ya kusema kwamba ballot papers zina makosa alafu kusukuma uchaguzi mbele, hiyo ni a recipe for disaster.
Fatma Bugu, NTV, Mombasa.
Okay, that is what they are saying about the elections. But before that, there is Victor Waweru. He said, I don't think if at this point many youth, especially from low community, who have greatly toiled and abused would want to engage in the following elections, because I don't see the need of having an election when already the 2 tribes are the ones who feel that leading this country is theirs. Please, can you people also talk about this, because it is a fundamental issue. A very good point. And I would say that every election has a cause, and I would be bold enough to say that the Nyanza region and the Western region are usually cause voters. They don't just vote because somebody has asked them to vote. They need to be persuaded on something that is viable nationally and viable for all Kenyans. When you bring up a cause that will help the country move forward, you will definitely get the support of Nyanza and the support of Western without much problems. The places where democracy is yet to get to, okay, there are two blocks, and I will say that boldly because the Rift Valley, part of Rift Valley, and then Central have a way of block voting. Now that block voting, which has no much reason, it is just tuliambiwa tunapiga hivi. Then when that happens, what happens is that we now begin now to prejudice against other communities. And that is what is the main problem of our election system, that we can't allow the electoral system to give us leaders. We must impose somebody because we are the ones to lead, others must follow. Now that attitude must be dealt with. If we have an IEBC and the IEBC is supposed to preside over the elections, it is not their job to call the elections. It's not their job to manipulate the election. Their job is to tell us, these are the votes that came in, and according to these votes, so and so has been elected, so that the votes have spoken. But this one of them trying to twist things so that they speak on behalf of Kenyans, then that is what now we are calling abuse of our electoral system. You have not allowed the system to function. You are messing the system. The system is giving us what we did not give it. We gave it this leader, it generates another leader on the other end. Tumemwaga ndani maharagwe, tukifika huko imetoka mahindi. Sasa tunashindwa maharagwe yamekogaje kama mahindi. That's now what is going to result into the voter apathy you're talking about. But that does not mean that the Nyanza people or the Western people and the rest of the country are tired of voting. If you give them a reason and convince them that their vote is going to count, I'm sure they will vote. But if we continue this monkey business of Chebukati coming around and being carried up and down, taken to a dais to make announcements that he has imagined, we are the people behind what is messing up this country, and we need to stop that madness. So, young people, I'm a history student, and one of the things that shocks me, I may talk a bit lengthy, but please bear with me. One of the things that shocks me is that in history, people like Harithuku, okay? Harithuku, James Kishuru, who else? The freedom fighters, Kina Tomboya, all these people that led the revolution against the colonial government. They were in their late 20s, early 30s. Just check your history. Late 20s, early 30s. So when I catch you, you're approaching 50, okay? And you have no sense for this country. You still reason like a 15-year-old. I become very disappointed and very angry with you, because you are a problem that we will have to take to the grave. The country that is not run right should be your main concern. And as you're approaching your late 40s, you are now the fathers, you are now the parents who are supposed to raise the future. And then you still reason like a 15-year-old. Had vote is just vote. Let whoever that has gone go. wale watu wako standard 8 ndio wanapaswa kuongea hivyo, kwa sababu wanajua wanategemea wazazi wao, hawalipi bili yoyote, hakuna kudaiwa, watadaiwa. Everything that comes in the house they will refer it to the father, to the mother. But you are a parent and you're still reasoning like a toddler. You can be angry, but I think we have to call this thing the way it is. So if you're not careful on how the country is being run, on how elections are being conducted, you are sick. You are very sick, because the people who support the faulty line, they will be the first one to fall into the valley when that faulty line finally breaks. Sais kuna mnaimba, sai mnasherekea. Wakati mtakuwa sasa ushuru unachukuliwa nyumba kwa nyumba, masufuria na karai zinachukuliwa na chief. Sisi tutakuwa hapa kama Mtembei TV, tutakuwa hapa kuwakumbusha. Kwanza tutakuwa hapa, sio hapa, itakuwa sasa ni stesheni mzuri kabisa, tutafika mpaka kwa nyumba, tutakwambia, tuliwaambia. So either wake up and support what is right, or be part of the statistics of the bad history that you supported into being. Thank you. I think that's enough sermon for now. Do I get another video? Olara, you have something to say?
Sina mengi. Uliongea very philosophical. You are very philosophical. And that is how my approach was. Sasa, Bana Bernard, inchi si ya watu, inchi ni yetu. Hiyo kivumbi tunafanya hapa saizi, wengine tunaongea vingine, wengine tunaongea na, we have all different angles to talk about this country. This country is our country. And when we speak about it, the pain of compiling your only, for you are a pastor, you can just talk. For us, we compose ourselves, then we come in front of you, then we confess. Some of our talks here is not a preach. For you could be easy, but for you it's easy. Lakini ukiangalia mtu anaongea about something, a concept, usije hapo ukasema huyu ni mlevi ama huyu ni mtu gani ama mtu gani. Saa ingine hata una advice, unaambiwa uchukue logic. Hata mlevi unachukua logic kwa watu. Hata wewe pastor, wewe Bernard, wewe ni pastor, unachukua logic kwa hata mtu mlevi unamsikia akiongea. Hii nchi Bernard, kuna shida. Unasikia? Naangalia kuna video unasikia saa. Hii nchi haina shida.
Kuna kitu nyuma yako, kuna either video ama nini TV unasikiliza, ina interfere na kile unachosema. Tafadhali shughulikia. Sauti peke yake. Nimezima sauti. Umenisikia sasa? Better now. Go ahead.
Asante sana, nitarudia tena. Hii nchi haijawahi kuharibiwa na mwananchi. Sisi wananchi tuko sawa kabisa, na tutatembea kabisa. Ile siku tutembei kwenda kwa maeneo mengine ni wakati kuna uchaguzi, na nchi iko salama. Nchi iko salama. Nasema kwa nini? Majaribio the trials we've been through. Let me speak in English because some people accuse me of speaking about the English so much. They can understand it better in English. This country has been in a deeper problems which vanish other countries around our regions or within. The only thing that kept us together, we still reason. We still reason. And as we conclude now, my earlier submission was about the congressmen coming to Kenya. We don't want peace without justice. No, we last time we had a peace without justice, we fought. But this time we are very peaceful and we allow ourselves an avenue to go to court. Sasa I was philosophical in my first submission, alafu pia Erica kanikata. I want this time, this congressional coming here, because last time Susan Rice was here, we had a grand coalition government. This time round, I'm willing that Raila should lose, or Ruto should win, or Ruto should lose, but we have to have justice. Justice in voting. Our ballots should count. Bana Bennett, support this, and I thought you started well. Please continue to do that, because absence of that, our religious, our men in gown are just let us down another time. They endorse somebody without somebody else. Sasa, we have to rely on our systems. Those systems, it's not Raila's, it's not Martha's, it's not anyone else. It's our systems. Let allow Raila to go to Supreme Court. Alafu, then somebody can allow me to nichoke mara ya mwisho. Lakini this time, I'm telling you, Supreme Court, don't be lazy. Don't be lazy. Supreme Court should be focused, not manipulated around that. Alafu, we don't like orders. These white boys, when they come here, they just specify us. They never give us a solution. Our solution is what happened in Kiai in 2013. Then we had this nullification in 2017. Then now we'll have actual tallying. The discrepancy about the votes and other things are very clear. I am not disputing, I'm not advocating for anything. I'm just advocating, let's have that one last look. Let's have Mother Kaome have last look of 2013 judgment and 2017 judgment. Then have this IEBC sorted once and for all. And the departing parties, politics is never tribal. Politics is moneyed. And this time round, amount of money were thrown into the politics is just too much for Chebukati. Hope not for Mama Kaome kule kwa Chief Justice. Hiyo pesa isifike kule. Chebukati was just overwhelmed with money. We've seen it. Every other election, every other, at least Ruto was doing it on street. Like in Yababa, ilikuwa everywhere he does. Helicopters, facilities. And those monies are not for any candidates. UDA took money from us, and Baba took money from us, seeking for justice. Hiyo ndio kitu ya nyuma. If you deprive the okay, Koome did one thing, one right. Hakuna CDF this time down. There's no CDF. Our MPs wametumia millions of money to go there. It's empty. These are struck of genius from Uhuru. Here the remedies to attack another. We need another struck of genius from High Court. No, Supreme Court waambie watu, alafu the magistrate should be any electoral official who subverted this election should not be only for, they should be followed up and jailed according to the article. I know article what, I think it's almost 20 years accordingly. This is the highest. If you subverted this election, it should not be another election. It should be, we are catching you up, we put you in jail, then we run our country better. We have another better election. That's what I'm saying. And for the commenters down there saying I'm a little bit, I'm just emotional. We've been here for almost 6 months. We are just emotional. Don't take my emotions too seriously, but take my ideas seriously. Bernard, wacha nyamaze.
Sawa, asante Bwana Olara, tunashukuru kwa maoni yako na mchango wako. Ni muhimu kila mmoja awajibike kama wa Kenya. Wale wote wanaosupport wizi ni wezi. Wale wanaosupport maovu ni waovu. Na wapendi nchi yao na wapendi vizazi vyao. Na hiyo inadhihirika kwa wale ambao wataki kutumia akili zao alafu wanazibeba kana kwamba hazina faida. A people that want greatness must pay a price for the same. And that is called shouldering the future. Shouldering the future. There's no future you will go to that you have not prepared now. So if you don't uphold values and get the country to rally on what is accurate, what is right, what is just, and you're just talking, you are sick, you are very sick, you need help. So wizi wote utakomeshwa. Wale ambao wameinvest kwa wizi, kazi ni kazi, lakini wizi sio kazi. Kama umeona kwamba wizi itakuwa kazi, basi tunakusubiri. Maria ziko za kutosha, fuel iko ya kutosha, na Kamiti kuna shamba kubwa, ekari nyingi sana, tunataka kupanda mahindi ili kuhakikisha kwamba food security iko ya kutosha. So ufikiria ukienda jela utakula vya bure. Huko utalima na kazi ngumu ndio ukule siku moja. So beware. Everything about this election is questionable, and so it's our duty to question it. If that makes you angry, you utapasuka tu. Wewe mwenyewe kwanza tutakuwa kwanza kupasuka, because we will not follow what is wrong simply because you like it. Look at this. Just look at this.
Total registered voters 134,638. Total valid votes 86,256. Rejected ballots 462. Odinga Raila 32,197. Ruto William 62,208.
Okay. Now, just looking at that on the face value, okay, the valid votes are 86,000. But what Raila got plus what Ruto got plus what Wajakoya got and the other Maure man got is 95,000. So how does the candidates get more than the valid votes? Does it make sense? And then you're here telling us the election is okay. What is okay about that? According to the margin that was given there of the percentage, 0.4. Okay, so this if we subtracted 86 from 95, we'll get something like 7,000. Okay, if those 7,000 votes are added to one candidate, will it tilt the call? It will. So wewe utakuwa mwizi ndio sababu unataka kupromote wizi, lakini kama wewe ni mtu wa haki lazima utasimamia ukweli, na ukweli ni kwamba 86,000 valid votes cannot generate 95,000 votes. It's not possible. Na mwache kutubeba wajinga.
You know, Bernard, I think I've been checking on the maths concerning the tallying and the report of towards the constituency levels and the polling station, and I got into a position that I got confused. You know, I managed to get a little bit of forms from the day the election started. The time in the evening, I managed to get them, the ones that were uploaded immediately. And in most of them, some polling station, and I had some friends who sent to me. They were agents, they were working polling station. And I came to realize that this election was full of lies and a lot of things that you cannot understand. Because how will you find that the casted votes, the valid votes and the casted votes are different, and they are supposed to be in the same margin? If the valid votes were 10,000 and the casted were 8,000, we are supposed to have the rejected votes 2,000 so that we come into 10,000. But it's in a situation you used to find the valid vote is 15,000, the casted vote total, you find it's 18,000. So until you wonder what was going on. And I keep on saying there is an MCA who has just won with one vote. One vote. And people here are just making noise saying that it's in like 6,000 votes, 50,000 votes, it's an error. It's error. Or even the mathematics people have been doing about 1,420 instead of 142,000. People are saying that's mathematics that is confusing people. Even if it's that 1,420 votes, if they fall in one basket, that person will just emerge the winner, definitely, because of that. If one vote can make someone to win, it's very serious. And we have a scenario and a situation in Kenya where people doesn't mind whoever wins, whether it's by thievery or whether it's by in a genuine way. Yeah, and I've come to realize that it's only in Kenya thieves are celebrated. It's only in Kenya bad people are celebrated. I've come to realize that. It's only in Kenya lies are embraced. I've come to see that because I've been looking at a scenario about the integrity issues. I think that most of the people who live abroad, who have just went outside the country, they can understand in most of the country, even if you have that allegation of beating your wife, nobody will elect you in a political seat. Nobody. If by any chance there is an allegation you was drunk sleeping on the road and you want to be voted in as a governor or someone, nobody will vote for you because of the code of conduct. But in Kenya, you remember in Bungoma what happened in Kimiriri with Didymus Barasa. Right now, I see every day, the guy is tweeting, and he was supposed to be in police custody for 10 days, but he's tweeting. You, Bernard, if you get yourself into such situation, to get a phone even to tell your wife hi, it's next to impossible. You understand that? So it's only in Kenya we are celebrating thugs, crooks, and lies. We embrace lies. And those are the problems that will lead us into a bad country if we don't care. And the people will suffer. It's our children. Our children will suffer because of us. So we need to make sure we make everything okay. And I may say so, you know, most of the people doesn't love history, but without history, you can never know, project where you are going. You can never project what you want in future if you don't have history. History makes someone remember the mistakes you have been doing before so that you don't repeat them again. If the forefathers didn't fight for independence, I don't think I can be here. I don't think I can be here at this time. I don't think if my parents can be here. So we should focus on making life better in future too. Let us not take that if I win, I win. Even if I'm not, I had someone say, I think in Western, I think it's you or I don't know who said, that someone was announced an MP and he was not in a ballot more times. And it was like that in Western. So we don't want such a scenario that anybody, and you can see like Mr. Chebukati, he has been clearing people with cases. You understand? You have been clearing them comfortably and says that that's not my work. It's not your work, and why do you ask for document? Meaning if I had a document, I want to be a governor and I submit them and they are fake, Chebukati could have cleared me. That's the point. So the point here is this: in this country, we need to look and make sure there is justice in everything and integrity. If we Kenyans, we embrace lies, differently, those crooks, trust me, Matiang'i said this: if people joke in the 13th parliament, it will be full of wash. Matiang'i said that. If we don't take care, we should go for leadership. And Bernard, I think in this country, leadership this doesn't matter. I don't know it's because of the generation or what. And the leadership, it's what this country needs. And the leadership will heal everything. Because with good leadership, we'll get integrity there. The justice will be available there. Then the peace will be there. And if we have the integrity, justice, and peace, trust me, Bernard, in election period, even if you don't have agents, your votes will count. But at the time we are now, if you don't have agent, your vote, they are yours, but will be given to your opponent. And the head and the IEBC staffs are there. They are there, but they can't protect your vote. You need to employ an agent to protect your vote. So we need to keep on changing these things. And if we can have a chance to go to court and amend most of things, it will be better for our children in future. So I think the people who are making noise and saying that Azimio is wasting time, they should understand if they are the ones who have been done the way things are, wangefanya nini, kama ni wao wangefanya nini. And my closing remarks, my final remarks, I'm going to say this. Martha Karua keeps on, she had been telling us very well, there is no thief. There is no a better thief. Because if someone come and steal your chicken, slaughter, fry it, make soup, eat everything, and give you the 2 legs of the chicken, the town, will you say this thief is good? This is a better thief? Ati amenibakishia. Amekula kuku mzima, amekuachia zile miguu za vidole za chini. Sasa wewe utasimama useme ati huyu mwizi ni mzuri sana, ameniachia miguu? No. This is the country now we are trying to create such thing. We give the people who doesn't have integrity leadership, they milk the nation, then they give us the small. That's why you find we are in a man eats man society, and the country will be with no interest. Even the international people, they will just avoid us. The investors will run away. Where will we get a job for youth? So, Bernard, I think people should be positive about what we are trying to fight for and what Baba has been fighting for. And I started voting for Baba the time of since 2007, you know, and I've been with Baba. In 2017, my vehicle was stoned at my home place because it had Baba stickers in Meru. I used to park it where I'm seated because I was scared people might mess with it. And people should understand we are not voting for the party or anything. We are voting for leaders. Leaders. Who is a leader? Thank you, Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Kenya, for that. And allow me to respond to Chang Tuol. I hope that is how the name is pronounced. Chang Tuol Kiprono. He said, Bernard, is it possible that there was a private portal before the one for public? Of course, the public portal was a proxy portal. Everything was sent to IEBC portal. Then it is reflected in the public portal. It's just like you send an email to 5 different people, you copy. Okay, the other people receive copy, but the main email goes to the person you're sending to. So it was the public portal was not the final. Then the question that we may even be raising is, if you can access the public portal, okay, and you are an IT expert, is it not possible for you to be able, using what is called reverse engineering, to be able to alter the forms before, you know, you remove the right form and put back the wrong one? Because reverse engineering works the other way around. All you need to do is you need to know how to undo what has been done and redo. So Chebukati telling us he has opened the server, he has put the public portal, anybody wants to read can go and read. That's madness. Who is he fooling? Who does he think we are? They are the original forms that have the original results, okay, that we downloaded early, that had Raila Odinga as a winner, okay? Then later on, new Form 34As were put back in the portal. Zile tunaambiwa kwenda kusoma. Si zile zilikuwa hapa mapema. Alafu mnakuja hapa kutuhubiria injili ambayo ina miguu ama nini. Mnasema yetu, oh, the server is open. The server is open where? Tell me where 500,000 people went to vote and they voted for the president only. How valid is that? Before you open your mouth, you say, oh, people in Central are not interested in the governor. They are not interested in the women rep. They are not interested in the senator. They are only interested in the president. Which president? What is their interest with the president? So this election was rigged. And the riggers are afraid of the Supreme Court, because the case going to the Supreme Court is not just about nullifying the elections, but the perpetrators to be taken to book. So it has both the nullification of the election and the criminal elements are all going to be caught kwa Maria wanaenda kamiti. So kama wewe you are a participator in this process, I don't know what to advise you. The truth is, nilikuwa advise usifike Bomas na fomu ambayo umeadjust. Wengine walifika, sahi wako kwa Maria, wako kamiti. As we speak right now, okay, you did not follow my advice. Now I'm advising you. The reason you are afraid of the Supreme Court is because everything is going to be laid bare in the public. The world is going to know who did what, where, who stuffed the ballot, who brought in the ballot through the Namanga border and the other borders. Yani kulikuwa mpaka kule kulikuwa na strict security kwa border, waliweka ballot kwa mgongo ya Punda. Punda amechoka. Punda alileta ballot papers hapa ili mtu aibe. Alafu unaniambia, if somebody goes to the length of hiring donkey just to bring in fake ballot papers so that he can use to win an election, that is a person you want to tell me he will take care of you. Using what? Wake up, Kenyans. Let's ask right questions because we must get right answers. With public portal, private portal, every portal, the truth is there is no way we'll have almost 1 million people voting for the president only. It is not possible. Now, on that basis only, this election is already nullified. It's not that it's going to be. It's already nullified. And from the look of things, if the shamness of this election is going to be enormous to the extent that it is, it is not even a runoff we are talking about. Just watch this space. This is a new Kenya altogether. Wezi wameingia kwa trap, na hiyo trap inawamaliza wote. We are going to have a new chapter for this country where we'll chart the way forward, understanding where we're coming from or where we're going. Wakora wote wanamezwa na hii election. Si ile nakuja, this particular election. We warned you, you did not hear. Now this is going to finish everything. Keep laughing. Alex, ulikuwa unasemaje?
Yeah, Bernard, in 2017, there was a birthday present that was given to the most hated man right now in Kenya. Na tuliwaambia kuwa sisi hatuchukii yoyote. Tunahitaji ukweli kwa sababu hii nchi tuko nayo, uchaguzi ambao tunatenga, hiyo ndio kutenga ya ukweli, sio kutenga yake. Kutenga bilioni 40. Alafu, only to realize that we took that money and gave it to Chebukati. And I think Chebukati should be audited thoroughly because 40 billion with all this shambolism that we see, I don't think it amounts even to 1 billion, the amount of money we have used so far in this election. A serious audit will find that Chebukati has really done, has used less than what. But however, I wonder when we gave that birthday present. In 2013, we said it very well. And Uhuru himself said it very well, that mimi naweza kukupa kura yangu, lakini watu wetu hawawezi kukupa kura yao. They knew very well coming to 2022, there was a problem whereby Uhuru may not support the same. And I want to imagine in a situation whereby now we all agree that, okay, sawa basi, chukweni uongozi. I swear to you, in 2028, the moment he takes the second term, Gachagua and Ruto will not even be talking, they will be fighting more than what we saw here. I swear to you, Gachagua will be holding a gun. You see, we have a scenario in Ghana, whereby the deputy president really, sio hii ya kusema nilitaka kuslap. A deputy president slapped the president in State House and there was a war. We have that on record. Ask the Ghanaians in Accra, they will let you know that. I can imagine what will happen then. Right now as we talk, I swear to you, the kitchen cabinet of William Samoei Ruto is looking on how to tame Gachagua. Wacheni kusherekea. The kitchen cabinet of William Samoei Ruto is finalizing on how to take over the Supreme Court. If the Supreme Court makes a mistake of handing over this win to William Samoei Ruto, William Samoei Ruto, as you have opined here, has been unstoppable. The only fear he knows is the Supreme Court. We have cases in the world whereby the war of politics has been taken to the Supreme Court. Cases in Guatemala and other areas in the world whereby you find that even the Supreme Court justices are killed to create a space for the president to nominate somebody who will take care of him. So the Supreme Court judges must listen. They are not safe. Let them think that they are going to take care of the business legally. It is not, you see, it's no longer a legal question. It's about the safety of this country. So we are not here discussing about an election anymore. We are discussing about a system that has been perpetual in lies that we don't even understand why we even line up to elect somebody. Now, if they want to take the win by force, which I don't think will happen, we will not let it happen. We have retreated for a while. We have understood that we have to let the process take place. But let me tell them that you do not have a monopoly of hacking the system. If you want to start a cyber war, hell will break loose. If you want to start a cyber war, hell will break loose. And that is why when Trump was elected, remember, they compromised. They gave the Russians. That's what one of the commissions that we had last time. How they gave the Russians the key to the Democratic Party. They took the emails for Hillary Clinton and so on and so forth. Until today, you see, the other day, Mar-a-Lago, the home of Trump was evaded. Why was it evaded? Why did they invade that home? It's simply because a president takes confidential information from the state and keeps them in the house. Which means that, how did they know that? They had to go back to the system and start seeing the confidential statement that was stored in the server. That's the kind of leadership that you want us to have. So there are countries today you cannot even store some things in their servers because the hacking game has started going on to a notch higher. And that is why even the elections we just had in the US, the manual register was very important. It was very important because it had been compromised before. So if the Kenya Kwanza for now they are celebrating, think they have a monopoly of hacking. When the hell will break loose and some people from our side will start doing the same, then they will know that the cyber war is not a war that you will want in any country. Because then we'll stop using our visas. Even our Safaricom will be compromised. Because cyber war is not something to joke about. But today they have just taken it slowly and foolishly and accepted it just because of our presidential win. They are not seeing the totality of the danger we are going to have if we start going there. I propose that if that is what you want to do by force, then on our side too, we have known how we are going to win the election, next election. We must prepare for a cyber war. Because nobody has a monopoly for a cyber war. Then we will know if that is the right thing to do in a country. Because that's what happened this time. You hacked into the system. You have refused that you hacked into the system. You are messing up with the manual register. You are changing things now in the porthole. You see, Bernard, if you got the first thing that were put in the porthole are not the same right now. So that's why we are saying as a country, for those who do not understand what a cyber war is, especially if it's within ourselves, we are not being hacked by an outside person. It starts within ourselves. It will be a gruesome war. So I think we need to reestablish ourselves and reevaluate ourselves that do we need to go to such extent that you have to win by all necessary means to prove that you have a superior logic of hacking? Then we are going to have a competition of hacking. Where are we headed, Bernard? That is the question. And Chebukati has set up a train that he doesn't have the brakes.
Thank you, Alex. And we must stop the evil in the land. It is our duty. Pastor John Mburu, we are not here raising anybody's expectation or anybody's hopes. If you think that by being mild and sitting on the fence is how you provide leadership, practice that at your church where you lead and at your family. Leadership is done where there is clear-cut, decisive way forward. Not sitting on the fence, you are not yes, you are not no, you are not hot, you are not cold. The Bible is even against it. So I don't know which pastor you are if you support sitting on the fence. We are here talking as Kenyans because there is something wrong with this country. You seem not to see anything wrong with what has happened. And I've said, if you support thieves, you must be one. If you support evil, you must be one. If you support crookedness, you must be one. Any person who loves what is right will want everything done rightly, in order and decently. So it is important that that is upheld by all means for us to recover this country. But if we allow anything going, anyone taking whatever they want, anyone becoming whatever they want through whatever means, then we will not have a country. The police will do whatever they want. They are not taking orders anymore. The army will do what they want because they are not taking orders anymore. Your story at Pangwingwi, okay? You think it's going to end up with political rallies? No. It's going to now go home. You tell your daughter, boil for me water, and be a Pangwingwi, okay? Because that's what you're telling us, the kind of country you want. We must follow what is laid down as rules for governing this country. And going to the Supreme Court is part and parcel of our constitutional requirement. You better get your lawyers ready to kutana huko Supreme Court. Na kama una lawyer, the government will provide one for you. At least that's provided for in the Constitution. But all in all, I urge everybody, especially those of you following from wherever you're following, it is about time we began to ask hard questions because this country needs to be fixed. We must get our act together. We have supported corruption, cultivated corruption, honored corruption, rewarded corruption long enough. If we don't stop it now, it's coming to finish all of us. So you either part of the history of what is good or the history of what is bad. But wash. You want to make wash. Minister for Finance. Wash. Chairman of the Board of Kenya. You are not serious. Wake up. Stop playing games. We are talking about high-stake laws for this country if we let evil lead the way as we follow. If you're telling me the case will be lost, give us the merit and the demerits. But if you're telling me the case will be lost because we will buy the judges, we will influence the judges, we have enough money to pay the judges. What are you telling me? That you support corruption? And corruption is the way you get things? And then later on, when that corruption now is buying your head, what will you say? Yes, the judge is supposed to rule about whether you should be hanged or not. And this judge is available for sale. And the person who wants your head cut has enough money to buy the judge. And the only way for your head to be saved is for the judge to rule in your favor for justice. Will you celebrate that the judge can be bought? That's something you need to think of. Because you think about, judges being bought is just fun. It's just fun. We have the money we can buy. When justice is for sale, injustice gets lost. It becomes legalized. Now it is which lawyer has how many judges, the one who wins the cases. What is the use of going to the court then? Let me play these two videos and then I can bring in Mama Selina to, if she has a position to speak, she could speak. Briefly, these, okay, listen to this pastor shortly.
Kura yende hivi ndio aingie tamu ya pili. Semeni amen. Out. Mpaka ikabidi kura yende hivi ndio aingie tamu ya pili. Semeni amen. Viongozi wazuri hamwataki. Wakora wa pele. Wapelekeni. Huyu Rais Kenyatta hivi. Mutamlilia huyu mtoto wa Kenyatta, huyu rais wangu. Mutamlilia, nimewaambia leo 31st of May. Huyu president huyu. Mutamlilia, mutasema tungejua. Tungekukumbatia ulipokuwa rais. Lakini ngojeni. Yanayokuja ya leo.
Yes.
You're given 6 ballot papers.
Yes.
So you decide, as you may decide,
yes,
that you'll only vote for a presidential candidate.
Correct.
That leaves you with 5.
Yes.
Those 5 are not stray.
No.
They are unused.
Yes.
You've been given 6, but you have elected to use only 1.
Yes.
That leaves you with 5.
Yes.
What we are asking,
yes,
where do those 5 go? How are they accounted for? It's a simple question.
Oh, yes.
They're not stray.
No, they're not stray.
They can only be stray if they have found themselves in the wrong ballot box.
And that's the point.
Okay. So they're not stray. So you still remain with 5.
Yes.
Where do you put them? You carry them away?
No.
How are they accounted for?
No, and that's the point I'm making. You vote. You vote for 1, and vote for the 2nd, and vote for the 3rd. You have 6.
Yes, my lord. Please cut me along.
Riruta, I address you. Please take it easy with yourself. Huh? If you support thievery, you support stealing, you are a thief. That is it. Na sio machungu, ni ukweli. And so if you want to be part of a proper Kenya, you must support what is right. And what is right is due process of the law must be followed. You want to twist what is straightforward so that it looks like what? Azimio did not lose the elections. I still repeat here, William Ruto doesn't have enough political clout to win against Raila Odinga in a free and fair elections. Hizo punda zilibeba ma ballot papers. The refugees who are marking papers in South Sea are still around. Ngojea, utaona Supreme Court. So mnafikiria you can fool Kenyans and fool everybody all the time because you have some bloggers all over the net defending you. That is not how the country is run. William Ruto is only famous on Facebook and YouTube and the other places because he has hired you to go and defend him everywhere. That when we say that is this, you go and now call yourself there and then you post the best president. He must be president. And you think that is what we're going to buy in? No, we still ask questions. Being president is not a problem. How did you become one? Through stealing? No. Through rigging? Wrong number. So msijifanye hapa, si hatujakuja Kenya jana. We've been here. We know what happens. And we know what goes on. And we know who has political clout and who doesn't have one. Stop justifying what is wrong. Okay. Inaonekana kama Selina, she's still held up. Now let's have Daddy vipi?
Poa Pastor, vipi?
Niko poa.
Lara, habari yako? Habari Laban. Hey, Bernard, there's a difference
Bernard,
between...
I'm at work, let me listen. Niko na nyinyi, niko pamoja na nyinyi.
Mami, tumekosa sauti yako.
Nasema niko kasini, wacha niwasikize tu.
Sawa, mami.
Asante.
All right. So, Bernard, what I was saying, and there's a difference between righteousness and unrighteousness.
We just make sure to bring you what you deserve. Of course, the best motivation.
Lara. Okay. Mzee Lara. Hey, California. Okay. So the difference between righteousness and unrighteousness, righteousness is doing the right thing. Unrighteousness is not doing the right thing, wrong things. Besides the elections, I'm trying to wonder have we ever grown as Kenyans? People are preaching, people are going to school, people are traveling places. Like you may think mindset yet has a change to start seeing reality as it's supposed to be. If you ever sit down, watch a TV, and still come on this podium and tell us, one is a comment unaona hapa chini, you wonder if people really serious? Are we human? Bernard, I've been on some groups hapa nje hapa, and the things that people are posting, you wonder if unashanga, Bernard, I said, coming to the US or being in London or wherever you are, if you can talk that way, like akina G, for sure that is a waste of a visa. That is a wasted visa. Unafikiria mtu amepanda ndege, at least amenawa hapa, amekuwa msafi, akili jaoshwa. They are thinking like, God, you can't come on this forum here uanze kutuambia for real. Are you seeing what is happening on TV? Are you seeing what is happening out here? Are you seeing, Bernard, why is the president so quiet? Let me ask you. Maybe Munga shakurevealia.
That just give me a minute. Sorry for intercepting. Okay, just hold on. I want to respond to this pastor. Pastor Mburu. He say, what happens if the Supreme Court doesn't give a verdict in your favor? You have to come with another argument or adjust the verdict of the Supreme Court. That is how limited in your understanding you think. We are here because we want to make the Supreme Court do something. We have a better and greater cause why we are staying awake to do this show. It's not to defend William Ruto. It's not to defend Raila Odinga. It's to defend what is true. So whatever way the case goes, Kenya continues and will be here on this show. Unless you go to ask Ruto to block this show. By that time, I'll have already crossed the border. I will still do the show outside this country until we come back into this country. So just forget it. If you are not in you don't support justice, you are a beneficiary of evil, and that makes you evil equally. We don't have to win that case at the Supreme Court, but we have to kuanika wale ambao walifanya makosa kwa kuiba kura. Baada ya kuanika, nchi nzima ione, dunia nzima ione, the judges are free to rule the way they want, but will have won by letting the world know. And that is what the 4 commissioners did. They say, you don't want to look at the figures, you don't want us to analyze, no problem. Give us, we read it the way it is. They say, this one have this, okay. They read it as it is for the world to know what was going on in Bomas without them saying, this is what we are protesting against. We're going to have that play at the Supreme Court. So, Pastor John Mburu, I pity you if you still reason as if Ruto winning or Raila winning is something. Kenya winning is what is important. Right winning is what is important, not wrong. I hope that helps you. Thank you. Daddy, go ahead.
Okay, just to echo what you're saying, you know, for real, look, we are not going to Supreme Court so that Raila can win. We are going to Supreme Court so that we can know what happened exactly. We're going to Supreme Court to get the correct information that we are thinking about, or we are assuming it occurred, because we can't believe what was happening, depending on what has been seen, heard, and touched. Ngamia zikicross na ballot papers. That is seen. It is touched. It's stuck in so many places. What washinde. So if it is just refusing to think. I'm sorry, the Bible tells us not to talk about the men of God, but hapa malana kingi hapa hata pia nafaa kuambiwa. That is a pastor who refused to think. Hata Roho Mtakatifu amemtoka. You're not thinking. You have evidence like this you can see on TV, on social media, everywhere, and you're still arguing like that. I think it's about tumeingiwa tu na kasumba, ni kukata kufikiria. We are just refusing to think and analyze issues. And Berard, what Stony Piquet has been advocating here, I think we should just go that way. Yeah, we should just go that way. If these leaders cannot lead us rightly in the justified way, tupatie tu jeshi. Ni Gambia ama ni wapi? Ni wapi ko Guinea ama ni Guinea? Kule ule president. Saa hii anatembelewa na kila mtu. Footballers are coming there. Eto alienda huko, huyu mwingine alienda huko. They are coming there because they are bringing sanity into that country. If we'll need sanity in Kenya, let's go that way. Nairobi meshika rather side is working because of an army person. If they want to instill discipline in that country, so wapewe tu. Because we're not going to Supreme Court because tunataka Raila ashinde. We just want justice for everybody. For my mother who I was talking to today, and she told me anytime she hears the name Ruto, kitu inamkata kwa tumbo ni kama 2 days she could never even talk or eat. Because she woke up and mobilized them in the morning, paid money for people to be ferried. Waende wa vote. 6:30 she was on the line. 7 alikuwa shamaliza. If you come and hear what is happening right now, it's so painful. Painful to everybody. People are paining. The people who voted and wanted the right thing are paining. And some are celebrating, like Akina Sudi telling us, Omze, Olara.
Hiyo pesa imetoka wapi?
Olara, relax. Hold on, please.
Ni pesa nimefanya nao kazi, nimeenda kutreat wagonjwa, nikafanya nao kazi, nikatuma nyumbani, kumobilize, kupeleka watu waende wa vote. It's not corruption money. It is me mobilizing people to go and vote. Kulipa watu wa pikipiki 10, wapeleke watu kwa polling station.
ya Ruto imetoka wapi? Ambaye apatia kila nchi, kila sehemu ya pesa, kila sehemu apatia kila mtu chief, hiyo pesa imetoka wapi? Hiyo ndio nakuuliza, sikuuliza yako.
Mimi sijui mahali pesa ya Ruto imetoka. Pesa, I don't want to talk about bloody money. I don't know where it came from. People have been killed. People are suffering, they're crying. Asitaki kujua hiyo pesa imetoka wapi. Wewe kama unajua mahali hiyo pesa imetoka, unaweza tuambia. Ya Ruto najua ni pesa chafu na inatumwa in the wrong way to make my mother who went to vote genuinely for the right person to suffer. You think how many women are suffering, not even in Nyanza, leave alone in Nyanza, in Rift, in unajua sulikuwa hapa jana watu wa ndugu wetu wa Central wakiongea hapa jana. You remember what they were saying this morning? You were here Lara. Mwingine anasema amini ile kitu ilikuwa inaendelea, and in Central where all these people were voting so that they can bring change. Bernard, for your information, I'm sorry to say this, but do you know the most poorest people in Kenya coming from where? Central. The richest people in Kenya come from where? Central. So the reason why they vote, they want to narrow that gap. And that's why everybody is voting. We narrow that gap so that there can be equitable distribution of wealth to everybody. The rich are rich, the poor are poor. That's why we were voting actually. Because we knew Martha Karua and Raila can help us balance it. Now you want to vote in people who are going to unfreeze the 200 million that was frauded the other day, who are going to take the land and give themselves a title deed in Basil Critical land. They're going to give themselves a title deed. Ila ule mzee alikufa huko juu, they can just take it back because they have power. Olara, power corrupts. Power is dangerous. You speak a word like this, things happen because of power. But power in the wrong hands is evil power, is killing power. So people in the comments here who are telling us about, I don't know, to lose. Who are you? How do you know you're going to lose? Let's lose on facts that a third person, an arbitrator, has come in to tell us, oh, this is not verifiable information that can make us either nullify or do a recount of the votes. That will be a third party. That's why we're going to the Supreme Court, because we are not satisfied with what came out of IEBC in Bomas. So let them continue. But that way, we're going to court. We are going to court. Asanteni.
Okay, thank you, Daddy. Let's get there. I see your hands, please, but hold on. Let's get this video, please, for us to get everything in their rightful perspective. Just beware that we have people who are part of the 36 bloggers that work at the UDA headquarters, and they are distributed all over the net through their proxy accounts. Those are the ones who have suspended their brains. They just post things without thinking, and so don't waste much energy on them. People like that, Pastor Mburu, they are here to twist the conversation so that we stop saying what we are saying, then begin to say what they want us to say. Stop being afraid of going to the Supreme Court. If you want the elections fair and square, tukutane Supreme Court, prove it. Okay? Tell Chebukati to come and prove it. Stop discouraging people from going to the Supreme Court and asking the people you rigged out, the MPs, the MCS, not to go to court. Everybody must go to court and prove their case. That's why we have judiciary. The judiciary exists so that it can arbitrate matters of conflict. So kama wewe ni mchungaji na utaki watu waende kotini kwa sababu wakienda kotini ukweli utajulikana, wewe unatumia nguvu za giza. Na unasema I should not criticize you harshly. If you begin thinking, I'll let you, but when you stop thinking, you make me angry. Well, let's listen now to this, then
this conversation.
Move on.
Thank you so much. Welcome to the hot seat, man.
Thank you, and glad to be here once again.
Okay. It's been a grueling couple of weeks and then days as the election then happened, as counting and tallying and declaration happened across the country and at Bomas. You must have been very busy.
Yeah, well, that's all true. But before I say anything, I want to offer my deepest condolences to the family of Daniel Musyoka, the IEBC official. I think he was in Embakasi.
Yes.
Who was apparently abducted and found murdered in Kajiado. This is obviously a dastardly criminal act, and I cannot fathom or imagine who would do such a thing. I'm sure that the authorities are following up on what happened, and we hope that they will bring to account those responsible. It's very terrible.
It is.
Reminds us of Musando, really, in 2017. Yeah, very terrible.
As now that we've gone into that direction, you know, as a seasoned and a senior human rights advocate, when you see the case of Musando, and so far nobody has even been presented to court with culpability about this, what does it say?
You know, there has always been a dark side to our republic, in which political killings and assassinations have always been there, especially during moments of national tension and inflection, such as elections. The terrible thing is that many of these killings have never been solved. You can go way back to the dawn of independence with Pio Kamapinto and others. There seems to be a conspiracy of silence about unveiling the perpetrators of these heinous offenses against individuals in our society. You probably know that I headed a task force on Truth Commission, and we recommended that these issues be brought to light. And of course, they have not. And one of the things that I had hoped, you know, that governments would do going forward, it's to investigate these murders, not just of Musando, but all the others that have gone before. It's a very dark record for our country.
Indeed. So again, to the issue of what's happened in the last couple of days, leading up to Monday at Bomas of Kenya. And you are the spokesperson for the Azimio la Umoja presidential campaign secretariat. We've seen that, and then we've seen the statement by Raila Odinga. We've seen the statements, him accompanied by his running mate Martha Karua, and saying an injustice basically has been conducted here. And there are very many questions that are left in people's minds. So exactly what happened in this election then? What would you say happened in the election?
Well, the election, first of all, let me say, has many black boxes, meaning blank spaces where information is not available. And to the extent that there are some bright spots where we have some sunlight, that those black box, those sort of transparent boxes show us things that are not palatable. But let me just go back a little bit and say that the campaigns were largely peaceful throughout the country, except for a few incidents, including the attempted sort of stoning of the helicopter for my candidate, Mr. Odinga, and a few other, incidents here and there. But there were other systemic issues that I think, we cannot sweep under the carpet at this point. For example, the IEBC took a long time to produce a register. And once that happened, it was too close to the election for us to be able to carry out a proper audit of that register. So that issue remains in abeyance. In other words, it's an issue that we're going to have to look at. You remember very well that there were audits by the KPMG firm of the 2017 register, but also the 2022 register. In particular, there were issues which were identified in the 2017 register, including failures of technology or compromises of the infrastructure of technology of the IEBC. We've never really gotten to understand whether those issues were addressed, because again, those reports were not produced in time. So those are some issues there. There are other issues which were raised about the composition of, obviously, the returning officers of the IEBC. There were questions about the sort of ethnic balance there, which were not satisfactorily addressed. And of course, then, as you recall very well, there were other issues closer to the election, which were more concerning. One of them was obviously the sudden appearance of ballot boxes at the airport without the knowledge of many commissioners. There's information about what happened in the back room of the commission in terms of the procurement of those ballot boxes and why that was kept secret from even some commissioners. So that's an issue, obviously a point of discussion, if you will. Then, of course, there was a big question of the Venezuelans who appeared carrying important election materials in their backpacks. We understand that they were arrested. We are still trying to find out what happened to them and what, in fact, they were carrying in those backpacks and their purpose in this country. So, I mean, there are any number of issues that you can think about prior to the, balloting day. And of course, then there were, balloting day issues here and there. But I think the big one that I think we all have to discuss this morning is, of course, the conduct of the chairperson himself, Mr. Chebukati. I must say that we engaged him throughout, and we wanted to be a partner to him to carry out a clean election in this country. I myself met with him any number of times, offered our good faith and hand in doing this, because, elections in this country are a matter of life and death, as we've just seen with Mr. Musyoka. And so it behooves the chairman of the commission to conduct himself with the utmost propriety. And I think, part of that, was missing in this particular case. Of course, as I said, the biggest one really is shall I call, unilateral announcement of the result of the election without the consent and the permission of the commission itself.
Prof, speculation is rife, about, what he could or could not have done. And, I mean, obviously, we're talking about process prior to the announcement. We're talking about corporate consensus, again, prior to the announcement that he made. And what really was the bone of contention here? And from the side which you speak, what exactly is the bone of contention? Because, I think it's clear to everybody that as the chairperson of the commission, he can actually go and announce the results of the election in the manner in which he did. He can announce them. Is the issue then that there was no corporate consensus before he did that? And from what we see in terms of reports today, is that, they talked about it. One side says they did, another side says they did not. Here we are, it's one man's word against another. But what exactly was zoning into the issue here?
Yeah. There's a reason, my sister, as to why we adopted fought for and adopted the 2010 Constitution, which, as I've said before in this forum, is one of the most progressive in the world. Nations do not just wake up in the morning and decide to write new national charters. They do that for a reason. And the basic reason is to cure existing problems, to put the country on a good footing. If you look at our Constitution, 2010 Constitution, you will see that it sought to create independent institutions within the state, but independent, essentially of the executive, because the constitutional framework that existed prior to 2010 created an imperial executive and an imperial president. So the idea was to decouple the executive from controlling, everything in our lives. One of those institutions which was created was the IEBC, the electoral body. We all know the history of the ECK, the Electoral Commission of Kenya, which is the predecessor organization to the IEBC. I think, Eric, I don't know that you're old enough to remember this, and I'm not pulling rank here, but I think CT is old enough to remember this. I will not review any ages here. And of course, my sister here.
The election of Lechko in 1956.
Yeah, the less said about my sister here, the better about age. That commission, you remember in 2007, and how shambolic that process was. Remember Mr. Kivoitu disappearing and then appearing at dusk to swear in a certain president just before night fell in Kenya. And you remember, of course, what happened later. Our country went into spasms of genocidal violence, and we almost went to hell. Mr. Kivuitu, I should say, I've met him later, a year later, bumped into him, I should say, in a restaurant, and I asked him what happened. And you know what his response was? His response was, that whole period is a blur in my mind. He could not remember what happened. But that is a problem that we're trying to cure, that a commission entrusted with this sacred responsibility of essentially taking the temperature of the country through an election and giving us leaders could be that shambolic. So that is what the IEBC sought to cure. Number one, to prevent a dictator from ruling the commission, and number two, to prevent the executive from capturing that leader. So Mr. Chebukati is not a dictator. The law is very clear on what he can and cannot do. And I should say the law, by the law here, I mean the Constitution, I mean the applicable IEBC law, and of course case law itself, which is pronouncements of judges. In particular, the one thing that I just want to focus on here is Mr. Chebukati's authority or powers to pronounce on the election. Mr. Chebukati does not conduct the election. The election is conducted by the IEBC as an institution. Mr. Chebukati does not give himself permission to pronounce on the result of the election. Mr. Chebukati announces the decision of the commission about the outcome of the election. He is a mouthpiece of the commission. He does not decide what to announce.
Which election?
This is a basic distinction. The presidential election. This is a basic distinction. He does not decide what to announce. He announces what is decided by the commission.
Is it the commission that decides or what the voters decide? I mean, we've got to
No, obviously.
Let's start from the beginning.
No. Of course, the voters decide the election. The commission conducts it, tallies, and produces final figures. of what the electorate wants to do. Then the commissioners decide, you know, what Mr. Chebukati or the chair of the commission should tell the nation about the election. Decisions of the commission, and I'm sure you've read the applicable law, are taken either by consensus or by a majority of the commissioners. It cannot be taken by the chair himself. It cannot be taken by the chair acting with a minority of rogue, not just the commission, of rogue commissioners, a minority of rogue commissioners.
Prof, let me ask you a question.
So let me just say this before you get in.
Yeah.
So that's one. The second thing, in the Maina Kiai case, of course, the court was very clear that the chair of the commission is not a dictator. He's just one individual who acts within a corporate body because the IEBC is constituted as a democratic institution.
Yeah.
I want to make this very clear. As a otherwise, you know, all the reforms that we've done in this country will be for naught. If Mr. C.T. Muga here could, if he became the chair of the commission, could just go up there
and decide
and pull out of his one ear, you know, some figures and announce them.
So let me ask my questions. There is the Elections Act and the regulations that talk about, you know, how an election shall be conducted.
Yes.
The Election Act also stipulates who shall announce the election.
Correct.
There are 6 elections being held on the second Tuesday of August every 5 years. And the returning officer is given a job, either constituency returning officer for MCA MP, county returning officer for senator, woman rep, governor, a chairman of the IEBC as a returning officer for the presidential election. Now, all these 6 elections that are being held, when a returning officer at the constituency level is announcing the winner or the outcome of the MCA and the MP election, who does he need to consult?
He does, you know, the returning officer, first of all, at the polling station, must produce at the end of the election, balloting day, Form 34A. Okay, those Form 34As are collected and taken to the county level, right, and created, you know, as Form 34B in a presidential election, right, and then that is taken to the National Tallying Center.
Before you answer your question, answer mine.
Yes.
I'm focusing here on the one returning officer at the constituency. The constituency returning officer declares the results of the MCA and the Member of Parliament.
Correct.
Whose decision is he declaring? Is it the Commission's decision or is it the decision of the voter as the returning officer? Is there a consultation with any other officer of the IEBC?
No, it's actually an automaton. Is essentially an automaton. His job is mechanical.
Actually, there is consultation. The process at the polling station, by the time you aggregate the votes, ballot boxes are brought forth. It's a process.
It's a process.
They're emptied. Those ballots are placed in heaps. When the counting begins, there is a physical showing of, before you put them aside, given the various candidates, it is shown. And in the presence of all the IEBC officers, all the agents, it is shown. This, you put it aside, one by one by one. When you have them aggregated into those slots, then they are counted. When they are counted and it is agreed upon, that is when you go to that form that you're speaking of, because the results then are entered into that form.
Right.
So at that point, you ask about consultation, that is a consultation.
My question is specific.
Yes.
The returning officer, does he consult any other IEBC officer for consensus before announcing the election? Not the agents.
Oh, no. You've missed my point. I am saying
I want Prof to answer my
that
question.
process, yes, he can answer.
Thank you. Prof, please answer that question.
Why are you stopping?
Using the law, because
why are you stopping your
because he's introducing another question before you've answered.
It isn't another question, really.
No. I think it's just filling in the gaps. And essentially, it is that at the polling station, when the balloting takes place and the counting takes place, at the level of the constituency, the agents are present to either okay or dispute the tally that's been entered in that process. Then the returning officer then, announces the result. Okay, that result is still subject to verification.
You know, the two of you are talking about a result without asking. This thing that goes into Form 34A, what is it that happens? That process, the very counting, emptying the ballot boxes, that is the consultative process.
But
everyone is involved in seeing what it is that brings about the aggregate, which then goes into the form.
We're in agreement up to that point.
No, but let's not assume that simply because there's a process that CT is talking about, that process is now sanitized simply because of that, the presence of all the individuals that we're talking about. Because we know that there are other processes that are taking place prior to balloting. So, for example, when you go to the polling station, you are identified through an electronic means.
Yes, you are.
Okay.
It's called a KIMS kit, we're told.
Correct. That's a famous word now, KIMS kit. Okay. You are identified there, and then you are given paper ballots.
Yes.
Okay. I just want to say that a lot of shenanigans could take place in that process. Okay. So, because you are being identified, but you really, as a voter, do not know who is controlling the technology that's identifying you.
Yeah.
And you don't know who else has access to it.
You know, Prof.
Okay? You don't know that. Let me just say this.
Eric actually does have a point, because we are bringing one aspect of the electoral process into another without addressing one first. Because if we talk about issues of irregularity, that's a completely different discussion.
Correct.
If we're talking about processes and what Eric asked with regards to, look, there's a returning officer, okay? He has a function. And I was saying, before that function, something happens that enables that function that we refer to take place.
Correct.
Now, you have introduced yet another aspect, which is now a completely different discussion.
Which goes completely off my question.
No.
Let's take a break. So we can have a conversation off air as we take this break, and then we come back in consultations.
We come back in consultation.
Yes, and agree on the question.
Okay.
The question for me is very simple. You said that Wafula Chebukati cannot unilaterally announce the election result.
Correct.
It has to be the decision of the commission.
Correct.
My question is, he is one of 3 returning officers. Do the other 2 returning officers also have to announce the result in consultation and concurrence with the commission? That is all the question I'm asking.
We'll come back.
So you'll take us through the other 2.
We'll do.
This is Kenya's biggest conversation, the Situation Room, 29 minutes to 9. We are taking a break. Professor Makao Mutua, spokesperson for the Raila Odinga Campaign Secretariat, is here with us in the studio. We are looking back into the 2022 election, the conduct of it, and the reasons why the Raila Odinga presidential campaign is saying, no, there's some issues here, and you don't accept the result. We'll be back shortly after we take a look at the weather and traffic. Good morning.
Sasa tunaanza na Zaruto.
Tuanze na Zaruto.
Zaruto ni
7 million 176,000.
76 soma in yani leta mbili. 7176
7176 for 14 1
hivyo. Haya, tulete za baba.
Za baba 6 9 42 930 930.
Alete za Wajakoya.
Wajakoya ni 61,000
plus
969.
Alete za Mwaure.
31 987.
987. Zote
Zote total ni 14 21 3027.
na wale watu wote walijitokeza kupiga kura ni wangapi?
Ni 14 21 3027.
Kwa hivyo inamaanisha hakuna mtu aliharibu kura hapa.
Hakuna spoiled vote.
Chebukati. Chebukati.
Yes, Chebukati. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for your patience. Let's keep moving, please. Tumsikilize Bob. Papa Zinia. Au na?
Jambo Bernard.
Zijambo.
Habari ya masiku.
Niko salama na
shukuru. Nawasalimia nyote. Bwana Alex, Dadi, na Olara. Yeah, Bernard, let me make a little comment on that video that you played where Makau Mutua was trying to explain to those journalists. You know, I have a problem with professionals in this country. And by professionals, I'll pick out lawyers and journalists. These are the people who should be championing democracy and the rule of law and accountability in our independent institutions. But they choose to have selective amnesia. And it beats me how that respectable lady in that studio, you know, can ask some very, very average questions. And as a journalist, you should be well informed in terms of what goes on around the country politically as well as legally. And the minor Kiai case was repeated, and you know, it was amplified in every media station. And it is wise sometimes to take even a newspaper and read, because I remember in one of the when that case came up and the verdict was given, the whole ruling was captured in the Nation, and if they could have taken time to read, they would at least understand what the Supreme Court meant on the role of the IEBC chairman. The IEBC chairman, whereas he's the presidential returning officer of the presidential election, is not the law unto himself. And that's what exactly that case said. I mean, the verdict of that case. He is like a spokesman. The court correctly pronounced itself that Kenyans and the framers of the constitution did not envisage somebody to just come and give you results without the commission verifying, tallying and verifying. And what is the commission? Now you have to go back to the definition of the commission. The commission is not Chebukati alone. It is simple and clear. And the commission is Chebukati and the commissioners. So when you have some average journalists coming to kind of portray like Chebukati can run these elections alone and announce at his own pleasure what he thinks is right to him, then you wonder whether they are on a payroll or something. But I feel saddened by those kind of characters. And more so, it is even more embarrassing when you see a lawyer trying to push that kind of narrative. Yet that narrative of in the minor Kiai case, nobody went to challenge that verdict in the Supreme Court. And indeed, the Supreme Court in 2017 also made it clear on how the role of the chairman. So sometimes you really get embarrassed that you're in this country and you have professionals thinking like people who never went to school. Nevertheless, let me leave it at that. And Bernard, I wanted to comment. I don't know. I have been trying to update myself on social media, and I'm wondering, why is UDA so unhappy that Azimio are going to court? That is the right thing to do. It is. We are no longer going to the streets. We now have a constitution. We have a Supreme Court that is so competent. That's why we are going to court. But they appear to be very unhappy that Azimio is going to court for reasons I do not know. In fact, majority of the people, you know, they now say that if you come back for a rerun, we are going to teach Raila Odinga a lesson. You know, Raila Odinga does not need to be taught a lesson. It is about making these institutions work and be held accountable. So who are you teaching? You are going to teach Raila Odinga a lesson. Raila Odinga can go and retire and relax. He has no problem. So UDA should continue celebrating, and it's unfortunate that their celebrations did not last 6 hours. In fact, by midnight, I don't think they even went past 2 o'clock. They went back to sleep. If it was Azimio, I would be celebrating to death. So let them continue enjoying their win as per Chebukati. We are heading to court, and we'll try and overturn it. Then we can see how it goes. And the issue of regarding Gachagua still becoming, you know, he should now start behaving presidential. I would advise him to start behaving presidential, because you can't be questioning why Uhuru is quiet. What do you want Uhuru to say? Uhuru is a president that is exiting. He has finished his job. So let us give him a break. He campaigned for us to the extent that he could. And Chebukati decided that they should get the certificate. Let him cool down, relax. If the court affirm the decision of Chebukati, then we will know what to do from there. But let him not continue behaving like some kind of riffraff. He should now start believing that he can be a deputy president. And to underscore the issue of that sword, and telling us that sword is just some other thing. That sword is actually the army. And you will have no authority over the army if that sword is not handed to you. So let him start thinking like presidential material and not some DO. That DO mentality should be able to evaporate from, you know, as you grow. Thank you, Bernard. I'll be here commenting as we proceed. Thank you.
Yeah,
Mr. Alex.
Sijui kama simu zako zilikatwa ama utaki kuongea na watu wa Azimio, unaongea na wa UDA, tutajua hiyo baadaye. You know that I've watched that interview several times, and the reason I've watched that interview is because the interviewer does not understand what he's asking. When he's being given a straight shot answer, he's gearing off. Professor brings a very robust point there that I think has always eluded me. What Professor says, okay, first of all, it's the presiding officer that he's supposed to ask about, because those are the ones that are in the polling station. So he's asking, does the presiding officer, that was his question, does the presiding officer consult before he announces? That was his simple question. And I think Professor Makau doesn't know how to answer that question. So the other co-host comes up and gives a very good but obviously cunning answer that I think we need to debate. He says, it's the process, not the verdict. The process of bringing the ballot on the table that was blank, and then heaping that pool on the table, and then mnaanza kuhesabu one by one, and you have your own agents, and both of you have to agree in ya Ruto, in ya Raila. That is what is called consultative process. And he's trying to define consultation in a different way than what the other interviewer, the host, wants it to be answered. So what I'm getting is consultation within IEBC is not speaking and say, umeonaje. Consultation looks like the definition is you look at the figures, I look at the figures, we are both agree. And I think that is what Chebukati does not want. Chebukati does not want the 4 commissioners to look at the figures and calculate. Chebukati wants to speak without the figures. And consultation, okay, blacks say consultation is verification, which is true. But yeah, that is true. But so if consultation is verification, so did Chebukati verify? And if he did, why didn't we have spoiled votes? Why didn't we have them? Secondly, why did we go to 100.01? Because if that was so, we could not be having tallies that have anomalies that are so simple that can put the commission itself into question if they were qualified in the first tape to be commissioners. So I think what I'm getting here is consultation as per the IEBC Act of they have to consult each other in order to give either unanimous or majority verdict is to verify, and I don't think Chebukati agreed to verify whatever that was on the table.
Okay, thank you, Alex. Looking at Chebukati and his body language and his behavior towards the closure of the process at Bomas, it is not that Chebukati did not want consultant. They had done the verification together to some degree. The remaining 28 or 29 so constituency, okay, were going in a direction that Chebukati did not want, okay, because even those 29, the failure for the 29 constituencies to be declared at Bomas, okay, makes the process faulty, because the results are only results after they are declared, not just written. They must be verbally declared. So now that the commissioners did not declare the 29 constituencies, those 29 constituencies being added to the result and then declared holistically, it's a fault in itself. Secondly, the verification process, it requires that we have received Form 34B, okay, from the constituency. This Form 34B...
So in short, each is supposed to be declared. They are not supposed to be joined together to be declared.
No. Each constituency, you must say, Juja constituency, so-and-so got this. Then you go to Navajo constituency, so-and-so got this. Wherever Huisero constituency, so-and-so got this. If those names of the constituencies are not declared...
So the last 29 constituencies were never declared individually. They were declared, using your word, holistically.
He went with them in the room. He said, everybody bring your papers here. He went to them in the room, then came out like we go in the room as pastors, not narud na sermon. So he came to give us the sermon he went to prepare in the room, which the other commissioners are asking, what is this that you're going to declare that we have not verified? Now, the verification process is checking what the returning officers at the constituency
Then Bernard, is Chebukati not contradicting himself when he says that at that point, the 4 commissioners wanted to force a rerun? Because that is what he's saying.
A rerun is not forced. A rerun is caused by the tying of the 2 contestants. Okay, it cannot be forced. It can only be caused by how many votes this one got, how many votes this one got. The truth is, what Chebukati is not telling us is that he forced the 50+1. That is what these people are against. Don't force 50+1. If worse has come to worse, let us have a runoff instead than forcing a 50+1. Because those figures he gave, the reason he removed the spoiled votes, the reason he removed whatever the spoiled votes is so that he can force the 50+1. So here ana confess, na hataki kutuambia kwamba ana confess. Back to the question Larry was asking. There is a presiding officer, then there is a returning officer. The returning officer announces what the presiding officer has given out. The presiding officer, the one who does the literal process, the literal counting, then hands it over to the presiding officer. The presiding officer can only announce what he has been given by, whatever. The returning officer can only announce what is given by the presiding officer. So it is a process that involves different people, then is put together. That is why the consultation, it cannot be a one person's decision. Siwezi kuwa returning officer wa Makadara, okay? Alafu nakuja kusimama na napeana results. Hizo results nimetoa wapi? Kwa presiding officer. Presiding officer ndio there are many, wanasimamia every stream. So there are like 10 of them. So the decision that the presiding officer, whatever the returning officer announces, is with consultation with these 10 presiding officers. They have given him, this is what he got in this stream. This is what he got in this stream. This is what he got in this stream. Then they are all tabulated together. There is nowhere in this election where one person gets the information, then announces. It's only Chebukati who has introduced it of late. But the truth is, the process of the election, for it to be transparent, everybody is involved. And that is why nothing should be done in lump sum. I hope that
Bernard,
yes.
Bernard, yes. I can just read one of the sections of the Elections Act, because Alex brought it up, and it is very clear.
Especially
And
14.
this is what. Yeah,
read
there's
whatever
one
you want
that
to read, and
says,
then number 14. Read number 14 later on.
there is one that says that unless a unanimous decision is reached, a decision on any matter before the commission shall be by concurrence of majority of all members. Any decision. And I remember in the minor KI case, the issue of declaration came up, and that is where the Court of Appeal pronounced itself that the chairman shall announce a result that has been tallied and verified by the commission. And who is the commission? By definition, the commission, it is the chairman and the other members. So he was acting arbitrarily.
Okay, say that clause you read ends with the majority of the vote of all members present. So they are saying present. For by that time, he said the other 4 commissioners were not there. So the majority were the minority that decided, meaning the 3 that were left are the ones that decided what happened. They didn't need to involve the other 4. So but the other 4 had given their dissenting voice. That's why they walked away. So that means that decision was not done in their absence.
Now I want to let me just make it clear. A moment, Alex. Let me make it clear that the Supreme Court during the BBI case pronounced itself that any decision of the commission requires a quorum, and the quorum is 6. The minimum is 6. So therefore, he cannot purport to say that the others were absent and that he had a majority, because that majority did not qualify 6. So I'm pretty sure that that will also come up in the Supreme Court.
Okay. So this is for you, Papa. and I think Chebukati incriminated himself today by saying they wanted to force a rerun. That therefore there was a consultation in there that was not agreed upon. Okay, so and it looks like if the consultation was not in agreement, Chebukati assumed that they were forcing what? A rerun, according to him, which means he is agreeing with us that the 4 commissioners disagreed with him. So therefore, it was not unanimous, neither was it majority. Thank you, Chebukati.
Alex,
Chebukati has scored his own goal.
amejifunga tu mwenyewe tu. Because unajua, I think somebody is feeding him some information and it's already too late. The cat is already out. Somebody is feeding him information too late. Any fraud process, you must have a loophole somewhere. You must. You can't seal everything. Hakuna kitu ya uongo inaendaga mahali. Hakuna, lazima ngamia. Sasa nasikia punda. Ni punda ama ni nini zilikuwa zinabeba Alex.
No, Bernard ametuambia ni punda, sio ngamia. Punda ilibeba ballot box. Hata mimi sijui hiyo bado.
Punda ilibeba ikaingiza. Kuna unajua kulikuwa na surveillance ya Matiang'i kwa border. So they looked for the porous borders and then where the vehicle could not pass. They ziliwekwa kwa mgongo ya punda ipitishwe na Masai ingie because it has kuingia because somebody must be president. It's a very sad state of affairs. But I wanted to say this as we move away from Chebukati on the aspect of the forcing of the forcing of the 50+1. Okay, if the spoiled votes, the question in the Supreme Court would be if the spoiled votes were added, okay, before we calculated the 50+1, would William Ruto get 50.49? If not, then the putting away of the spoiled vote was deliberate. Okay, then why was it done? And who did it? Chebukati. So, Chebukati, you helped into the rigging process. Hakuna mtu kutoka Supreme Court kwa Maria mara moja committee.
Now, Bernard, you know, the 65.4% of the votes of the registered voters appeared and cast their vote, according to Chebukati, and that was according to the Kimskit tally, and he mentioned clearly that there were areas that manual identification was authorized, and that was not part of that 65.4%. And clearly, when you add the 65.4% plus whatever figure that came up with the manual identification, divide it by 2, that figure cannot give William Ruto past 50. So maybe, I don't know how he got it. Maybe he had his own other figures. And, you know, if that comes up in the Supreme Court, and he now brings figures that are different from what he announced publicly as the presidential returning officer, then he will be liable for misleading the country. He would have misled the country because this was his own pronouncement when the voting process had gotten finished. So Chebukati will not escape this thing, whether he likes it or not. And the main issue now might boil down to criminal liability, because his qualifications as chairman of IEBC are such that he is an advocate of the High Court and suitable to be a judge. And knowingly, when I mean, he gives a result knowingly that it is not true. That is criminal liability. So Chebukati is headed to jail. I don't see where he can run away. Maybe the lawyers can look for some other language and try and exonerate him, but he is criminally liable for giving us figures knowingly that they are not true.
Okay, thank you, Papa. Now, Black is saying that they reject, the spoiled votes don't matter. What does the law say? Is it 50+1 of the cast vote, or 50+1 of the valid vote?
And I think that is what Mr. Abuya was trying to opine. I think Black should go back and read the Kiai verdict so that he can, because I think it was even the Kiai pronounced on the issue of which Black is trying to bring up, because what Black is explaining, let me read what Black is saying. The question will be the figure of the manual. No, there is another one he said here. There's another Black wrote here that was there's something here Black wrote which was trying to manipulate us here, not to say the truth. I think it has gone. But Black, that what you were asking was already pronounced in the Kiai, because the issue of spoiled vote was part of the contention in the Kiai. Remember, even Uhuru Kenyatta was forced by only 8,000 votes. Remember that. And that was the bone of contention. How did he get that 8,000? Because the spoiled vote were part of that in overall. So they pronounced on that. So I don't think you're right on that. You need to go back and read on it.
Now, and then the issue of the manual voters who are not added to the figure, okay? Assuming, okay, we are told how many people voted manually countrywide? Was it 240 or something?
Something of the sort, yeah.
Now, if the figures he gave, it is for those people in the Kim's kit, and he used that to calculate the 50+1 for William Ruto. If we added the other people who voted manually, will the figure still remain 50+1? Because,
and I think Black is right here. I think that is where also we are in a conundrum. In that, and you remember what the spokesperson for Baba has said, that the manual register was brought too late. They were not able to go through it and verify whatever they ought to have done. So it can be manipulated now because we did not have a chance also to verify everything through it. So that is the other bad side of the manual register. And I think Black is right on that. They can manipulate.
They will add the 500,000 voters, ghost voters, into the manual register and say they voted manually.
Of course, yeah.
But how come the governor was not? How come the governor's vote did not increase when they voted manually?
No, that's the question.
For president.
The question now, back to the question of 2017 that they could not answer, will come back now. Probably it will now shift from presidency to did people just come and vote only for the governor and they did not vote for the rest? I don't know. Maybe that question will still be asked this time around again.
Now, and then there was something that Kip was bringing up the other day about the Kisumu voting. Anyang 400,000. Wanga almost 400,000. This other governor for almost 400,000. But Baba's votes are 200,000. What was going on? There are people who loved the governor more than Baba, or there was some cooking taking place in Kisumu, or somebody reduced Baba's votes in Kisumu.
And Papa, that's why I'm saying, if you look at what Ahmed Nasir is yapping right now on his Twitter, these people have been snookered. The reason why Ahmed Nasir is making a lot of noise, saying that Mosheru is with some Chinese auditors trying to mend everything, is because they know they cannot explain such things. Okay? So they are already coming ahead to preempt themselves and lie to us. That's a valid question. In Kisumu, how can it be that more people voted for the governors in Nyanza, for the governors, especially in Luo Nyanza, than for the presidential candidate? And it was all the Luo counties. That's a valid
Not
question.
even, yeah. In addition to that, the gap between the UDA MPs and the second, anybody who fell second in the contest in the constituencies in central Kenya, it is next to impossible that you can have 5 constituencies. Mokurueni, there is Dagoretti South. Dagoretti South is where Kiaria comes from. Kiaria is elected. There is Kikpipiri. There is Gatanga. There is Ruiru constituency. No, Ruiru constituency and Mokurueni have the same percentage in terms of gaps. You know, there are things that cannot happen in when it comes to these permutations. So that it was predetermined. There must have been either an algorithm or whatever they want to call it that was predetermined, because the percentages are similar in in a cluster of different. I mean, like 5 constituencies in central Kenya, 5 constituencies elsewhere. That percentage difference is the same. That is not possible. It is not possible. Like you're saying, they have been caught, and now they want to yap that there is some Chinese doing something else. And if you go to today's, I think it was yesterday or the day before, already they had indicated that Form 34As were 100% uploaded. Now, how come the other day, I think yesterday, it is 99 point something? What are they looking for again? Have we started deleting or reversing? It is in their own portal that they indicated the 100% upload of Form 34A. Now, yesterday it was 99 point something. So Chebukati is either going nuts or is trying to save a shrinking ship or something like that.
Bernard, ile mkono ya Musando walikata, hiyo mkono bwana itaenda bure. That ghost will never go for free. Never, ever, ever. It's going to hound them to the graves. It cannot go for free. And I think, I don't know, okay, if you look at the way people are jumping now, like Alex just said, it's boiling into something that is so crazy. And I still ask you, Bernard, why are people just quiet? The people we know always, they never sit down. The Orengos, the Matakarua, the Oraila, they're just quiet. They just came, gave some statement, and decided to disappear. Alex, there was a video I wanted to send you. Sijui kama ulipata ya ule kijana wa Kibera. I didn't send you that video. That guy was asking, why has Baba gone MIA, missing in action? I think it was before they came and gave out that statement. Like, people are just waiting for Baba to say something. They're not used to Baba being so quiet like that. They want him to say something, give them some direction. And then they were talking about, like, people are so peaceful, they're waiting to hear what is going to happen. So he was saying, Mukingoja ati Kibera tutatupa mawe tuchome. We are not going to do that. We're going to wait for the court to tell us what the next way forward. Like, Kenyans voted peacefully. They were not expecting this. That's why, like, everybody's not understanding what is happening. It is just too wrong. It is very wrong. We need to do the courts need just to give Kenyans what they deserved.
Bernard, I have a question for the panelists. 2 days ago, the Kenya committee, which is, is mandated for transition, came out and he was accompanied by some members, and the security apparatus, it was only Mutambai who was present. The other members who are very vital for that committee, like the Army General, there is Kibichu, there is I think Kamweru, the NIS guy, and Matiangi. They were not there conspicuously absent. Is that committee not a very important meeting that they should be present? That tafakari was a
You see, the danger or the goodness of silence is it allows us to speculate. And sometimes if we allow them to over speculate, then they win. And I like what you have already brought out. So when they listen to what you have said, that the most cardinal people are not even in that group, while the transition team was giving a presser, you make them chicken out a lot. And I like that kind of good propaganda. And that's the kind of propaganda we must always bring out. But anyway, that is true. If you read from what Ahmed Nasir from Itumbi are now tweeting lately, they are not sure why they were celebrating in the first case. Because now reading between the lines, you find out that it's eminent that we are either going for a runoff, but I think we have taken the narrative from the runoff now. We want the whole exercise to be called for Raila Amolo Odinga. We want to know these 300,000 people who went to Kiambu and voted for only William Samoei Ruto, okay? And the 800,000 that voted in Mount Kenya, okay? Once we establish that it was not, they were not in the register. And I think that is what Black just said, that it will be difficult to establish that because they might cook the register. But if we were to go to court, we ought to establish if they were in the register. If they were not, then we just take off that 800,000 and we call on the next president without going to the election. That's the easiest case ever. And that's why they are quiet. So your question is, why are we quiet? It's because we want to put the best case possible. The best case possible. And I repeat, the bestest case possible. And that is why we are quiet.
Alex, just to echo what you're saying.
Alex,
you've heard what Gachagua is saying. We can sew a ring without the sword. Bernard, Gachagua amekuwa dio juzi tu hapa. Juzi. Na kuna ile kijiti madio utembeaga nayo. Iyo kijiti nakumbuka kuna siku nyingine ilisaulika pale Kisumu, it was chaos. The APs almost got fired. It was not, they forgot to give him mwenye anashughulikaga naye. It was a big issue. So the same stick dio natembea nao chief nini na nini. You coming to tell us here you can swear without a sword. Are you crazy? So Gachagua is just trying to kufanya watu wao to feel like, oh, we're still on the course. They're not on course. They are not on course.
Let me tell you, Dad, let me tell you something. Let me tell you something
Alex.
About Gachagua, Dad, before we go ahead. One of the best gifts that the court gave to William Samoei Ruto was to pronounce Gachagua is guilty of money laundering. And Gachagua knows very well that in the revisitation of his certificate of good conduct, William Samoei Ruto might call him out and tell him to step aside and appoint Kindiki. So Gachagua is trying to make so much noise. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead, Papa.
Alex, I wanted to mention that the issue of that register, and any manipulation can be countered by the fact that if we ask for the audit report from KPMG, so therefore they will not be able to change anything. If we can get that audit report, remember he promised to make it public, then he avoided that story and ran away. Now, if that report can be, I mean, our lawyers can request that report to be brought to court. That report to be brought to court. Then whether he tries to falsify the register or manipulate it, it won't work.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Daddy, unasemaje?
Kuna swali bana, I wanted to ask Alex, maybe you can also jump in. If I, Dennis, decided to go to court and put a motion about contempt of court, about Chebukati not opening the registers before case ianze, would it work?
You see, the problem with that is the very person who pronounced it was the very person ambaye alivalisha Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta kofia without the very opening of the servers in 2017. In fact, we should go and bring Maraga first to weka yeye kotini because he pronounced something that he could not keep.
Hey, mnakuwa wakali. Sawa sawa. Naomba hivi. I think it's my time to sign out. But let me say this. There is Gitashi here saying there is no case here. All agents signed 34A. That is it. You have just said that the Azimio did not field agents in Mount Kenya. So how did they sign in their absence? Or did you sign on their behalf? And if you did sign on their behalf, then be at the Supreme Court to ratify the figures. The truth is, whether they are signed or not, if the figures don't tally, then you will tell us where the extra votes came from. I displayed this yesterday. Let me display it again before I get out of here. Here it is. It was bringing Kinyolero. I hope, here it is. Okay, this is counties: Nyeri, Nyandarua, Murang'a, Kirinyaga, Kiambu, Laikipia, Tharaka Nithi, and Nakuru. Okay, governors got 2.5, senator 2.5, non-women rep 2.5, I think so. I can't see clearly, it's very tiny. Now, president is 3 million. People who voted for the president are more than those who voted for the governor, the senator, and the women rep. India, now this is at county level. The tabulation at the county level, the adding up, shows that the people who vote, we have over 500,000 people who voted for the president only. Okay, now how are you going to explain this to the Supreme Court? So whether those things came from 34A or they came from 34B, the truth is this disparity of more people voting for the president only. How is that possible in a general election? And then those people voted more, voted in one region. And that region shows that the particular whatever presidential candidate got more votes from that place. So if we got rid of those abnormal 300,000 votes, what will happen to the tally? Will it remain 50.49? That's a question that we need to ventilate on. Well, I appreciate everybody. Let's keep the conversation going. Okoa, umekuja kutuokoa ama kutukanganya?
Hi Bernard, nimekuja kutoa stress Not much.
Karibu. Minister for Therapy is not around.
But not so much. You know, as you're discussing, I was just thinking that what would happen right now if, for example, Raila, the people went for demonstration immediately after the results? Because in my thought, I think that we're being led to somebody was playing. He wanted to force a result. After forcing a result, then you people start demonstrating all over, and then he adds the fuel to the demonstration. You know, like Songo said that you do this, then they add the fuel. So they would like put a stalemate in demonstration. And then you lack the space and time to go and look for evidence and what to take to court. And then before you know it, 7 days is gone and you're still on the streets and is installed in. So I basically think that this was a game plan that is not running to script so far. It's the silence and the calmness has made it break, because I think that IBC maybe had two results. One, that the commissioners knew, because the Form 34As arrived at the polling at the IBC even before the medias could tabulate them. There were already too many in IBC. So somebody in IBC, maybe the commissioners and the agents, maybe have had the correct forms, tabulated them, and so their values. And then IBC now started to retaliate again with Form 34Bs, which brought a discrepancy, and therefore the commissioners were asking, this is what we have here in 34A. This is the new one that we have in B. Why do we have this? Because we still also don't have explanation why the media stopped abruptly to tabulate the numbers. In fact, it was only Nation that was going on. What happened? My suspicion is that somebody infiltrated the system, added maybe new exchange from 34Bs. Maybe there was somebody who was giving a backend access, because you could only upload one Form 34A from the KIMS kit, but on the backend you can upload multiple. So somebody may have been given a backend access, infiltrated the system and put up new Form 34B. So the story that everything was transparent, it was just to hoodwinkers, because you can put any error on that thing and say it is transparent, just to doing us. Oh, everything is there, but what is there is errors. So I suspect we have many double 34B forms, that the ones that came originally and the ones that were modified. So the script is that let Chebukati announce the result, and then people go to the streets. And then after getting the streets, then you also feel the violence. You hire the guys, like the Songo was saying, that you go and hire some guys to also cause more violence, more damage. And during that time that there's confusion, you bring in the national community and you don't have time to go to court, and then the time is expired and you are all out. But now that this cannot happen, I think the guys are in back to drawing board, because now you see, like, for example, I'm told the number that Chebukati declared, on verbally, and what is now uploaded on the IBC portal on Form 34C are different. So why do you declare something which is different from what you upload? Why did you not upload the result before you declare it? So these are the things which I find very funny. So so far, I think the script, now that the people are silent and are not demonstrating, I think the script is not going according to the way it was planned. So that is my thought anyway. Not the truth, but that's my thought, my line of thought. Thank you.
Asante Okoa, a very interesting way to look at it, and we can't rule out any manipulation of the entire system, because even if access from outside was difficult, like it was reported in the Star that 200 times they tried to hack and couldn't succeed. Then if you fail to hack from outside, you look for an inside person to do for you whatever you want done. And now that IBC was UDA and UDA was IBC, they did whatever they did. The goodness is that it's like the other team, like the Azimio team, had already downloaded the original forms that had come earlier. So it is going to be crazy when there are two produced forms that came from different KIMS kit. Others were uploaded directly. So tunaenda kujua mbivu na mbichi. Very interesting times to be alive in this country. Yes, Papa, unasemaje?
You know, what Okoa has just opined or told us that there was probably some infiltration. You know, there are certain questions that Chebukati would need to answer, because you recall that when the issue of Form 34A 1 and 2 came up, Chebukati told us that they will not be used. And when he was taken to task about the security features, he told us that the QR code on that Form 34 1 and 2 is the same one as the Form 34A. Therefore, he cannot tell us where he took those forms, because he told us they will not be used. But the fact that those forms had that security feature gives you access to upload, because that security fixture is the gateway to that server. You cannot get into that server without that security feature. And I have my suspicion. This is just my suspicion, like Okoa said, that was the route these people probably would have used, or through the back door. They can still be given, somebody can give them an access through the back door. But definitely it was infiltrated, because the percentages are not possible in real life of some of constituencies, and the presidential vote vis-a-vis the governor vote, because the consistency. And if you recall, the presser by Wainaina Wajangu, you know, the kind of ones they could not account for 177,000 votes. And in Kiambu, it was the Kim's kit that was used. So, and the end tally has a difference of 177,000 votes. So where did they come from? So they definitely, if however much they deny that there was no infiltration, there was infiltration.
Okay, this is still the developing story. We'll be able to get to the conclusion of the same. Let's keep looking at it keenly, but let's not shy off. I urge every Kenyan around the country, it is our duty to ventilate on these matters. Let's not take them on the surface, because eventually they will affect us. Eventually they will affect our children and our children's children. Don't bury a lie. Don't look the other side when evil is being done, because when it has taken root, it will affect you badly. So let's be responsible and call out what is evil for what it is, because it will help a great deal. If we can stop it, let's stop it now, before it gets out of hand. Then, just I keep reminding you before we bring in Favor, Magendo Business started as an innocent program that was to enrich a few people who had gotten the opportunity to sell coffee. And it became, you know, an innocent process where a few connected people were able to get coffee and sell it at a higher price, transport it to the coast and sell it at a higher price, evade everything else and sell it at a higher price. Before they knew it, it had now gotten into a system of operation. And that was the genesis of our corruption today. We once had a country. We once had systems that were working. We once had civil servants that will put their life on the line, but defend their country and defend the country's resources. But all that went down the drain because we allowed one aspect of Magendo business to thrive. This issue of rigging elections, and we say, ni Mungu amechagua, ni Mungu amechagua. Kwanza hawa watu mnasema Mungu amechagua. chezeni tu na huyu Mungu. Siku moja huyu Mungu atashuka awaulize maswali, nimechagua saa ngapi? Kwa sababu, why do we make God do what is wrong? God does not do what is wrong. God does not steal. God does not cheat. God does not twist facts in order to defend himself. If God is going to pick on anybody, he will do that and stick by the same. He doesn't have to use shrewd ways, crooked means to get things done. Let's stand for what is right. Okay? Bwana Favor, karibu.
Yeah. Good evening, good morning, and how are you, everyone? Yeah, I just begin from where you have actually stopped. That, you know, it's unfortunate that we will still want to, you know, it's interesting that whenever you bring up the supreme being, you always make everybody to come down, you know. Look at all the fundamentalists, you know, you go to the extremists. For example, people will actually be violent if they are told from a religious point of view that their violence is actually having a benefit at the end, or it's perpetrating their cause. And at that point, all reason is stopped. You know, as recent as, I think, maybe in the 90s, if maybe I'm not mistaken, there was this person who came up with a religion, I'm thinking in Uganda, and he managed to convince so many people the end of the world is coming, and they went into a building, locked themselves, and set themselves ablaze. But the man and his wife who are championing that were not in that building to die. They are still alive. You know, so you wonder, why would you lead people into, cohort them into believing something that you yourself even you can't believe? So having said that, I just come back to what the panelists have been saying. I've been listening in the background, and I actually concur with one thing. This time around, my view is the reason why we are not having so many pressers of people speaking and saying this and that is because it's a tactical move also. Because, you know, you are not arbitrating, you are not arbitrating your case in a public court. Holding conferences today, like I had somebody, I think in yesterday's session or the other day, either he said in the panel or in the chat, where somebody was trying to ask that, for example, if supporters of Azimio are arguing that whatever Chebukati read was not true, then where are their results? And then even was trying to bash those 4 IEBC commissioners, that why did they come up with another number? And you can see Martha Karua has been very consistent saying, even from the first day after the election and they were meeting the officials, they said they have their tallies, and according to their numbers, they know very well Raila is ahead and he has already won. But up to now, they have not released those numbers. Now, that is a very tactical move, because you don't want to release that in the public. Public is like you have precious commodities or material, and you are throwing it before swines, the pigs. What will they do? You take a pig, you adorn it with gold. It will just go back where there is mud and roll itself there, and that is it. So rather than arbitrating their case in the public, they would rather keep whatever evidence they have and then present it before a court of law, because it's before a court where you present your evidence, and it should be so convincing that the judges will rule in your favor. I imagine one day somebody narrating a story that, yes, this person came and stole their property, and they went to court, and they were busy crying and saying, this person actually took my property, but they didn't have an evidence. The evidence that was supposed to have been presented was a broken padlock, to show that I had locked my door and this person came and broke it. And I remember one of our pastors in church used to make fun and say, the padlock does not stop the thief from entering your house, but it is the evidence that you had locked the door and somebody forcefully broke the door to access, because you can't break the padlock because you have the key. But this other person didn't have the key. That's why they broke the padlock. So carrying that padlock is what is the evidence. And I said on the show the day before yesterday about this detective who just came into a murder scene and looked everywhere. They had been checking that room for, I think, a week. They couldn't find any evidence of murder weapon. But he finally realized that the door was newly painted, and he pulled down the door, went with it to the forensic lab. When they broke open the door, inside the door they found the murder weapon that had been used. It still had the blood. They could pick the DNA, and that is how the accused person eventually was found guilty. So for them staying with their information and waiting to arbitrate it in a court of law, to me, is a wise move, because that is actually what is needed. Sitting here, okay, going to this, and the public also, I'm appreciating them, because nobody is coming up to in the public to jump up on the street and shout, because we are at least past that to some level, because we know at the end of the day, doing all that damage will still come back to bite us. So staying calm and just allowing the course, the law to take its course, would actually be a mature move that the Azimio supporters are taking. And we know very well the celebration that is on the other side is short-lived. Even they themselves, you can see they celebrated the first day, but if you check around, that celebration is not continuing, it's dying down. I like one philosophy my dad always tells me, if you want something so much, you write it on a piece of paper and stick it on a wall or pin it on a wall and keep looking at it for the next 7 days. If by the 7th day you really feel you need that thing, then it is a need. But if you as days go by, that urge dies out, it was a want. And the Bible is very clear. God will meet us all our needs according to his riches in glory, not our wants. As much as David said, the Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. That means you will not be desiring things that you just want. So having said that, I see actually some calculated move in whichever level that, because I'm wondering when they were, for example, they were saying that Governor Nyong'o got 465,000 and then the president-elect, I mean, the Azimio candidate got 200 and something. Okay, I know I would have argued that, for example, I would really want to see the returning officer of the Kisumu County coming up to actually say, yes, we agree with actually this result or not. But you see, they haven't come up for it, because coming up to the public will not help much rather than stir up emotions. So that diplomacy of staying calm and waiting to go to the court, present your case, because of a truth, in court, what happens, you present your evidence, it will be shared with the other party so that they can be able to try and counter. And that's why you find some cases where somebody comes up with a new information at the last minute. That one normally tips the case, either in the favor of the person who is bringing that information, and at the end of the day, you find that actually they win. So what we know is that at the end of the day, the will of the people, which was being subverted, will actually stand the day. Truth will take a while, but eventually it will come out to happen. People, no matter how long you try to hide the truth, because for a lie, you need to keep lying, to continue lying, to keep covering the lie. But for a truth, if you saw somebody wearing a white shirt entering a building, 10 years after that, you will still remember the shirt was white. But if you say the shirt was yellow, you need to write it down to be able to remember that you had said the shirt was yellow, because you know very well it was not. So looking at all these malpractices, it just shows one thing, that actually there is a deficiency in the relevance or the essence of value in our society. Not necessarily everybody, but the few that are so gullible to a point where they are ready to actually sacrifice what is right on a platter of actually what can just is short-lived. Two good examples that we have, where you have, for example, when Esau or Esau, depending with how you would want to pronounce it, was actually telling his brother, give me food to eat. And then his brother said, you give me your birthright. And he said, who cares? Just give me food, after all, I will die. Later on, he was crying and praying for his father to release that blessing. And he let it go easily. Another one is Judas. After being paid the 30,000 and he saw the way Christ was suffering on his way to death, he returned back the 30 pieces of silver and he actually left that place. So I look at it that, yes, you can agree to get some little money here and there and be very happy, but look at it this way. That money at the end of the day will come back actually to haunt you. You never have the peace of mind. You never have the peace in your heart. You never have actually the fulfillment that what you did was right. It is said about Pontius Pilate that he remained, after he retired from his work, he lived nearby a lake, and he was always going there every morning to wash his hands, because he kept feeling he was trying to convince himself that he was not guilty of actually what had happened to Christ. And these are things that you bring it to our modern day. It is true. Look at how Kivuitu's life ended. After that, this Bangor election, he ended up actually becoming sick and eventually ended up dying. And after that, maybe it is only his family that could be remembering him. The rest of us have moved on, and nobody even, you cannot hear him being mentioned on any other thing that is positive besides only that Bangor. But I don't think in all his life, it was only that Bangor election that he did. He could have done so many other good things, but nobody remembers. If you ask you, can you tell me one thing that you can remember Kivuito about? You'll start scratching your head, but you can definitely remember the wrong thing that he actually did. So Chebukati and his team, or rather the cohorts that perpetrated all this, trying to use whether backend, changing forms, going ahead, tampering with the documents. And now it makes sense when we are actually told that you can see the essence why there were two sets of from 34A. This was actually the reason why they needed it. So that when you come and tell me, I think I saw somebody putting on the comment that they would definitely need to check all the security features. It is true that these security features, if they are on the same sides of the coin, I mean, you are having two documents that have the same security features, were printed, for example, for polling center A, and you say you are using one and the other one you are keeping. What will stop you from deciding that this 1A that you've used, which is the actual one, doesn't favor your candidate, and so you decided to dismiss it and bring in the second copy, which still has the same features, has the same number of polling center A? So you try all these monkey tricks, but at the end of the day, they never carry the day. And I am very happy that, for example, the president has tried to stay away from all this because he doesn't want to put himself as partisan. All he has said is because of meeting the delegates, and he's just saying that he would actually want a peaceful Kenya. And as much as he talks about a peaceful Kenya, what I know maybe has not been brought into the public domain is definitely the essence of actually pursuing justice, because you cannot have ultimate peace when there is actually no justice. If justice actually is in present, justice actually is deemed to appear. And that's part of the reason, as much as those who celebrated, just celebrated short-lived. And they know very well they are hanging on the balance, on the edge, because the one who laughs last is the one who laughs best. And I come to the whatever is the topic of the day. I think for Kakamega and Mombasa, I still believe there was some underdog deals that IEBC wanted to do, and that's the reason why Chebukati is still, because I can imagine when he was coming up with that decision of postponing the election, he was doing it when now he was even alone. You see, those are things that we still know if he went before a court of law, it is still contested, because that I don't think is a decision that they made as a commission. That to me, I believe it is just a Chebukati decision to have actually pushed it ahead. And anyway, let's wait and see how actually the court will present. My only submission and humble prayer is that this time around, the Azimio lawyer should be very focused, identify prayers that are very clear, straight to the point, and submit it in a very clear and simple way, not going round in circles, because what the other side of the wing will struggle to do is to try and bring in a lot of murkiness, a lot of confusion, like forcing people to see finally the numbers agree, and for example, he has already been declared, or the will of the people. You know, when they are voicing you and saying this person also has this number of candidates, when you know very well the number of candidates is actually inflated number. If you have actually stolen from the whole of the so-called Raila stronghold, you have reduced his votes by close to half, 200,000 votes in wherever he could have gotten over, like close to 400. Then you come to this other side, you have inflated for the other candidate by close to 500,000. What are you trying to tell me when you come up and say that we all have numbers? We don't have numbers where you have inflated figures. But I'm happy that actually we are on course, and I continue to appreciate Kenyans, and I continue to appreciate the nation at large, just to maintain that sobriety, soberness, and actually to commit this before God. As much as the other side will be celebrating and saying, yes, it was prayers that made them to get there, but you can see all these flaws. The other side of the coin should still also be strong and know that there is a God that exists, and this God definitely is leading and guiding the whole process. And definitely, the end of this situation will always be well. And I also know very well that these malpractices will not go unpunished. One of the things, again, as I mentioned about the prayers that I would really love in the adjudication of this matter, is that the IEBC officials that are responsible for all this malpractice, together with their agents or the people that were given access who are not necessarily IEBC officials.
Favor,
Okay. Yeah, I'm winding now. These people should actually be presented before a court of law and should not go unpunished. Yeah, thank you very much.
Papa Azimio, will change Azimio, but still you are Papa Azimio.
It's Papa Senior. Now, before Papa Senior comes, I want to say, see you people later. Naomba ning'atuke. Mwendelee mpaka mahali mtafika, mfunge station.
Njiru, I'll be in the background, but you can help moderate parachuta. Hey, kweli. Nataka natafute jina ingine kweli. Okay,
Yeah,
Papa, you are trying to
okay.
say something.
Yeah, I was trying to say that I see is there are so many people who are concerned about a rerun, and like I said, if you snoop into the social media, the people are actually even swearing that they are going to teach Baba a lesson. One thing I want to believe, and I'm extremely sure that Azimio will not go for a rerun with Chebukati at the helm. And if anybody is interested in reading history and current affairs, let him read about Malawi and what happened in Malawi. Then he will know we are in the same situation. And if we want to fix it, we must fix it. We cannot go for an election with the Chebukati again, because this would be like shooting ourselves in the foot. He did it, he bungled in 2017, he's done it again. Are we going to give him that chance? No. I don't mind if William Ruto wins the rerun, but let him win it on a clean slate. But we cannot continue perpetuating fraud, because we will be aiding and abetting the criminal activities of Chebukati. So we have to fix that IEBC. Even if it means Uhuru Kenyatta continuing with William Ruto as president and deputy president, it will not matter. But we cannot go back to for a rerun with Chebukati. That is out of question.
Nani anaendelea?
Back to you, Parachuta.
Okay, sawa. Thank you very much. I'm here. I've a bit been sorrowful. I had been a bit in some solo mood. This is the time when we have been able to gather our courage and come back. First of all, let me say that I've been shocked by the Kenyans at large, whether you are UDA or Azimio, because the election of 2022 did not deserve any joy. And when I saw people enjoying impunity, I felt sad. And to me, I think that is how these politicians steal our future. Let's not see it as an election. Let's see it as our way of life in everything that these people do. That is how they negotiate our contract. That is how they do when they are negotiating even with the external world. It's all about self-interest. I am not worried of Azimio getting defeated. What I'm worried of is Azimio getting defeated fairly and square. I need to be shown how. When I looked at what Chebukati did there, to me it leaves a lot of questions to be answered. As an individual, I might not have the true numbers which was supposed to be reflected there. But I have questions. And I think as Kenyans, we need to revise our constitution now. And it is the high time we need to start saying that unless the election tally has been signed off by all commissioners should not be announced. This idea of having Chebukati too powerful in that commission leaves room for corruption, because what I would do is look for Chebukati, I give him good money, and he will announce me. That is how our system is. Our system is treating the other commissioners as irrelevant, as dummy. So, and I think even the people who are perceived to be the winners knew that shortcoming, that the election can be called by one person, despite the fact that there are 6 other people who earned the win. So I think we need to revise our constitution, and we say that unless those tallies have been signed off by everyone, they cannot be announced. I still don't believe that Chebukati has the audacity to announce the results if there is question from other people. He ought to have looked for a reconciliation mechanism where they could have looked for compromise. Whether I trust those Cherera people or not, the question which I'm having is, why are they on crossroad with the Chebukati? That's the problem I have. Okay, let me leave that. Let me try to talk about our numbers here. First of all, let me say that I'm frustrated because of the way us as the Mio we voted, and I think I had said it here earlier. If I have to say, this election was lost in the Luya land, if at all it was lost, and I think I was saying it here sometime. Those 200K votes which we missed, and that is what I was saying here, and I can now tell Azimio people, Azimio people went to vote for Kenya Kwanza, and as they were voting for Kenya Kwanza people, our votes leaked there in the presidential, because you know what happened? These people who want to steal your votes, they usually want to correct what the senator or the governor has gotten to what they have. And I say that here. I say that here, in Kakamega, we should not vote Karware, because I knew the implication of that thing in the national tally. Because what happens is that if people want to steal your votes, they will try to correlate what their UDA candidate has gotten with their presidential vote, so that at least they can have that mirroring. So I want to say that as the Mio people did blunders. In Nairobi, we did a blunder. And let me tell you, by numbers and by analysis, if you lose Nairobi gubernatorial seat, the likelihood, I'm talking of the likelihood of winning presidential election is very slim. And I say that here, that Nairobi people had no option other than to vote for Igade. We weakened our formation. So those are some of the shortcomings which I'm saying here. Whether we will be able to get another portion of voting again or not, those are the blunders we did. If in Nairobi we voted for an Azimio candidate, relax kidogo bwana Bob, relax kidogo, I will give you an opportunity. If in relax kidogo, relax, I have to allow me finish my point, because that's what I feel.
No, misinformation. You're misinforming us.
No, I'm not misinforming. That is my own analysis. I'm not missing. It is the truth. We were not supposed to vote for those UDA guys. That is where our vote leakages happen, whether you say it or not. And Chebukati is very clever. He decided not to have election in Kakamega and Mombasa, so that now, after the election has been decided the way he wants, they will now have an option of having 2 additional governors from Azimio stronghold. as they suppressed our votes during the voting day. Because I can tell you this election was, if it was lost in Mombasa and KAKAMEGA. If it was lost, and Bungoma. Those three counties are the ones where he asked us, because in Mombasa, Mr. Ruto scored over 40%. He has never scored, even Jubilee never scored that way. So that is one of the places where us as Azimio, we lost so many numbers. We have to be frank. In Mombasa, we lost the numbers. In Bungoma, Ruto got the numbers which they reported. Ruto, even the people who are saying I'm informing people here, I'm analyzing the numbers which have been reported there. So in Bungoma, Ruto got 255. Raila got 144. That was an extreme, over 100K in Bungoma. So what I'm saying is that this time round, we got vote leakages. Whether we accept it or we don't accept, that was our problem which we had. And in the future, if as Azimio we have to have a formidable function, we have to make sure that those UDA guys, we should not vote them, because any person who wants to steal your votes will want to collect the governor or senator to the presidential. That is how they steal. I finish my case, I rest it. Somebody can say I'm doing misinformation, but that is the truth. I hope Baba will be given justice, because I believe Ruto was not having commanding numbers. Even with losing all those areas, I'm not saying that Ruto was ahead of Baba. That is not what I'm saying. But I'm just saying Ruto got some advantages, because I still believe there's no way Ruto could have reached that 50% in my own analysis. So they had a very complicated system where they pretended that they had a server. It was a pretense. They had a server and they were throwing numbers there. But remember, the numbers which were being thrown there, we still don't know which numbers were those ones. And I still don't know which number we will be able to believe, because Azimio has numbers, Kenya Kwanza has numbers, and Chebukati has numbers. Consequently, Chebukati numbers and Itumbi numbers seemed to mirror. So I do not know whether Itumbi gave Chebukati numbers or who gave the other. So that one I don't know. So the big question, or the biggest dilemma which we have, is how will we ever convince people the true numbers were the ones which are with Azimio or the ones with UDA? So that is what we need to demystify. And that one will be demystified by scientific approach. We have to look at the Kim's kit, the original number, how the voting pattern happened. Because remember, from my own observation, I saw how the voting was done. Mother Karua, before she cast a vote, she used 10 minutes to vote. Ruto used close to 9 minutes to vote. So I did my own analysis. Every polling station has 700 people to a maximum. And because of the problems we were having with the Kim's kit and identifying people, a voter was spending between 5 and 10 minutes in most places with the 2 booths. I've done my own analysis. It was impossible to have 500 voters in a polling station in this election based on what I've seen. So what I want to say is that we have avenues of exploring in terms of numbers explosion, where numbers exploded, because there was numbers explosion, the methodology. And let me tell you is that there could be even UDA people who are not satisfied because of how the election was done. But remember, they will be suppressed. We are hearing those people like Akina Maina, somebody, that guy of Kiambu. I know they will be suppressed. They will show that votes were stolen, but I know they will be suppressed. So all I'm saying is that we need to validate our method. But remember, this is now the issue here, as I finalize now. Remember, the fact that Mr. Ruto was issued this certificate by Chebukati. Now, remember now, we need a methodology and a framework to disapprove what happened. And also remember, the Chief Justice, together with his bench, he has a leeway either to accept Azimio grievances or not. It's a gamble, which will be based on fact. And remember, at times when these people are making their decisions, it is not only based on fact, it's usually an unanimous agreement. An unanimous agreement means something which will make the country to be stable. And I can tell you, they look at the country at past. And I can tell you, if they can be, because what people are looking for, even before they look at whether the election was good or not, is the country having peace. Are people ready to move on? That is the issue. And I can tell you here, unless Azimio presents a very comprehensive case, if people have moved on, I can tell you the election of Mr. Ruto might be upheld. Might be upheld because these people look at the cohesiveness which is in the country. And if people are ready to move forward, because remember, this is a bench which is not only looking at the votes, they are also looking at other avenues. Is the country ready to move forward? Those are the issues which we have to build by here. Yes, I supported Azimio. I'm an Azimio guy, but I have to be pragmatic on what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that we have, and we don't need suckers, because I was not happy. I was not happy with the people who came with the 142,000 votes. I was not happy. If you do that arithmetic, it's not handing up. So let's have a mathematical, comprehensive, statistical case, but let's not bring things which will not end up. Otherwise, we will go to Supreme Court and we still fail. So we need to involve people who are, and let's not go there without data. We have to go there with serious information, serious lawyers, and we do something which even Kenyans will be happy. Remember, everybody wants justice. We want justice. I don't want to be ruled by somebody who was not voted in. I'm not happy. I want to be ruled by somebody who won an election. Because remember, if you steal an election, you start on the wrong foot. That is voting corruption, voting problems. Anyway, let me reach there. I will add a point if I will get another chance. But somebody can come. There are so many things we need to iron out. Thank you.
Njiru,
Yes,
I beg to differ. I beg to differ with you, and I'm differing with you on certain principles. You know, Njiru, if only you followed the 2017 Supreme Court presidential petition, you would not be talking the way you are talking, because the argument that you're trying to advance is what Ahmed Nasir tried to advance in that court, and it didn't go his way. Ahmed Nasir tried to advance a theory that in this world only 0.00 something 1% nullification of a presidential petition. He gave the same reasons. You're talking about interests of the country. But one thing you're failing to understand is that in law, justice is supreme. And in that petition of 2017, the petitioner, who was Raila Amolo Odinga for NASA, he went there with facts. And those facts did not matter. That the vote was about the voter, and that right to choose his own leader. It turned out to be the process. The process must justify the end result. So Azimio is not blind, and when they are going to the Supreme Court, they know they are going from a point of information. There is a precedent that has been set by the same court. And there is no way that the same court can act or give a verdict that does not meet the threshold of their previous pronouncement. So, Njiru, you are being, I would say you're being extremely negative, and it does not matter whether William Ruto or UDA will suppress the likes of Wanaina Wajango of Kiambu. The fact is, in Kiambu alone, Kimskit captured 55%, and that was 645,000 votes. There is no way that 820 something turned up and voted. So, Jiru, you know, we the people that are going to court, they're going to court with facts. They're not going to court with emotion, and that is what you are portraying. You are emotional. You are feeling bitter that Azimio lost. We all feel bitter, but we must fight this thing through the legally stipulated steps, and that is going to the Supreme Court and presenting our case. And I believe our case will be very strong. It will be attacking from all sides, from the technological point of view, from the physical point of view, the voter approach, the forms themselves, the physical forms. So I whatever you are trying to put across, Njiru, you are being what do you say? I'll call you a doomsayer. So you need to wake up. This is something that Azimio would not be going to if they know they don't have enough evidence. And one thing I know in law is that the judges cannot, especially the Supreme Court, they are very meticulous. They look at the evidence, and there is no way they are going to give anything that is below the threshold that they had already set. So take note, it is not about tranquility, it is about justice.
Okay, Bob, may I ask you a question? How did we reach at this situation which we are in today?
You're asking me how we got to that situation.
How are we?
Yeah, you're asking me how we got to that
situation. Yeah, in this situation.
You know, Njiru, you have the kind of argument. The question you're asking me is the kind of argument I'm seeing on social media that Azimio did not have agents in Central Province, in Rift Valley. You know, that argument is hogwash. It is the same question you're asking me. I can guarantee you that the figures that were there in the portal were being verified, and all was well. All was well until Sunday. And what was the gap? If you were following, what was the gap on Sunday evening? The gap was just 96,000 votes. Then Chebukati disappears, and if you look at the constituencies that had not been announced, and you look at the numbers that were later, you look at the numbers of the other elective posts that were declared, you can roughly get what the presidential vote was. Now you come and tell me that the fellow comes back in the afternoon and he comes back with a figure that he has tallied and not pronounced himself on the national TV, or updated the screen that he promised to update as we continue to tally and verify. That is what went wrong. And he came with figures that he was not ready for other people to verify. And there's no way, he's the returning officer for the presidential vote. There's no way you are going to stop him from announcing what he wants to announce. But the court said that they must tally and verify. So there is no question about that. If we cannot verify, then we cannot accept that result. Period.
Excuse me, Jiro, can I say something before I sign out?
Okay, you can say.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I just want us to still remain objective so that we don't lose focus, because I think majority of the older guys who have been blogging and keeping the whole social media active are driving a narrative. The whole narrative that is being driven are the following. Number one is they want to create a perception that on their side they also have numbers, and which they have. We know very well those numbers have been cooked, or rather have been created. On one point, I see your agreement when you, I mean, your argument that, you see, these people got a window in which they took advantage. I don't want to refuse that part. That bit, I agree with you that yes, there was a window which was taken advantage on. And I know very well, yes, as much as the other side will be telling us that probably Azimio didn't have agents, we know very well it's not that they didn't have agents, but we have some people that came out boldly and said their agents were kicked out, or their agents were denied entrance, or their agents were, so we don't want to go into that, because at the other end is we are just in a panel where we are trying to discuss, and we do not want to create more reason for tension to continue. What we really want is, we just want the courts to actually do what is right. And in this case, we shouldn't forget that what is actually on trial today is the vote you and I cast. If your vote and my vote cannot count in making either you or me be declared the winner, then let's forget about the whole issue of democratic nation or the decision. Let's just go back to a monarchy and we say, today it is you who will be the president, tomorrow it will be me. And if we have given ourselves a constitution that tells us this is how we will elect our leaders, because we can either exercise our authority by ourselves or we can delegate it. So the people we are delegating, we delegate through voting. So that is actually what is on trial. So even as much as the Supreme Court, yes, we'll be looking at what will favor tranquility in the country, progress and all that, they shouldn't lose sight of actually correcting the ills. We do not want a scenario where, because I think I just stumbled into something that somebody shared, trying to show that after the disputed election in 2017, the deputy president said that, you see, election is now over, people should agree with that and should start focusing on 2022. And if they are not sitting very well, even there, things will get spoiled. And I'm asking myself, couldn't he have an idea of what he was planning, which is finally where we have arrived today? Because to me, I can pick that and go ahead and create motive and say, actually, there was a motive and there was an intention to actually create this kind of a situation come 2022, and it has finally happened. So we keep focused that we hope our courts will give us justice to correct all these ills. And then finally, in future, we don't want a scenario where we can go to the ballot, you and I, but me, I know I have the upper hand because the judges are on my side. I can pay them and they can be able to declare results in my favor. So that is what I wanted to bring up. So the people on the Azimio side should still have hope that let the courts be able to go ahead and arbitrate with justice in mind, not necessarily what is tranquility or what would happen. And for the other side, they will force us to agree that they are numbers. To me, I will still go down saying there were no numbers on the other side, because those numbers have been cooked. Yeah. Thank you very much. And everyone still have a very good night, good morning, wherever you are. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. There are some people here who are saying that I'm on my way to UDA. My brothers and my sisters, let me tell you, I cannot be part of UDA. But what I'm saying here is, if we have to take a case to the Supreme Court, what I'm saying is that we have to have 100% chance of winning. I do not want us to have a case whereby we take the case and then we just lose it. Remember, Baba is not repeating this thing. The reason why I feel frustrated is because I'm dealing with the only bullet which Baba was remaining with. And somebody decided to tamper with it. So that's why I'm saying, on phase 1 of voting, we have missed it. On phase 2 of defending the win, we cannot do jokes. We have to stop over-believing some people here and there. Because I have to say, I think what has brought us here, which has made us reach where we are, we overbelieved people we were not supposed to believe, and we are overconfident. I don't want to expound that, because let me tell you, 2022 was not an election which Baba was not supposed to be announced. I've stayed for over 3 days now since William Ruto was announced. Have been having stress and have been feeling very bad things. I felt bad because I saw somebody is preventing me as an individual from witnessing Baba presidency. I was prepared for that thing seriously. And I hope there is a way in which that presidency can be rescued. I don't know how. But remember, even now, these guys, Kenya Kwanza, who have now been given a certificate, they are also on their way to defend it. So now it's a battle again. That's what now I'm saying. And remember, courts, not all the time they work with justice. I paid to disagree there. Sometimes there are many things which happen there in the courts. Those people can be bribed, things can happen. Let's be objective. So this idea, when somebody is trying to speak sense, and we start calling them moles and telling them you are speaking negative issues, it's unfair. We have a lot of pain in our heart because of what happened.
No, Njiru, now when you are casting aspersions on the Supreme Court, and that
no,
is
I'm
not,
not casting aspersions. Those things happen. They can be bribed. They are individuals. They are individuals. They can be bribed.
Yes, but you're already casting aspersions.
I'm not saying that. Anyway, you can continue. Just speak. I don't want to speak again because you see, people need to be allowed to visualize things the way they are supposed to visualize them. But you cannot tell me I'm casting aspersions, whereas you want us to come here after 2 weeks to speak what we could have done after we have missed that process again. I'm telling you, if we don't take this process seriously, we will come to cry here again after we miss a milestone. Me, what I want is I want a Baba presidency. How things are going to be catapulted, it is us to assemble seriously and serious information without jokes. I wanted to talk something here about Bush-Al Gore conflict in the court. I can tell you, justice was not served there. It's a modern society, and justice was not served there. The courts, they used other processes. They said the election has been done, blah, blah, in the negotiation and in the unanimous. The election has been done. The country is ready to move on. Even if, because I'll go and won that election. But they decided otherwise. So that's why what I'm trying to say, let's not say that people are more. We are trying to interrogate this process so that we don't miss this thing again. Remember now, Chebukati has done this thing twice. The same thing now we are trying to follow up twice. In 2017, he made us to end up here. In 2022, he has taken here. Now, this process, we now need serious lawyers. We need to expose this cheating, but methodologically, we are not going to expose this cheating like kids. We have to show with the processes. What I said is, I was not happy with the Cherera. I was not happy with the Cherera, and I have to say it here. Because that 0.01% is not 142,000. It's 1420. Let's be frank. So let them use other methodologies to explain where the error is. I do mathematics. I want to see logical mathematics. So when we come here to start criticizing people because they are speaking what they feel is right, is unfair. So, Bwana Bob, whether you criticize me, I have to say my point. Okay, you can continue, Bwana Bob, because you wanted to say a point.
No, Now, no, let another panelist also contribute. I'd already contributed earlier.
Okay, Elijah.
First of all, I want to say hi to all of you. How are you doing, guys? It has been long since we've been talking together. We've come
Hey,
to a long. Can you hear me? Everybody there? Hello. You hear me?
yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. We can
Okay.
hear you.
I know it was a tough game. It was not that easy because.
Can you speak a little bit louder? I think you're a little bit low.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Okay, go ahead. Do you have a
Okay.
background noise?
Background or no? The far away. Okay, let me say that it was not that easy game. The rest was so tight. All of us will see. But now we can leave the rest for IEBC and the court. But for me, when the race have already, when you have run the race and the winner have been declared, and the quality have been given to the winner, we will not go to the race organizers and say, oh, that race was not that fair. That race is end like that, and the Ethiopian maybe have taken the race or the Kalenjin have taken the race. If we live like this, we'll end up saying that, oh, today Raila didn't win, he lost, or Ruto win. Then after that time, we will go to court. This whole time we are going to waste it, but at last, what are the court going to say there? Do you think Abukati is not prepared? He's prepared too about this. Because if he was not prepared, he could have not given Ruto the certificate at that time. He could have told him, okay, go back for now. Let's prepare for another day. Because four of his workers have already left. At that time, he could have said, okay, let's hold on for now and prepare something else, because this shows that we are going to court. Next thing is to be on court. But now, as we are talking now, the guy have already declared the winner. What is going to be the next thing? You see now the lady they are saying that 1%. If we come to do mathematics, it's 14,000. We are not talking about 140, the way she was talking about. So let's come out. Let's think about it. The winner has been declared. And nothing is
Elijah, go celebrate, please. Go celebrate.
Nothing is going to change. If a Kalenjin wins something, he's so prepared. A Kalenjin man can steal from you in a very plannable way. You will not get that thing again. We always plan very good. If we steal, we plan very good. Let me talk this. I'll let you understand it. If you add what Kapsisi was saying, the Kalenjin Loibons, they say this thing before. If you don't know this, let me remind you guys this one. They say when some trees came to touch to each other at Nandi, the power will go back to Nandi. And when that power go back there, it will not come easily. It's not that easy. Don't take it easy. The power have already gone. Let me tell you guys. You think that is going to be easy? Hear from me now. That power has gone. And to come back is not going to be easy. The Kalenjin or the Nandi are going to be there on top ranks from now going on. I am telling you this, I know. Those are my people, I know them. When they say something, they are not joking. They are saying what is going to happen.
One minute.
They are saying what is going to happen. If you think I'm wrong today, take it from me.
Elijah, 1 minute.
Take it from me. I am saying this.
1 minute.
I'm one of them, and I know what I'm saying.
Elijah, come on.
Okay, let me go. Bye, guys.
Relax, kidogo. why is he coming to propagate Nandi issue here? I think.
Please, Njiru, I think it's Jimmy or this time to speak. It was not even supposed to be him speaking right now. It was supposed to be Jimmy.
Okay, go ahead. Voice, are you the one speaking?
Yeah, I was the one speaking, but I was saying that Jimmy there, he just left also. So maybe it's Laban.
Okay, go ahead. Laban Basa on there.
Nafikiria Njiru, nimewajaribu kuwasikiza kiasi. Hiyo argument ya kesi yenye iko kotini, unajua mimi kitu yenye nataka mnisaidie nielewe from a layman language. Kesi yenye inapelekwa kotini ni ya kunalify matokeo ama ni ya recount ya kura ambazo zilipigwa according to verification yenye ilifanyika? Kwa sababu kama ni mambo ya nullification inaweza fanyika ndio, lakini kurudia huo uchaguzi naona bado tutakuwa na kazi ngumu. So ndio sababu nimeuliza hivyo, ndio at least mwenye anaelewa hiyo maneno vizuri kidogo ndio nipate kupata jibu yenye inastahili. Kesi ambayo iko kotini ni ya kufanya recount ama ni ya nullification?
Mr. Laban, hatuna kesi hadi sasa hivi. Somebody is Laban, hatuna kesi hadi sasa. Ngoja Laban, umeuliza swali iko simple, tuna kesi gani? Hatuna kesi bado, tunangojea. Na na ile kitu ambacho tunangojea is they want to make sure that the case they bring forth, it's a sure bet at the Supreme Court. And that is why the long odious silence is killing some of our people, because they don't understand what is going behind. And speculation sometimes can be good, but sometimes can kill the heart. I think so far we've been able to become good enough. And I will ask ourselves to be a little bit patient, because I don't think it will go until Saturday before we file a petition. So it will be good, instead of preempting and saying the case is not strong enough, we jamana kuja si we Kalenjins, we Nandis, when we take something, it can't be taken away from us. I mean, that hiyo ni porojo. Hatujui kesi ambayo imewekwa ama ambayo wanatarajia kuweka ni gani. It will be fair, as Baba said, we give it time, the same way we have been actually patient. Because I think we are now preempting something we yet don't know. Because remember, the commissioner is at war itself. We've never had such a scenario before, which is to our advantage. Whoever wants to petty whatever is happening right now should be very careful, because when you look at Ahmed Nasir latest tweets, it looks like, but I don't want to preempt, it looks like they think that Musheru is having auditors from China who are cleaning up, and that is scaring them, because once you remove the 300,000 and whatever the 800,000 that really voted for a presidency but not any other thing, it means that that loss is taken away from them. The win is taken away from them. So let's wait, then we preempt on that. But as of now, yeah, I think we'll be guessing.
Alex, I think I need to respond to something that Njiru said earlier. I want to believe that Njiru is Azimio, yes. But Njiru, please, kuna kuna zile I understand. I can read you. Naelewa uko bado na maumivu, na I understand that you are that fan, you wanted to see that, but maybe hapa kwa panel hiyo energy umekuja nayo. Kwa nini Bob Papa kuelewana na wewe ni venye umekam ni kama hauna hiyo optimism again, umeilose, uko like ume shut down, unaona. Na sijui, na venye Alex amesema, sijui kwa nini tuna run up around the bush, tunaenda kwa narratives za watu wa UDA na tunafaa kufocus kwa vitu zenye ziko sasa. Na kwa wale watu walikuwa na doubt ati Ruto anaweza ruka nani anaitwa nani, Gachagua. Umesikia kwa the Kalenjin himself, amekwambia, unajua hata kama anasema porojo, but kuna zile vitu amesema, na anasema sisi tutaruka Gachagua, sisi in case tupate Kikuyu msahau itakawia kwetu kwanza. So that's what I wanted to answer Njiru. Njiru, please emotions iko mob sana kweli, uko na maumivu, lakini tujifunze kuheal na tuendelee na maisha, to move on. Hapana ku move on kwa hii atio ya kushindwa. Wewe usha move on sasa, wewe ndio unaonekana ni kama ume move on already. Alafu I don't think that Mother Karua is so that dumb who insist kila siku sasa, this thing is coming home, this thing. And you Njiru, supporter of Mother Karua, coming here that I don't think that is coming home. So you are talking a different language from your leader, and you are supposed to back your leader. You are supposed to force that narrative. I believe that the problem that we had, actually, I believe that the most effective thing that Ruto had is to be that bold till the last minute. Mpaka sasa jamaa ko bold ako zile za unaona mimi na kama mtu akuibiwa kura kweli, vitu kama hizo. He has so many narratives that he keep pushing, and you Njiru, you have changed your tactics. You see, you have changed exactly. That is being a watermelon. Stop flip-flopping. Huku we sijui huku sijui tena hili sijui. Be yourself, be one, be holy. Holiness means one. Be holy. Tusikuje hapa na kitu wengine nyuma katenu uko hivi, nyuma huko hivi, unasema ati tunajaribu kusema hivi. Are you the one who will help that case actually, hata tukikuachia hiyo kazi personally? So please, kila mtu afanye pati yake yenye anaweza, yenye unajua uko na upungufu, kubali usaidiwe. So mimi siwezi buy hiyo kitu ya kuendelea tukiflip flop, sijui niko sure, sijui tena siko sure, naweza taka, sijui sasa ni nini? Ni kama Mkristo anasema akiomba anasema shetani na kuchoma na kukanyaga. Uchagua moja, unanichoma ama unanikanyaga. So chagua moja.
Asante sana Voice, hiyo tumesikia hiyo maneno, asante. Unajua shida ambayo tutafanya ni kuanza sisi wenyewe if we have this shadow boxing on how to move ahead. We have a team that is qualified, and I think that team has already given us a direction that they are going to tell us where we are headed to. If we get divided now, I think it's to the advantage of Kenya Kwanza, and I think they are happy when they do that, when they see us that. Let us not go to that direction, because I think people like Penny Nyagaka, people like Black are happy to see us going this direction. So I think Njiru came out not sure if we should go, but I think later on, we are in a healing process. My friend, this thing hit me so hard. I've been only calling a few people and letting them know that, hey, hii kitu imenichapa bana. But we all heal in different ways. So as we come in the panel, finally we are going to be one thing. So I think Njiru has a point. Maybe he is in a position you are not where he was, maybe where you were two days ago. So, but I think Njiru has got the courage to come here. Let's move forward. Njiru, take on. You are the moderator.
Okay, Nisawa. You know the beauty of life is having divergent opinions. Right? You know, court case is a probability. You know, in probability, it's like tossing a coin, head or tail. That is, I will not say 50-50, but I will say going to court is like tossing a coin, head or tail. When you go to court, it will either be upheld or nullified. Those are the two things which we might expect. So it will depend with the factors which will be there. This one is our third case. All what I'm saying is that I was not prepared for anything less than a Baba presidency. And if we are going to court, we have to make sure that whatever we are doing in the court, we are getting maximum healed. Because hata kuna watu nilikuwa nikiambia hapa, mimi sijui in case wakiendelea na huyu Ruto, sijui kama nitakuwa naona vitu kama Madaraka. I don't know if I'll be watching things like Jamhuri Day celebration, because I was not prepared for that. So I hope a turnaround is possible. I hope a turnaround is possible. But when juzi nilikuwa na hesabu how many Madaraka days you have in 10 years, how many Jamhuri days you have in 10 years, sijui all those celebration national events, na ziangalia nasema yawa. So mwingine aendelee, sijui kama ni story pekee ataongea.
Ni Daudi o.
Thank you so much, Voice, for pushing for me to speak. I have about 9 points to raise today, but before I go into my points, I think I would want to counter Njiru's assertion that going into that Supreme Court, it's a 50-50 chance of getting what you want. It's actually 1/8. And the reason is that we have 6 judges and half for it. If we want a majority, half times half times half times half, 4 times is 1/8. Anyway, that's not even right. 1/16. So the chances are slim, but I think we have history on our side. We hope we have a Supreme Court that wants justice. It's a progressive Supreme Court. I think they're emboldened by the findings of 2017. And so they would want to be on the right side of history. They have tested once being on the right side of history, and I think they know the feeling of being on that right side of history. The evidence before us for at worst a recount is overwhelming. And so I think there's reason for us to be optimistic about what is going to come out of that Supreme Court. Okay, so I'll begin with my point number 1. I've had some folks here say that there is the interest of the country argument that is going to be pushed. That is a very weak argument. We saw what Dr. Willie Mutunga did back in 2013, and I think to date he lives to regret making that ruling. So the procedure is very important, and that is what the Supreme Court, headed by Maraga, in 2017 used to nullify the election. So we saw on many levels that procedure being disregarded by one Chepkati. Now, my point number 2. I know the guys on The other side, Kenya Kwanza, they are going to come to us with the Form 34B numbers, because those numbers actually add up. If you go and try to total up all the numbers on Form 34Bs, they will bring you close to what Bwana Chebukati drove. So again, it is my reminder to the Azimio team that there is a reason why Chebukati removed the rejected votes. The moment you bring that into the equation, even with the numbers that Bwana Chebukati brought before us, I think those findings should have driven us back to a rerun. So that argument, I think, should run high and supreme, because Bwana Chebukati forced a win for William Ruto. By him removing the rejected votes, Article 138 states very clearly that it should be a 50% of the total cast votes, not of the valid votes. So in that regard, Bwana Chebukati acted ultra vires in declaring William Ruto the president. So that in itself is a flaw, not even a flaw, it is a disregard of the procedures that he should have followed in coming to that announcement. So we have the law on our side there. Then I had Elijah talking about, what William Ruto has been declared, and so we should forget about it. We all know what was happening in Bomas that day. Bwana Chebukati was under siege by the Kenya Kwanza Brigade. We saw that. I think he was literally forced to come and do the work. We saw that. And it's in the glaring cameras that you can go back and see what was happening. All the hallways in Bomas were manned by Kenya Kwanza Brigade. So that in itself was a crime scene. I mean, nobody really needs to be convinced to that end. The law, I think, will vindicate us. Then going on to my next point, if, let's say, the court decides to take us back to a recount, I feel like beyond the recount, there should be an audit of the servers. We should audit those servers. It is one of the security features that those files are not supposed to be changed. Once uploaded, they remain like that. But it's in my opinion that those files were changed. The files on Wednesday, I think, when they started streaming in, kept changing. So Form 34As were changed from time to time. So I think we should request in our prayer on Saturday that those servers be audited by an independent auditor. That is one of the things I think that Azimio and the friends of court should request be done. I don't know, but I think the law is on our side. And if we can focus on the point of the other candidate, William Ruto, not meeting the 50% threshold, and also on the process of verifying whether the Form 34As were right Form 34As and were the initial Form 34As, that should be the focus of our argument. And also the fact that the procedure was flooded and there was no discussion between the commission. The commission is a commission. It is not Chebukati.
Jackson, can you mute, please?
ECK, as it was headed by, obviously we know Kivuito. And so whatever he mentioned kind of stood. The law clearly states that a commission is constituted of commissioners. And the act, I think Papa was touching on that a little bit earlier on. The act states that when the results are not arrived from a unanimous position, that means when all the commissioners are not, if the commissioners are in support, all the commissioners are in support of the finding, then yes, that is good. But if it's not unanimous, if let's say a fraction of the commissioners don't agree with the results, it has to be from a majority point. And we see in this case that the majority of the commissioners, the 4 commissioners, are against the results that Bwana Chebukati announced. So that in itself is against the procedures or against the law that we should have, that should have been followed. So we do have the law on our side that this guy here acted like a dictator from another country that we know that neighbors us. So a commission should not be only one person, Chebukati. It should be made of commissioners, and that I think is clear. Now, I've been seeing Ahmed Nasir sending tweets here and there. The other day he was talking about some folks from China auditing the service. Today I saw he was talking about deep state and some Supreme Court justice somewhere in the Gulf Coast being told to do their business. I feel these guys don't know what is coming to them. And so they're on a fishing expedition trying to see what Azimio is going to come up. And I think they're going to be surprised. It is going to be a surprise. I don't know, but maybe some of you have seen tweets from the Azimio lawyers. I've not seen any tweet. These guys are quiet, and I think they're strategizing. I believe they have a good case on their side, and that really gives me some hope that it's going to be a showdown, and this actually might overturn the election result. But point number 8, UDA is showing us the kind of country that they are going to make Kenya be by buying the entire opposition. You see, they've already started absorbing all the independent MPs. And they have gone on to bring in the Mandela governor. So I see that UDA is trying to shape country to be a de facto one-party state. We don't want that to be the case. Believe you me, it's not a good place to be. So it is in the best interest of any democratic person, any democracy-loving person in this house today to come and stand and say, we don't want William Ruto to turn the country to a one-party state. You just can't buy opposition like that. Just because you have money, you shouldn't go around and use it like that. That is us selling our democracy. And I've seen Elijah Arapche Poson come here and share his sentiments, very tribalist sentiments. I don't know, we do go to school, but do we get educated? Who can go to school in this day and age and still have such, I wouldn't call them primitive, but a little bit backward sentiments? Lastly, it's just an encouragement that we have a precedence, we have a precedence, and I think our judges, our good judges, will be emboldened by that precedence and will have a good ruling in our favor. Thank you.
Stone PK na Dagi, who came first? Sikumbuki hapo.
Douglas was supposed to. Jack just dropped up. I think it's Douglas now.
Okay, maybe before Douglas, naona Papa anataka kusema kitu. Maybe Papa can say in 1 minute, then Dagi akuja. From Dagi Stone, then from Stone, Ricky achukue.
Yeah, I will not even take a minute. One thing I want to encourage Azimio supporters. I really don't. I'm not shaken by the likes of Ali Roba trying to lean towards Kenya Kwanza or UDA. Ali Roba has his own problems, and anybody who has followed the history of Ali Roba, he has numerous cases with of corruption cases with the EACC, and that is a man who's trying to clutch onto straws for survival. But And if all goes well, that guy would be out of that position and somebody else would be elected, because the cases are watertight. So it's just a matter of time. He's somebody who's trying to seek refuge. So we can understand what he's still thinking that the government will be a William Ruto government. I don't know what will happen if that does not happen.
Okay, maybe Papa, to confirm something. You have also to understand the perception of those governors and some of the senators who come from the northeastern region. They usually have that perception that I'm just saying a perception. They always want to be where they think the government might be. So it could be an insinuation that they think UDA is the one which is going to form the government and they want to be there. I have tried to analyze those people, especially from those counties which feel they are marginalized. They always want to be on the government side. I don't know. I think they think if they're on the government side, in case of drought and other things, there are some benefits which they can get. So they don't want, I think they don't want to gamble. So they kind of like to be on the government side. So for now, they think UDA is going to form the government, and that's why they are going there in panic. I hope still our parties hold. We are having a majority, but if we start dissociating that way, now even when we go for these elections, the speaker and the rest, we might get squared off. So I hope our parties still hold, because I know coalition has its own complexity, and I know still Mr. Ruto will still want to buy. Actually, what he is buying, he is not buying these people. He is buying perception, because he wants to show the country that majority of the country want to go to his direction, and he want to build some confidence. So that's what you want to build some confidence to the Kenyans. Even if he was a minority, he is trying to buy confidence from Kenyans. And also, he is also trying to fight a psychological war. He is fighting a Azimio psychological war. You people, you are now weak. You don't have people. Even all MPs have gone. It's a way of frustrating people. He is trying to frustrate people. That's why I'm calling for all our partners, because we have many political parties. They still hold on. We still had a good manifesto. We had good ideas in Azimio, and I wish they hold until we pursue this Supreme Court issue. If they will be dissatisfied on how we will handle the case, they are free to go if they want. But at least they should not just lose hope minutes after an election which was not conclusive. Douglas, go ahead.
I like to say hello to everyone. I hope you're well. Hope you had a good day. What I'd like to say is this. Anybody who has doubts, or anybody who's coming here with so much doubt, I would like to tell them that they need to understand that the truth stands even if people lie all the time. There used to be a Bible story where there was a lady who stole a baby from another lady, and insisted that the baby is hers. And it was noted that the baby is not hers, but she insisted until she was told, "Can you split this baby in two so that both of you can at least have a share of the baby?" And the lady said, "Yes, okay, we can split into two." And that's when it was found out that this is not your baby, because if you're a mother, you cannot even think of doing that. And this is the same case with this case that is going to the Supreme Court. When you stand by the truth, when you know that you have a case, first of all, you have no business going to the Supreme Court if you don't have a case, because you're going to be embarrassing yourself, you're going to be wasting your time and resources and money. If you're taking a case to the Supreme Court, you have evidence that you know can actually be able to be used in the court to make a decision that actually impacts the whole process of this election. So it is right to go to court. The whole perception of, oh, do we have enough evidence? Oh, is there enough evidence from this team? That is not the issue. If their lawyers are ready to go to court, let them go to court. Let the Kenyan people listen and hear and be provided evidence of exactly what transpired in that election. Some of the things that happened, we don't know. We might be shocked. We might be shocked even the processes that were used to come up with these results. So my thing is, the case should go to court. Let the Kenyan people listen. And I hope that these judges, just like you said, whether they are morally upright or not, the evidence speaks for itself. You understand? Even if all the judges are corrupt over there, if the evidence speaks for itself, the evidence speaks for itself. And a decision will be made. So that is a process that we have to go through, because that is part of the law. You can't just sit down and say, oh, I give up, I'm not doing anything. Oh, no, 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 no. And just like Azimio Parachute, I don't know, is that Njiro or something? There's a game of perception that is being played. And this is what happens when you play your cards way too early, whereby people are running around, defecting, going here, and that is a perception game. It's part of politics. Don't be fooled by that. Yeah? If you're a person who's easily influenced by such acts or seeing such things, and then you go like, oh, it looks like it is a game of perception. Oh, it looks like everybody is running there. It looks like it's legitimate. Oh man, everybody's going. Oh, no majority. It doesn't matter. If you play your cards early, in fact, this is another thing. This is another expose that actually shows that our politicians don't have any principles at all. They lack principles. They lack any ideology. Because if you're an independent candidate or you're a candidate from another party, you can work with the government that has been elected, and you can also work with opposition, so long as you're fighting for things that benefit Kenyans. It doesn't mean that you always have to run and join this party or run and join here. No, you can work and stand with the ideologies and work with both parties or different parties in order to achieve a certain goal that actually works to your ideology. This speaks very clearly and fluently that most of our politicians, they lack principles and ideology. They just want to be in government so that they can be able to actually benefit from the resources that and favors that come with that. And that is what is taking our country down. And that is what has always been taking our country down. So for me, I support the court case. Let it go to court. The evidence, I am not speaking on it. We shall see it and hear it. And we shall make our own judgments. And then we shall wait for the judgments of the Supreme Court. But all I know is due process has to take place before one is sworn in as the President of the Republic of Kenya. And if it's proven in court that this side is right and this side is wrong, or this side is right and this side is wrong, then we shall know. Thank you.
Mr. Stone?
Thank you, Bwana Azimio Parachute, aka Njiri, moderator, Richi, Nakiadi, Bob Papa, Bob Idi, Kikibo, Nyumba, Nigeria, Uganda,
Stone PK.
Am I okay now? Yeah, I had greeted those guys up there. Njiru, G, Bob, Papa na Daudi. Nyumba nimesema ukikamua maziwa usimalize. We need a lot of tea this time around. Manake we are weary. Brother Douglas, thank you so much for your continued, very eloquent and articulate, to the point kind of a contribution. I really like that. Voice, I always like seeing you. You are the voice of tenacity. You are giving Azimio tenacity so that at least tusivunjike moyo. Na kijiko cha jikoni kinaambiwa akiogopi moto. Huo wimbo lazima tucheze leo Makiadi. Tusianze kutoroka. Kijiko cha jikoni akiogopi moto. Azimio ni kijiko cha jikoni. We wanted to cook food for people. We can't give up. And in fact, I have a proposal that I would make to the panel and our platform at large. We are being lured into a lot of abracadabra, a lot of nonsense by these guys who come here, like entertaining what this guy came here telling us about Kalenjin and all that. I mean, that is silly. That is really, let me use a harsh word. It is stupid for you to come talking of a tribe. We are 54 men. We can all gang against them. And I don't want to go there. That guy is, sorry to say, is an idiot. You cannot come. There is no one tribe that owns this country called Kenya. That nobody should, in fact, whoever was moderating should have muted that guy, throw him out, because that's garbage. Wacha aende kwa Cast FM, zile zao huko. It is wrong to use this platform, which is global, to come and pronounce those very primitive, I'll use that term, very primitive sentiments. Yeah, you are telling us how warrior you are. We are all warriors in our own right. And then we can decide everyone to take his etumo. Kila mtu ana etumo yake, mwingine ana sword, mwingine ana kila kitu. Then we go, tuseme katambe. Then we see who wins. That's not the approach. We should condemn that with the very, very highest words that we can have and shun that guy into the garbage. Never. There is no question of saying people have right to say what they want anytime they want. Some of these things is not what we are supposed to encourage. I'm sorry about that. I want to begin my submission by saying, how do we beat perception? Because I see people are really worried about perception. Sometimes we are taking 1 hour discussing about perception. I tend to think we should learn from our leaders. We should observe the body language of our leaders, and that should give us confidence. The way we supported them from day one, the way we had a lot of confidence in Martha, confidence in Baba. Why are we wavering? Kwa sababu umeambiwa Stone PK sasa amedefect, alikuwa governor huko mbele, sasa amekuwa, then you start shaking. Perception is given a knockout by silence. Ukinyamaza, perception inazama. And that is what Azimio headwinds are doing. Hiyo silence inatusumbua hata sisi wafuasi wake. You should not. Ukiona mzee wa nyumba amenyamaza, si dwanzi, mtaani tulikuwa tunasema dwanzi ama zuzu. Si dwanzi. Ukiona Buddha amekam home na ananyamaza, unamuuliza dadi kuko aje, anasema ngojeni tu. Ama anawafanyia hivi. Tulizeni boli. That is a bomb cooking. And you preempt him by trying to start, guessing. Oh, lazima awe amejam. Oh, lazima ameplani hivi. Sisi, in fact, I would plead by the end of my submission that can we let it be? Can we support the silence, which is so loud? Can we just say whatever that silence is all about, whatever it will bring, that's what we are going to take. So for us to beat that perception, don't engage. These are my side shows. This time it's going to do X, Y, Z. We know KK very well. Why are we dancing to their tune? Their tuneless tune. Yeah. So basically, I say let's support silence, and the silence is heavy, and the truth is always, by the way, very silent. The truth does not go, payukering, because it walks and you can see, oh, this is truth walking. The other day I gave the example of a lion. The lion does not go into telling people, I'm the lion, I'm this and that. Yeah, we let that silence go. Now, to support silence or to strengthen silence so that silence achieves victory, it has to be lay. It has to be in its simplest form, laymanship. Yani ile urahisi wa ajabu, like what you saw at Bomas. Pale hakukuwa science. Na hata ukiona kitu mtu anaiba, akuaje? Ukiingia kwako nyumbani ulikuwa na mbuzi 10 na unakuta fence imevunjwa. Then you count 1 2 3 4, unakuta mbuzi ni 9, fence imevunjwa, imeibwa. Do you need forensic kuangalia ama mbuzi iliibiwa? It is simple. Unajua mbuzi imeibiwa, you start now the launch in the village to see, you know, footmarks where the mbuzi could have been taken. I've given that very layman example. So for us, with this silence, we have to be very lay and simple. And that is where we were beaten by UDA. When you are lay, umekuwa umtaani. Kama ni mbaya, unaiattack mbaya. When somebody goes lay, na wewe unakuwa modest. Ati unavaa suti. Jamaa amekuja amevaa jacket, anakuambia bro, tuende, tulimane. Wewe unaanza kufungua tai, na ati unatafuta mahali ya kuhang, suti sijui uhang. Jamaa atakuwa amekulima ngumi kama 5. That is the blunder we did, but we have learned. Sasa sisi tunafungua viatu pia, and that is why you see we are silent. Kile tutatoa, it doesn't matter, and that's why I would discourage people now to start even discussing about Supreme, the case we are going to present. We have no idea. None of us 10 here, I think we are 10 or 9. Hakuna mtu ana idea at all of what is going to be presented. So we are wasting time, and we are raising tempers. Because we have absolutely zero information. What do you think? We are talking about the percentage that this lady said. You have to itakuwa one of the points, by the way. You know that. So what we are laying out, saying we are laying our hands on, we are basing it on what we saw on TV and all that. They are the technical people. Watu wanachimbua mambo. Sasa sisi tuache hiyo, hata for the next many days, Bwana Makiadi tuje hapa tutafute ma redemption songs, tuonyeshe how people have built revolution, how people have prepared in case there are injustice too much. I would want Mutembei to go that way for 1 week. We sharpen each other, because some people, they even they don't like looking at clips or, movies that show when people are too much oppressed and they unite. For me, I watch those kind of things, because when you see a mass coming up, a mass arising, however you may condemn it, it is unconstitutional. The constitution is made for the people, by the people. This is where Kenya has gone wrong. Constitution is garbage. If it is not serving you, it's nonsense. You can pick it and drop it into the takataka. You can shred it. It's just a mere paper. It's a document people created, then people infiltrated it with selfish things. In fact, it's not perfect, because people did not make it for Kenya as such. People are making it individually. What can Stone PK gain when he has this? We were not making it for Kenyans. And that's why you see it's being violated left, right, and center. What Ruto did while we were seated here as Azimio na masuti zetu, tukingojea ati haki itendeke, tulipigwa mwereka. Na jamaa anakupiga mwereka, kumbe alikuwa amekuwekea mtu mwingine akakugonga hivi, ukiangalia amekupika ngumi ikakuwa knockout. That is what I'm calling, we have to go lay. Sasa tufungue viatu, and we should be ready for, inaitwa dirty game. We have to go dirty. We have to show people we can go dirty. Kama umezaliwa mahali kama Nairobi Eastland, you know what that meant. We used to have gangs. Gangs zilikuwa tunapigana mpaka na polisi. Askari akija analeta ujinga, tunamzingira, tunampiga tu, and it is not allowed constitutional. But kama amepiga vijana wetu bure, anakuja anatuonea, we are there playing our ball, tunashikwa ati kina mama zetu wakatoe hongo. We revolted, and it changed. We would even riot, and an OCPD is transferred. That is the power of the people. But if you say, crown, huwezi kupoint crown, this guy comes, he tells you have nothing. Anakuambia simama hapa, unaenda wapi? Ni saa moja umetumwa na mama yako kununua mafuta ya taa. Unaambiwa ati wewe ni vagabond. Those of you who are a little bit older, you know that nonsense rule, which was that you are loitering, you are vagabond, and you know where you are going, and it's your country. Anyway, what I'm saying, my good people, is that sasa to engage vitu viwili, hiyo silence na tuende crude in whichever way. Okay? And what is building up is not freedom that is coming tomorrow. That is not the song now. It is the revolution is coming tomorrow. We like it or we don't like it. Revolution is boiling, it's cooking, and it's just waiting to see whether it will be given a chance. And to hold it from erupting is by doing what is necessary. And the people know what is the right thing to do. Everyone knows right now in Kenya. Wacha hii UDA mayelo wanakuja kukuambia hii ukuzukuzi. They know, even them, they know what they did. Ni kama mwizi unatafuta baisikeli yako mtaani na anajua ameweka chini ya kitanda. Ukipitia karibu kwake anaanza kunini kutoa fujo. Mtu asipitie hapa karibu na mimi. They know. Even if they manage to keep it, they will always know, and you will see how threatening, how they will do it. And the worst of it is that they will be so bad to make sure they keep it forever. Like what that guy has come telling you. Oh, Kalenjin, once we get it, we never let it go. It is true. Because they use what I've said, layman, hakuna cha sheria. Every day they change sheria for them to justify. Because you want a paper to say that Ruto should be there for 20 years. You will buy MPs, they will pass it. You learn from Uganda, for example. Passing a law so that you have a lifetime president, it takes 30 minutes. And you don't have to have the eyes. The names will be given. So basically, we are doomed unless we counter this in the most unorthodox way. Ruto gets it, prepare for Ruto. Some of us will see him until we die. You know, those of us who are over 50 years. So once he gets it, Kwisha, we just say bye-bye to Kenya. You know, our children will also suffer because until he dies, he will have to die on that seat, and that you can take to the back. And that is what we will do. Thank you very much. I'll come back again, Makiad.
Okay, sijui kama mnanisikia vizuri. Let me first of all say hi to you all. Kawaida wale wengine walikuwa wanasema kioski itafungwa, sisi tunaendelea kufungua kiosk. And I'm happy to see you all. Bob Papazimio, welcome back. Daudi, Voice, Dan, Nyumba, Stone BK, Douglas, na Nona Njiru ametuachia kiti hapo. But it is good, it is good. I think I just want to make a few comments on what was happening here today earlier. I felt like coming in the studio and throwing everybody out na tufunge studio. Tuseme tutakutana kesho kwa sababu I think there was so much negative energy here. Negative. And I think the last thing we need right now is negative energy. We saw a process that was full of fraud. We were told to accept and move on or go to the courts. We decided not to accept and move on. We decided we are going to the courts. Now, you are following us to the courts and telling us that if you don't file a watertight case, watertight, sijui watertight unamaanisha nini, and you are not even a judge or a lawyer. If you don't file a watertight case, hii kesi yako itatupwa nje. Then, wewe mwenyewe ndio umekuja kutuambia hapa, follow the constitution. The constitution says that if you don't agree with the results, go to the Supreme Court. And that is what Azimio has decided to do. It's like mtu anakuja kuiba kwako, anatoka na TV, alafu anakuambia enda ukaripoti kwa polisi, hakuna kitu ndafanyiwa. Unaenda kwa polisi unaripoti, anakuja anashikwa. Sema hata nikishikwa, ukiandika statement, hakuna kitu itafanyiwa. Unaandikisha statement, anapelekwa kotini. Hata ukinipeleka kotini, hakuna kitu nitafanyiwa. Judge anamwambia uliba TV, ulipatikana na TV, ndakuweka ndani. Finally, ina rain upon that person ya kwamba alipatikana na makosa, ameshtakiwa na anaenda kufungwa, ndio anagundua wala kumbe hiki kitu ilikuwa serious. So if Azimio has decided to go to court, guys in the comment section ambayo mnatuambia hatuna kesi, give us a break, man. Give us a break. Don't bring negative energy here. If the court is open to listening to us, hata kama tutaenda na hiyo kesi yenye unasema si watertight. Why is it your business? You are not a judge of the Supreme Court. There are professionals there. Wewe hujaikalia bench yoyote ukajua vile kesi inaamuliwa ndio ujue kama hii kesi itakuwa watertight ama how do you even know how to leverage the evidence? And there's no evidence that has been shown. Hujaambiwa ni kesi gani inaenda. Watu wanatuambia msiende na hiyo kitu ya 0.01, hiyo itatupwa nje stage. My friend, wewe si judge. Hao watu wenye wanaenda present hii kesi pale ni watu wamesomea law. Some of them have PhDs in law. The likes of Otiende Amolo, they know what they are going to do. They did it last time and they succeeded in 2017. Give us a break. This is 2022. The situation is different. They know what evidence will prove. They know what evidence is watertight. And so don't bring that negative energy to us here. People are saying, we can sense the government is going to this direction. I mean, come on, man. Come on. Even if William Ruto buys everybody, na Babu Owino abaki peke yake opposition, yeye ndiye atakuwa opposition. And I'm so happy because watu wanasema hii serikali sasa inaenda kuwa kubwa, we are going to have a majority. Ni sawa sawa. You should be asking yourself how a tyrant is made. And a tyrant is made by killing dissent. A tyrant is made by buying everybody so that they can worship him. He will take over the legislature. He'll take over the judiciary. He'll take over all the forces, the police force, the military, everything, so that akisema kitu watu wanapiga makofi. We have been here. We've been there. We've seen this. Unajua wengine wetu hapa wanakujanga hapa kwa show wanapiga kelele na wakuona vile Moi alikuwa na rule nchi. Some of us hapa, Nyumba will tell you. Na wengine hapa kina Bob hapa, Douglas, they'll tell you. Maggie, tuliona, I was there. Mi niliona vile Moi alikuwa anafanya kazi. I saw the way Moi alikuwa akisimama tu, watu wanapiga makofi. Hata hajasema anything. Saa 7 ukifungua tu radio KBC namna hii, inaanza mtukufu rais, mtukufu rais, mtukufu rais, mtukufu rais, mpaka siku inaisha saa 1, mtukufu rais. Kwa sababu walikuwa wamekill all dissent until mzee mwenye mnasema aende nyumbani akaamua kuingia KANU na akatoka na kila mtu. Hiyo ndio kitu iliangusha Moi na tukapata democracy. Hakuna wakati ungeongea kitu. Hakuna wakati ungeongea kitu. Kwa sababu Moi had a way of making everybody obey him forcefully. So ekuja hapa unatuambia Richi Makiadi peleka machungu kwenyu, kwani Uhuru didn't do the same, tuache please. Come on, you are not even supposed to be here. Kama unaona tunaongea na machungu, weenda ukalale bana. We are not forcing you to be here, and we will repeat again. Bring your negative energy hapa kwa comment section, tunakuuma block. Hiyo ndio kazi tutakuwa tunafanya. We have tolerated here for so long. Wacha tuende tukapresent kesi yetu, mkitushinda na evidence tuta-agree, alafu mform government. But that is our right. It is our constitutional right to go to court to protest an unfair election, and we will do that. When you see people being bought, let them go. I mean, let them go. The mandate was given to them by the people. If there will be a rerun, Raila Odinga will go to talk to the people. We have seen this script again. It happened in 2017. When the election was nullified, Uhuru Kenyatta, William Ruto did exactly the same thing. They went for the people who they felt were weak, the people who had exhausted their finances doing campaigns. They paid them, and then they went around the country campaigning. And we are seeing the same with William Ruto. That is why I believe William Ruto did not win this election, because he knows what is coming, and we are going to give him what is coming. People are saying, si lazima. It's okay. But this thing, I've sat down and I thought about this, and I felt like if the Supreme Court does not speak about these issues of the election, then it means 2027, do not even go to vote. Do not even prepare to go for an election, because there will be no election. Hakutakuwa na uchaguzi. 2032 itakuwa kurudishiana mkono yenye tumeambiwa tuko na deni, mturudishie deni yetu. Watapeana namna hiyo, alipe deni pande ile nyingine, huyo naye ende miaka ingine 10 arudishe mkono. Ni madeni tu itakuwa inalipwa. na hakuna maendeleo itafanyika kwa nchi yetu. Why? Because there is no opportunity for you to question your leaders, and the only way you question your leaders is through the ballot. If you let that power be taken away from you, then we don't have a country. Mimi nimemaliza. I think Nyumba, you should be next.
Thank you, Bwana Makiadi, and the other panelists. I greet you, all of you. Msalimike. Na kama mzee, I follow advice very fast. Naona Azimio Parachute kwa nyuma ya curtain, ako somewhere, Stone PK pia, ako elsewhere. I've already taken Stone PK's advice to be silent, so I'm going to be silent on Makiadi. I'm not going to say anything. I think you allow for that in the advice, but I only say one or two things. That Bwana Makiadi, let me give a very simple example here. Many years back, I had a tractor and it had a plow. The tractor is the model international, zile za zamani sana. So wenye walikuwa wakifanya hiyo kazi ya kulimia watu na hiyo tractor, my relatives, and tractor inamaliza mafuta, alafu mmoja wao nampatia pesa aende anunue mafuta. The only good thing, diesel, that is, diesel. Somewhere you call it gas in those countries of yours. So anaenda kununua diesel. So anunui diesel ya kutosha, anachukua pesa karibu zote, anunua diesel kidogo sana. Inakuja inaweka kwa hiyo tractor na inaendelea kulima. But within a few trips, 1 or 2 kuzunguka, hiyo diesel tena imeisha. Now I was wondering either tractor imemwaga diesel ama walipouziwa huko alidanganywa akauziwa diesel kidogo. I go to the petrol station or the gas station, and those people knew, at least they knew each other. Naambia hapana, yule kijana ametoka hapa amenunua diesel ya hii pesa kidogo sana, okay. Then I go back and I say, this is a relative actually. Mwambie imefanyika hivi na hivi. Hukununua diesel yenye nilikuwa nimekuambia, uliiba diesel. Oh my God. The young man was so mad with me for having caught him stealing my diesel. He was furious. Lipa mimi mara moja, niwachane na hii kazi yako. I did that. Instead of even sorry, I would have forgiven him. This is a relative actually. See? So I'm trying to follow what Makiadi have said. When you catch somebody and that somebody start to become a nuisance like they would now, telling us even going to court is useless and all that. That I'm giving that analogy of my relative who got so mad after being caught having stolen diesel. I'd send him for my tractor. Okay, so you see, human beings are very funny. Had he said sorry, uncle umenishika, ni makosa nimefanya, I would have forgiven na tuendelee. Now Ahmad, nanko bana, lipa mimi mara moja, unanikosa na nimuta unaniiba. So Huda is behaving similarly actually. Of course, they are becoming very angry with us. Now, PK, that you are there, I said I took your advice as a mzee. I talk very little, so that, you know, by not talking, I'm also talking a lot by not talking, you know. There's a lot of talking behind that, silence. I would also advise here that as much as we have been talking on this panel is made of very educated people, very informed people. And I'm afraid you people take this from me. Some of the information we are giving out here is helpful to the other side. They are going to gain out of this panel to defend themselves. Because the arguments that are here, actually they are very valid. And even the discussions and advice being given here is going to be used against us in the Court of Appeal, in the Supreme Court, that is. I rest my case there. I hope somebody understands. When you are coming here very truthful and also defending, you're also giving a weapon or some material to the other side. So I mean, like somebody said here, we should just discuss your own things. This is postmortem. We do our own thing, not advising the other side unknowingly. When I come and argue very properly, I argue here very properly here. Those guys are listening, and they are within us also here. We are giving matters to go and in the Supreme Court defend themselves. Always when we are contributing, think about that. Yeah, you're arming them instead of disarming them. Thank you. Let me stop there for tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Nyomba. But also on that point, you should also ask yourself why they are coming to listen to us. Is it because they have nothing to do? Is it because they don't have ideas?
Makiadi, it's because of the same thing I've given of my young, actually it's a nephew who stole diesel from me. When I caught him, he was very angry with me, having caught him. So I should not have caught him, having stolen diesel from me. It's the same. These guys, they know what they have done. So they are behaving in a similar manner as that young man did many years back.
Yeah. And so what I want to say is this. When you come here, we talk facts, we talk the truth. There's no way you can dispute the truth. People are here struggling to listen to the truth. It is so sweet to us, it is so bitter to them, and that is why you see all this hula baloo, people coming here to throw tantrums and all that, telling us when they get this seat, they can never let it go. My friend, you can have that certificate in your hands and not be sworn in by as a president of the Republic of Kenya. It has happened in many countries. Don't come here to scare us, because we are not here to be scared. If you got that thing in the right way, then it is yours. Nobody will dispute that. Nobody will take it away from you. Don't come here to tell us that sijui akina nani wakishika hiyo kitu huwezi wanyang'anya. My friend.
Bwana Makiadi, I agree with you. And that's why I said the other day, of course, it was gazetted by one Chebukati, but there's also the word degazettement. D-E gazettement. Okay. And it has been done elsewhere. It can also be done in Kenya, and it will be done in Kenya. Thank you.
Yeah, you know, the gazettement has happened. Abduba Dida was gazetted as some, I can't remember the post he was given. And before the end of the day, he was degazetted, and he never saw that. So we will always come here to speak the truth. Every day. Every day. We ukitaka kuja kutumia bundles zako, subscribe hapo kwa Motembei, kuwa member, usupport channel. Kututusi sisi tutafurahia kusikia matusi yako, lakini kaa hapo utuongezee views. We will always come here to speak the truth. And nyoba mnasemanga tutirago wagoa. We atulegezi. We have been here. We told you we'll be here hata baada ya election, and we are still here. Douglas, 1 minute alafu tuende kwa Dan.
Yeah, nilikuwa nataka kusema nyumba, wanaume usimama, na ukisimama unasimama imara, na unasimama vizuri wa kuangalie. You cannot be afraid of talking about the truth. If we are talking about ducks, let the ducks be counted. You cannot be like, we go to court and you say the ducks are not ducks, they're chicken. No, facts cannot be disputed. We don't know what will be presented in court. Even us here, we don't know. Even there's some people who are next, even to the Azimio people, and they don't know what will be presented to court, because this has to be classified. It cannot just be presented anyhow. So as we are talking about issues that are constitutional, we are talking about things that we see, we've observed. We are talking about experience. We're talking about the past. Because there are so many, just like Richie was saying, there are so many young people here who don't know what a one-party state is. And they're busy cheering on a one-party state coming back. Because they were not there in Moi's era. They only know Kibaki and Uhuru and yeah. So whatever we are talking about here, it has nothing to do with helping them to do this and that. They've already played their game. We are playing ours, and we are waiting for the law to take its course. The evidence when it's presented.
Thank you, Douglas. I've understood you, please. Wana Douglas and Mr. Makiadi is like you have not understood me fully. I think some in the panel will understand me or have already understood me. I said this, and I'm repeating. Of course, we are factual, agreed. And we are so factual that we are so right, agreed. Once you are so factual and so right, and that somebody who on the other side, I've argued my point, you're also giving room to go and do more research on those lines that you have already been factual and truthful. Actually, something that you two people are not catching exactly the way I'm saying. Not that I'm afraid. At my age, I can't be afraid of anything. But I'm saying sometimes you're doing the right thing. It has happened to me in life that now you are giving the very much truth. Sometimes you hide. You put your knife behind your back here so that other person is not seeing it. But when you are showing truthful, so much of it, 100% is not right, actually. Sometimes you should be hiding as a bit also. You become also a tricky person, okay? That's life. So, Douglas, I agree totally what you are doing here in that we are so factual and so truthful. Life is not like that. You should also be a bit whatever. I will put my case. I'm not going to talk more about that. I can see there's a point I was trying to put in. It has not come very clearly. Like now, Douglas, you think I'm afraid of talking. No. I'm saying, why should I expose all the truth I know within myself to my enemy? No, I don't. I hide it from him until the right moment comes. Thank you.
Okay, let me move on to Dan. But before that, I have 1 minute video here. And I think this is relevant to what we are talking about. I'll play this several times so that people can understand where we are coming from.
A polling booth.
Yes.
You're given 6 ballot papers.
Yes.
So you decide, as you may decide,
yes,
that you'll only vote for a presidential candidate.
Correct.
That leaves you with 5.
Yes.
Those 5
yes.
are not stray.
No.
They are unused.
Yes.
You've been given 6,
yes,
but you have elected to use only 1.
Yes.
That leaves you with 5.
Yes.
What we are asking,
yes,
where do those 5 go? How are they accounted for? It's a simple question.
Oh, yes.
They're not stray.
No, they're not stray.
They can only be stray if they have found themselves through in the wrong ballot box.
And that's the point.
Okay. So they're not stray. So you still remain with 5.
Yes.
Where do you put them? You carry them away?
No.
How are they accounted for?
No, and that's the point I'm making. You vote. You vote for 1, and vote for the 2nd, and vote for the 3rd. You have 6. Yes.
Yes, my lord. Please cut me along.
Nyomba, you see how
Danny,
facts...
Bwana Makiadi, I've been a presiding officer twice, way back in the 1980s and 90s. Once in Nakuru, when the DC was one John Anguka, who ran out to America after they killed Ouko. And also I was a presiding officer. Those times I was a civil servant. The presiding officer or returned, we were civil servants, okay? And I also did one in Samburu when I was working there. So that question, these things are so clear. There's no way you can enter there and you are given only 1 ballot for the presidents only. No, you are given the 6, okay? And you can see even that Wakili was totally defeated to answer that. What do you do with the other 5? You can't put them in their pocket. No, you can't walk out with them. That's the property of the IEBC. You have to do something with them. Even if you put all of them in one box or whatever, they're accountable documents. I repeat, you are given 6. There's no you can be given 2 or 3. 6, all the posts, all the elective posts. So it's as simple as that. You can see that Wakili was trying to go around it because he wanted to cheat, but it's not possible. Thank you for that.
Dan, wacha kwanza nipatie Dan alafu takuja kwako Daudi. Dan.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, people. I think here it's morning. I don't know what the times are there. I think I want to say that I think UDA people are now discovering that still waters are very unpredictable and very dangerous. Now that everybody is quiet and we are playing our cards close to our chests, I think that is really irritating them. such that they've gone back to court of public opinion. And I think they're trying to push this narrative of accept and move on. I think we need to remain strong, and we need to remain objective as the Neo people, and don't allow these people to get to us. They are now telling us to accept and move on. There's nothing like accepting and move on. Just because that Baba has lost 5 elections, so they're saying that they're getting tired of, he's gonna lose again. He's gonna lose again and again. There's no problem with that. We're gonna lose and lose and lose until we get justice on our side. And they're saying that once we go back to election, if it becomes that we get a re-election, they're not gonna come in their whole numbers and defeat us embarrassingly. And that's a good thing. I think we invite them. And for us, I think our engine would be a vote against, a protest vote against Chebukati, which will be more fiery than theirs, I think. So what I would say is let them bring it on. So we should stay strong and objective. If we can avoid social media, the better, because everybody in social media, even the lawyers, they're saying we don't have a case because they are scared, because they don't know what we are bringing to them. They don't know the prayers that we will be seeking. Is it a rerun? Is it a retally? Is it a nullification? They're not sure. So I think that one is making them very uncomfortable, because we are very unpredictable. I think the biggest mistake we did, we were very predictable in the first phase of election. That's why they beat us. I don't think we are repeating that mistake again, and I think that is making them very uncomfortable. And already somebody said about a tyrant. Already their president is showing signs that he's really a tyrant. 1 minute he says he's gonna let the opposition be strong. Another minute he want to buy everybody. This is very dangerous. I don't know what happened to our people. Sijui nani alituroga. We cannot see this. This guy is taking us to the era even past Moi. Back then, I don't know what happened to us. We just pray to God that everything goes well in the Supreme Court and we are vindicated and given justice. But all in all, we have to remain objective and be blind to people like the guy who came here and started saying that this thing, somebody slept and dreamt that it's gonna remain in the Kalenjin nation for. That is utter stupidity, I think, and it is backwardness. It should not even be coming here. All in all, we have just to have the belief, and I think in the fullness of time, they will come to discover that the God they are saying they were praying is on our side, because we are truthful and we are straight. So yes, I believe we have a watertight case already. That's the reason we are going to Supreme Court. We are not that stupid to take ourselves just to get defeated. And I'm sure even if we lose, we will lose for other reasons, but not for the truth, because sincerely everybody knows that this election was a symbolic. The mistakes are glaring and they're just disturbing. Everybody knows, even a kid can see that this thing was disorganized. So yes, let's remain strong and pray to God that once we go to the Supreme Court, all is going to be well. And the last thing I want to say, people are asking why is Uhuru quiet and all that. I think for me, I want to think now that Uhuru is a very wise man. Uhuru is letting the process play along, so that at the end of the day, he look like someone who respects institutions. He doesn't want to be seen mingling in everything. He let the election roll, and I think even if he's gonna do something, But the perception he's giving us is that he's letting everything roll because he believes in the institutions that are set up by our constitution. So I think it's a good thing. I think that is what is making the UDA people very uncomfortable. The Rigathis are very uncomfortable. They don't know why he's keeping quiet and stuff, which is a good thing. And I think from what I'm seeing, now Azimio are playing strategy, which is a good thing. We're not just going into this thing without strategy and stuff. We are now playing strategy, which is a very good thing. So yes, let's wait and see what's going to happen. But we are hopeful that everything is going to be all right. We are going to get justice for Baba. And we're going to see his presidency pretty soon. Yeah, that's my submission today.
Okay, thank you, Dan. Daudi.
Yeah, I just wanted to say a little bit about that question that Smoking Wanjala was asking the lawyers, and I know I think the other side is going to come prepared on how to answer that question, because that is part of what is really prevalent in these elections. You know, across many counties, there is a disparity between the number of votes cast for the president, presidential candidate, governor, down to MPs. So I think they're going to come and try to answer that question in the sense that somebody can drop that ballot in any other box. So it could find itself in, I mean, a presidential ballot could find itself in a box of MPs or in the gubernatorial candidates ballot box. So there should be a strategy to counter such arguments. And so there should be somebody who is a mathematical person in the team to say that if the difference is 100,000, yes, so that 100,000 is going to split itself between these other candidates. Is there any statistical possibility of that happening based on the numbers that we see in the other side? And I think the Azimio team should go and crunch their numbers to kick out any possibility of the KK team from making that assumption that the difference went to stray number ballots. So, and I hope maybe IEBC has that tally somewhere. So it's going to be an interesting one, but I hope I have an answer. So just wanted to mention something about that. Thank you.
You know, Daudi, the reason why you're also struggling to explain that video is because you do not have the answers.
No, I do. Look, yes, Smoking Wanjala said, if they are not stray ballots, where do they go? But I'm saying that the KK team will come and try to convince us that the difference is consumed in the stray ballots for the other position. And so that's why, as a strategy, I mean, the Azimio team should have a mathematical way of countering that argument. If one, yeah.
Oh, okay, let me say something before I give PK. In a minute, PK. You know what we are talking about here, what Smoking Wanjala is asking here, is that you have, let's say you have 4 positions, right, in a polling station. Let's assume we have 4 positions. We have 4 positions in a polling station, 4 seats. And then at the end of the day, if 10 voters go into that polling station to vote, we expect to have a number that is consistent with the number of voters that entered that polling station. That is exactly what Smoking Wanjala is asking.
Yes, but there is a possibility that somebody could, instead of dropping his other ballots in their respective boxes, just drop all of them in one box.
No.
That is possible. That is a possibility.
Daudi, you're missing
It
the
is.
point. Let me give Stone PK first. You're missing the point, Daudi.
Thank you, Makiadi. Daudi is falling in the trap where Kenyans, majority of Kenyans, wasomi wa Kenya tumekuwa, masomo yetu imekuwa inarudi nyuma. We cannot do very simple. It's not even mathematics, it's arithmetic. Makiadi, you gave a very good example. Umesema position. Sorry? Yeah, it's back. Sorry. Umesema position ni 4 kwa mfano. Haya, wale watu wamekuja kupiga kura ni watu 10. Yani let's break it very simple. Hao watu 10 kila mtu ana ballot paper 4 bro.
So Stone PK, ngoja Daudi. Position tumesema ni 4. Watu wamekuja kwa hiyo polling station kupiga kura ni watu ngapi? Ni watu 10. So we are assuming at the end of the day ballot zote ziko kwa hiyo polling station ni ngapi?
Ni
40. It's 40.
Yeah.
It is very simple.
Hakuna hesabu hapa Daudi ati inaweza kuwa hata ikienda stray, bora isiende kwa choo.
Itakuwa 40 at the end of the day.
Hata kwa senator, hata ikitupa kwa MCA itakuwa tu 40.
Itakuwa 40.
That is true. Look, I understand where the judge was coming from, but I'm saying these guys are going to come with a countering explanation, and that's why we should be able.
They can't get it. It's beyond nobody, even at nani, because it's a simple thing. Hakuna.
Daudi, sijui kama umesikia kitu inaitwa logic circuits. Umesikia kitu kama hiyo?
Look, hold on. That's what I did for my undergraduate. So
okay, so you know how logic circuits work. For example, ukiingia kwa gari, gari yako ikiwa designed in the right way, ukikaa kwa kiti, uwakishe gari inafaa kukuambia kwamba ujafunga mshipi kama ujafunga mshipi. It's supposed to indicate ya kwamba ujafunga mshipi. Right?
It's not a logic circuit only. There are other things that come into play. But
no,
yes.
I'm just giving you how logic circuits work. You know, 0 plus 0 is 0. Right? You know how logic circuits work. So what we are saying here is this. At the end of the day, if we have 4 positions and 10 voters walking into that polling station, we expect when we do our numbers that all the ballot papers, irrespective of where you drop the ballot paper, irrespective, as long as haukutoka kwa hiyo polling station na ballot yako kama umebeba, we should get 10 times 4, which is 40 ballot papers.
But nobody prevents you from walking away with the ballot paper.
It is an offense. It is an offense for you to walk away with a ballot paper.
But nobody, are you sure that they ensure that everybody has left the ballot paper there?
No, it is just like arguing. It's just like arguing, David, nikutane na wewe River Road na gunia ya presidential ballot papers zimemakiwa David pre-marked. Is that not an offense? It is the same thing. If you walk out of a polling station with a ballot paper, you are committing an electoral offense. Douglas.
I think our brother here, Daudi, is now trying to complicate himself, and is getting in his own trap. I think it's been explained very clearly that the number of votes that are cast in there should be the number that are cast in there. If you're given 10 and you're 10 people in there, how much is that? That's 100, right? So you can't come up and tell us you have 80. Where did the others go? And if you actually walk out with anything, that is an offense. And they tell you in advance, this is where you put each and every ballot. And if you put a ballot somewhere and it's not marked or it's bad, it's called it's a cancelled vote. Yeah, and it's accounted for in order to make sure that the balance is right. So I don't know what, Daudi, you're trying to say, but We don't need that right now. I don't think that is helpful in our arguments or in whatever we're trying to talk about. I think we should actually, talk about something else.
And also, Daudi, it puzzles me. What is the probability that 10,000 people does the same? They come in, put one ballot paper, and the 5 of them, they go out with it. 10,000 people. One can do it. It's a possibility, maybe. What is the possibility of 10,000 people doing the same thing? Are they computers programmed to do that? Put one and then go with the rest outside? It doesn't add up.
Yes, it is a statistical absurdity for that to happen. But these guys are looking for any loophole. I mean, and it's a possibility. That's why you have to, and when you're designing a system, you have to look at what we call failure modes. So you have to approach this case from every angle. These guys will try to create a loophole. And that's what I'm suggesting. I'm not saying, oh, this is a watertight case. No, it's not. That's the thing. We shouldn't underestimate Kenya Kwanza. And that's where I'm coming from. We've underestimated them before. Underestimating them.
Even if they manipulate the turnout, let's say, for example, even if they manipulate the turnout, as for the presidential favor, they should be accountable also for the other posts. It's gonna be terrible. It's gonna be very, very tight. This is not a very large case we are talking about here. Even if you are trying to argue as a lawyer, those arguments were there, and we have already see them. And what we are saying is that we cannot take ourselves to Supreme Court without able evidence that can prove that we have victory. You get it? So, and I appreciate what just Douglas has just said right now, that we should not even be discussing that right now. That, oh, you see, there is probability of this. And that's also quote with what Mzee Nyumba just said right now here. The science kind of thing that will look like we are foolish. I'm not saying we are, but it's gonna be like, something that is not logic. Let's just be on the side of the truth. I understand that.
Daudi, it's the same way you cannot underestimate the stupidity of a criminal to not only go to steal where there are cameras, but to be also stupid enough to carry his mobile phone and receive even calls from there or receive text messages. The mobile meters over there will indicate how he's been moving. So we don't care even if you hide your face. So long as you're carrying your phone, we will still know where you are. You understand?
It's true.
So that conversation, let's not talk about it. I don't think it's adding any value to the conversation.
Yeah, let me just pick a line from the comment section here. Somebody is saying here that the Supreme Court deals with the presidential votes, which is 34A. So bringing up governor, senator, MCA will not work. You see that kind of argument? That is the kind of argument I'm telling you we will not agree to be drawn in such kind of arguments, because you're telling me about governor, senator, MCA, and all these people are voted for by one person on the same day in the same polling station. So we will not be drawn into that. Getash there, we will not be drawn into that. That is a lame argument. Bob Papa.
I appreciate your sentiments about those lame I mean, the diversionary tactics of UDA. There are certain statements that our data, the Azimio data analyst, when he throws them onto social media, it sends them back, scattering everywhere. There is one statement that he made, and he said simple statistical data, the interpretation of the pattern of the voting pattern that which has been analyzed by Azimio, reveals clear handwork of an evil genius. But it's manipulation at its crudest, very crude. When you're stealing, at least try to be intelligent. But it is so crude that they have been caught pants down. So these are the diversional tactics of UDA is a sign that they are desperate. And it is unfortunate that as our Azimio supporters are a bit, let me call them a bit weak, and they have fallen into that trap. And social media is something that is extremely toxic when you, especially when you are down, whether it is to do with these elections, whether it is to do with your personal life. When you get into social media, you actually can run mad. So that is exactly what UDA wants us to do. They want us to drive us mad, and we should not fall prey for such gimmicks. Those are outdated gimmicks. One should be able to be strong, and our goal is justice. It is not, the issue is not about Baba being president. The issue is about doing what is right for the country. And to try and shove it down our throats that mumechezwa, kubali, that kind of simplistic, nonsensical statements. Kubali, tukubali nini? How do you accept theft? Petty theft. That it is absurd, and we should never fall prey to these guys. Thanks, Makedi.
Makedi, one thing I think I have to thank you, Bob Papa, for that. Thank you so much for how you have put in it. You may wake up person. I think one thing that I agree with the Sipangwingwi man, Sipangwingwi, I think he was very honest, saying that he's the one who made President Uhuru president the second time, because according to the argument, according to that audio that was released, gave me a lot of confidence in Uhuru that man is indeed a statesman, because he was ready to give up the presidency. In the truth, he was ready, according to that those information, he was ready to say, mimi nimekubali tuachie mzee aendelee, tuachie mzee aendelee na sisi tutafute tusonge mbele. But unasikia and then pale William Ruto akasema nilitaka kumpiga kofi. That gave me a lot of confidence in a guy called Uhuru Kenyatta. I respect that man because of that. I think I was made to just hear those statements to have a much confidence. I will live to respect Uhuru because of that. And I think he believed that everything that you are not you are not gaining rightfully, you should not live for it. And I always say that you are once a leader when you have find something that you can die for, but not when you find something that you can live for. It should be a matter of success. Success is not measured by how many things you have done or things, but it should be measured or achieved. It should be measured by what your potential, what God wanted you to achieve. No, truthfully, in a way that is right. That's why I say the word right is a very important word that we confuse, that we try to think that the contrary of right is bad. No, actually the contrary of right is good. It's not everything that is good that is right. And that is what UDA people should understand, that when you stand for the good thing because they perceive that presidency is good, yes, is good, but is it right? Did you get it in the rightful way? I will live to appreciate and to respect Mr. Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta for standing in the right position and in the right stand, and then that's why I will never I call him a leader. That's what makes me call him a leader, true leader, and a true leader, not just a politician.
Okay.
All other guys are politicians for me.
Okay, I just want to project something here, Bob Papa. Hold on. You see, this kind of argument is what I'm telling you. We will not waste time doing this. Huh? This is a person who comes here and wants us to go this route that governors, senators, MPs were announced locally. So they would not. I mean, guys, we have so much to talk about, and we will not waste time here answering these kind of thinking. Let me do this. I think Kuseo is here. One thing I want to note right now, and it's very important that you listen to what Bob Papa is saying. Sometimes when you go to social media, you will lose hope. You will definitely die a slow death because some of the things that are posted there, I'm looking at even the so-called general, Miguna. I'm reading his tweet right now here. He's comparing Martha Koome to Juliana. He's saying Martha Koome is the Juliana Cherere of the Supreme Court. Look at these people who we thought that people who are revolutionaries, people who used to believe in fight for justice, comparing Njoki Ndongo as Irene Masit. I told you, and I'll repeat again, when these people go out the social media to disparage and to actually destroy the image of people, is because they fear the unknown. They know what is coming to hit them. I told you here they will start disparaging the 4 commissioners. That is what they are doing right now. Now, the next thing you will see in the social media in the next few days, and we will be here talking about this, you will look at the character assassination of the judges of the Supreme Court that do not seem to be, quote unquote, friendly to their side. You will see old pictures. You will see that. You'll see old pictures. They have even posted pictures of, I don't know, Joho and Cherera or somewhere in social media. We have seen pictures of Chebukati and William Ruto walking hand in hand. We've never complained about that. We know they are good friends. But all we were fighting for was a just process. We were fighting for a free and fair election. And that is why we are going to the Supreme Court. It doesn't matter if we win or not, as long as their deeds are exposed. That should be our goal. Alex, 1 minute, and then we go to Kuse.
And I totally agree with you going for the moderator. We have a purpose in this channel, and our purpose is very clear. Our purpose is to restore confidence that has been taken away from us because we wasted so much time listening to all these people, not knowing that that was a narrative that they had to discourage us. But when you look at now where they're headed to, someone like Ahmed Nasir, he fears the audit that is being done. If there is any, if they truly want, why do they fear an audit? So I think people like Gitash, if they don't have something to do, let them spare us. Whatever we have, the last bullet to fight for what we know is better. We are not fighting just for ourselves. We are fighting for a generation that we haven't even seen. And we are not going to stop at nothing. That is one thing I am sure. So if you have nothing to do here, allow us to debate and narrate something that we know what we are doing. Thank you very much.
Sasa nataka kusonga kwa Kuse, but you guys mkiinua mkono, I'll give you probably a minute each. Stone PK 1 minute, Bob Papa 1 minute.
Bob, Bob sema alafu nije.
Makiadi, I've just sent you something on your WhatsApp. I don't know whether you can display that just for a minute for the panelists to see something that has just caught my eye. I don't know how true that is. I am not a man of maths. Maybe Kuseo can just give us, because it looks like the 142,000 that the commissioner was talking about, whether it was by design or a mistake, but if you multiply all percentages that presidential candidates got by 142,000 votes, you get their votes, which is very interesting. Thank you.
Come in, please. Good day.
Stone PK, hold on, Daudi.
Yeah, mine was just a small point because I know I'll have a chance to do that. On top of what Ndugu Alex, has said, I think at Azimio we can black out these very, very time-wasting comments from the people like Akina Digetash or whoever it is. Yeah, let's use that time, to really, discuss progressively our issues. Tuchukue tu hao ni wendazimu wanapita outside your like what we do back at home. Mwendazimu anapita karibu na gate yako anapiga nduru. What we say tunasemanga huyo ni yule ndugu ya Stone PK alitoka wazimu. Nobody goes ati mnaacha kuongea family discussion kwa sababu mwendazimu wa area anapiga nduru. Because unajua nduru yake, unamjua ni nani, anaenda wapi, si ati ananyongwa, ni mwendazimu tu anapita akipayuka. Hata akitaja jina yako, nobody opens the gate. Anaweza sema unajua mimi najua hapa watu wanakula nyama na sikuli. You ignore. So what I'm saying is let's ignore these guys. And for me, for example, Stone PK, I never go to social media, especially now, anything to do with Kenya elections today, presidential. I've switched off. I'm focused on listening to the loud silence of my leaders. That is what I'm waiting for. Sasa nina relax, ninangoja hiyo, manake najua kuna kitu inakaa. So the rest of the energy ninatumia mahali ingine, labda naenda mahali napiga ka Guinness kangu kidogo ama ka Fanta kangu. I'm saving my energy to concentrate on and follow up on the bomb that is coming, the build-up that is coming, because we will not sleep. We will be watching this thing and we will be listening. That is where I'm focusing my energy. Then number two, ninaweka extra energy in case that fails. Brothers and sisters, we are going for revolution. This is easy, Siri. Let them know that after this, and the revolution doesn't have to be next week. After the after these guys have pronounced whatever they pronounce, we are building up that energy, and we are moving on. And they should know enough is enough for us. So hakuna ile ati moving on. That phrase we have forgotten, and I want Azimio never to entertain ati accept and move on. Tulichezwa. Hiyo ni ujinga, tuliacha primary school kuchezana. We are not building a country of kuchezana. These guys who talk of kuchezana, they should go and put into the dustbin. Wapelekwe Dandora kule kwa garbage. There are people I even don't read their tweets, like Abdul Nasir. As much as they call him Sijui Mula, Grand Mula, and it's not only this election. He was giving us a lot of nonsense 2017. This will not be that. And it was nullified. And he was there looking very stupid in front of Supreme judges, arguing. By the way, I'm giving you guys some homework. Just go listen to how Grand Mura reasons. Wallahi billahi kesho mtu akuja niambie. Just pick any of the time, like when he's being interviewed by JFK. Just try, concentrate, and then see whether he ever makes sense. Other than just saying, Jubilee won. And we all know what happened. It was just a minute. Thank you, Makiadi.
Yeah, I want us to move on. Daudi Ngoja, Dakamoja. I want to say this. For those people who come here in the comment section, we appreciate your presence here. And please make sure that you subscribe on Motembe TV and become a member, because we want to grow this channel, whether you are UDA or whatever. Kuna membership hapo, unaingia, una-register. Then we appreciate you here. Bora tu sikuje hapa na lugha ya matusi. And we are not here to try and be distracted by what you're saying. Now, Daudi, dakika moja tuende kwa Kuseo.
I have 2 points to make. Point number one, I think we shouldn't underestimate our foes. And as Gitash came here and pointed out that fact that the announcements were made at the constituency level, I think that should be something, that piece of information that should be appreciated and say, okay, we need to collect all that information and have at our disposal when appearing before the Supreme Court. So we shouldn't really dismiss that. We need to make sure that we have all our facts at hand. Number two, in response to Bob's intrigue and kind of, I think is fascinated by numbers there. The approximate total number of votes is 14,200,000. So if you multiply the percentage by 14 million, you would get what the candidates got. It's just that the percentages have been, you don't have the denominator 100 on the other side. So if you remove 100 on the denominator side by canceling it over the 14.2 million, you have 142,000. So there's no superstitious mathematical secret in that. It's just a conversion of the percentage they got, which gives you the total number of votes. I don't think it's any mysterious. Thank you.
So,
Oh yes, good evening. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Richie. Azimio, who is this? Azimio Parachute, Alex, Stony PK, Daudi, Voice of Reason, is it? Voice of Reason, are you asleep? Douglas, Bob, and Dan. Good evening to all of us. It's nice to hear you people again. Today there have been a mix of all manner of opinions and observations and analysis. Now, I think if I remember, I think I heard a little of what Nyumba was talking about. Sometimes, like what tried to happen here yesterday, these ideas of blame games you have to avoid, especially when what you are dealing with is a very serious scheme that started long time ago. And as I had intimated here some time back, these things were all born on this idea of 50-50 kind of governance, or call it presidency. Now, you realize that if you look at the CS level, this 50-50 thing was, if Richie is, we are in 50-50 with Richie, if he brings the PS or the CS, I bring the CS. If you bring the PS, I bring the CS. Now, try and prolate this all along, everywhere. Then you will understand why the DP, I'm sorry to say, would not resign. He had a trail all over the place. The worst affected was actually IEBC. Now, this IEBC is where all these are. Remember, this time okay, you did hear that they were saying that there was no hacking. There was no hacking. Why? Remember when some of the agents were saying that there is a crime scene? It's because the people who are charged for looking or taking care of the sheep were the ones who are busy slaughtering the sheep. So it was that being done by the insiders, and that's why yesterday I told you that most of the people who have been arrested here with these election issues, complaints, and all manner of issues, ask yourself why 60%, 70% of them are all IEBC. So they were committing the offenses against who? It is not a question of, let's say, directly KK committing the offenses against Azimio as such. Of course, that is also there, but would cover the remaining 40%. If 60% is by the umpire, it is a question of a match is fixed and the umpire is the one who is doing all this. Now, the linesmen are just like helping or contradicting, but otherwise, that is how bad things are. Now, if you understand what that is, and now let's narrow down to the elections, the election preparations and what have you. You remember when people, there was this organization, it was what? The preparations committee. You remember how IEBC started playing victim when KK raised up issues. They started playing victim that these people want to manipulate us, they want to take over our job, and they want to rig the elections. So they were all playing victim. Now, imagine they are playing that victim, yet they are the ones controlling IEBC. I don't know whether any of us sees the contradiction. KK are busy on the political front claiming victim, how the election is going to be rigged. All these people, they talked about the Kibichos, the Matiangis, these are deep state. They're trying to interfere with the work of the IEBC. Yet, truth be told, the IEBC was already on their side. And interestingly, the same IEBC, it was difficult for them even to hide that obvious fact. Somebody would think that they would try to play neutral. They didn't care less. It's like they knew they were in charge of everything. Now, for some of us who are bothered to find out what exactly went on during this election, you'll be surprised at what is happening. And that's why I started by saying that what Nyumba was trying to talk about, don't say too much, because if you realize part of the mainstream media, who are definitely on KK side, are trying to front issues to see the reaction of the populace, to see reaction of the other people, to see reactions from the Azimio side. They are testing the waters. And it all started when the DP, after being declared, he didn't go anywhere. He didn't go to current resident this time. He decided to have the interview at Bomas. And for those who were following, it was a very short interview, but he tried to factor or to focus on the issue of trying to say that the elections were very, very transparent. Now, if you listen to what I said yesterday, this transparency was the fact that you can view the Form 34As in the portal. And you were saying that anybody can go to the server, check the portal, and you see the form, and all you need is a calculator. Simple addition. Those were his words. Simple addition. This time round, it's like the idea of open the server should not arise. Now, that is why yesterday I was saying that this was basically a website. A website is not a server. A website is not a server. Now, PK, allow me to, at the expense of repeating myself, to go back to what we are talking about yesterday. What exactly was happening at IEBC, this so-called verification? And remember, from the Maina Kiai case, you cannot change those things. Once they have reached Chebukati's table at Bomas, you can't change them. Even if you have noticed an error, you can't change it. Even Chebukati is helpless about it. Now, Chebukati thought he could take advantage of this to now blacken out all the other commissioners. Now, remember, after blackening the last phase of the tallying, what did he do? He now tried to involve the commissioners when he had arrived at this so-called final figure. Now, in the beginning, during the verification, so many of the discrepancies were highlighted. But because of that Maina case, there was nothing you could do about it. All you can do is pick it up, use it in the next level, if at all you get there. But nevertheless, they needed to be documented and minuted and recorded. That was what was supposed to be done. But during the same verification, some of the commissioners raised it that what about the issues and the discrepancies raised by the other political parties and agents? How can we now go forward and declare what is our, as a plenary now, as commissioners, what do we have to say about the issues which were raised, the discrepancies? He said he will deal with it, according to the press conference I think the commissioners gave. Now, the challenge here is this. Chebukati declared that he will deal with it. The verification was part of the commission, not part of Chebukati's work. As a commissioner, yes. Remember, after the verification, the so-called verification, let's say we are dealing with the Langata Primary School constituency. It is verified, we record all the discrepancies which are there, then everything is noted. Whoever those discrepancies is useful to them can keep them. If they're not useful to you, you can ignore them. Then what do you do from there? That particular constituency has passed the so-called verification. Everything has been verified. If there are errors, they have been recorded. Now it is handed to the a commissioner, you can go and tell them what happened in Langata constituency. Now, they will go and do that. Now, picking from that, you realize that the lawyers in the mainstream media, I'm telling you, are saying that during this thing, nobody complained. Nobody complained. Nobody said anything. Everything was okay. Now, there lies the problem. The fact that the thing has gone through the verification, whatever the discrepancies have been recorded, does not mean that the thing is okay. The public now deserves to be told what the Form 34A is showing. Remember, this recording of discrepancies did not happen in 2017. So at the Supreme Court level, they were unable to say what were the issues in wherever, what were the issues in wherever. Now, this time round, they are there. Now, that brings us now back to the issue of what was happening in the server. Now, remember, the Form 34A is final so long as it has been approved at the polling station level. If there is anything, it's supposed to be raised at the polling station level. If it is not raised, it will be taken that it is okay. Now, one of the original copy is transmitted to the tallying center, the back-end server which the commissioners were talking about, to the server, not the portal. What you are seeing in the portal, Richie had sent you a diagram. I don't know whether Richie is still there. There is a diagram there which gives the flow of how the transmission was taking place. Is Richie very far? Maybe when he comes back, we can come back to it once he has projected it. But nevertheless, remember the Form 34A, from the polling station, it goes to the constituency level, where the returning officer is. The presiding officer will take it there. Now, once the presiding officer takes it there, he is now the one in custody of those Form 34As. Now, what will he do? He will collect all the Form 34As within the constituency and bring up the Form 34B. Now, when he does this, and he goes adding figures, take a figure like 1,150. If he goes there and adds another one in front of the one, you get 11,150. Believe me, that is what will end up in the Form 34B. Never mind that the original at the polling station level had gone to the IEBC back-end server. And that is where it is sitting. Now, these people were so organized in a manner, the schemers, that they would have an idea what has been added where and what has been added where. So at the back end, at the IEBC server, where you had people were saying that this is a crime scene, is because of the deletions and replacement of forms that they had witnessed in the server. That is why the issue of that, the description of crime scene was there. For me, if it was serious that those errors were detected there, and you want to treat it as a crime scene, I'm just praying that I hope they reported to the police so that the changes and what have you can be secured. Now, something else which is so worrying is that for whatever reason, the systems which were used were very familiar to the other side. And some time back, I did say here that during the Kiambaba election, you will be surprised that the system that was used to do the Kiambaba election is the same that was used by IEBC. Now, you realize that once you have this 50-50 government, the existing government, or so to say, the President Uhuru's government, knew that, believed that Azimio had numbers. So you didn't need any monkey business to win. All you need is a clean, transparent, accountable election. Now, little, I don't want to say little, I think they went asleep. They should have known that the other side were busy planning. And apparently, there are rumors that a number of additional ballot papers came into Kenya through Uganda. I do not know where they ended up. But you realize that in a place like Stare, where you got extra ballot papers, ballot boxes being brought in during the counting. You know, before you start counting, normally you must have all the ballot boxes. Now here are some IEBC officials bringing in ballot boxes. I think 3 of them. Now, how do you explain the fact that they were being brought in by policemen? Before they were arrested and taken to Central Police Station, they were being escorted inside. Before the Vijanas, our so-called Jeshi la Baba, refused. The public are the ones who refused. You cannot enter the tallying center with these boxes. So what did they do? They pretended to, I would say, for me, I think they pretended to arrest them, to take them to the so-called Central Police Station. Now, if they were taken there, who witnessed what happened to those boxes? So-called Central Police Station. What happened to the boxes? Of course, the following day, you heard that one of them was released on bail. And he was again thumping chest around.
Kuse, 1 minute. I think Daudi had a point of interjection. I've seen his hand several times up, and I don't know what he wanted to.
I just had it
before you continue.
You can give him a chance.
Just a question to Kuseo. So you said these Form 34As were being changed in real time as the numbers were changing, right?
I don't want to say much, but what I can tell you is that what went into, let's say
Daudi, have you finished the question before?
Okay.
I have another question. So if this Form 34,
can you mute?
If these Form 34As were being updated on the back end of the IEBC, this can be, if we just order an audit, we can find all this monkey business in less than a day. Because ideally, you're only supposed to update that file once. So if they're being changed on a server, all you need to do is just 2 commands and you can see all the changes that were made on any specific file. So you can see time and who changed it.
I fully support and agree with you. You see, the good forms, the original forms, and I'm happy to say that those who have tallied the forms which were transmitted within the polling station counting level status before they even moved ahead to the constituency level, have the form before all these things were done. Remember, once the forms ended up with the arrows were the ones who are pro-KK. They are the ones who are adding these things. And interestingly, you find even that the Wajakoas were also culprits. Sometimes if they don't want to interfere with the turnout, they get votes from Wajakoa, they get it from Baba and put it onto the other side to avoid issues of turnout, disagreeing with the total votes. But once that has been done, now our friends, that's why I was saying this thing was not hacked. It is the same our friends in IEBC who are pro the other side, who are busy. They get information from the ground, from their colleagues who they are colluding
Now, hold there, Kose. And that is the same thing that Stone PK made a noise, I think was on Thursday, in his home constituency, where I think it was flipped. Ruto got 31, Raila got 280 something, and Stone PK came here and was complaining about, and I think he was trying to ask the people of Azimio, what is happening with our agents? Is that not right, Mr. Stone PK?
That's very true. That's very true because
we can't hear you. Your Bluetooth is...
Okay.
Your Bluetooth. Okay.
Yeah, you can hear me now? Yeah, you see, because with such a case, how would you, say, or how would you really argue that 285 was for Baba? You would not. And unfortunately, in that polling station, there was no agent for Baba. Azimio agent was not there. So it's this guy, who is my cousin, that we have fought since childhood. And in fact, if I was to land in Kenya today, I would either kill him or do something very, 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 because, you know, the much effort I put, and then he quashes me because I'm not around, you know, and there he has, anachora ile nini hapo, and his name is there. And I know Baba's vote in my ward. I know Baba's vote in my polling station, the village polling station. I command, I'm the chief there. I'm the one who mobilizes Baba's vote, which I put in a basket. I'm the one who carries them. I don't want to say where I bring them from. Even anybody who is working in Mombasa, I transport. Mandera, I transport. And I always have 300 votes there out of 500 for Baba. It is known. Even Baba himself knows. So I was so bitter that this was allowed. I imagined how many other polling stations that did that simple thing.
So what Stone is saying is actually what Jose is proving, that going to that narrative, that's why Majan was so confident in saying in front of us that the system was never hacked, because there was real-time changing of that. But the good thing, that's why now Dawood is coming in and saying, if the first, not the good ones, as Jose said, the original ones, not the good ones, Jose, the original ones
the
uploaded in the photo.
The original good ones. Remember, by the time they reached the RO, they became the original.
The name
amended.
good is an adverb, is an adjective. So the original one, okay? So the original ones,
Alex, if you
are
say
already
the
in the
original one,
photo.
Alex, just a minute. If you say the original one, remember what the ROs presented to Chebukati at Bomas was the same original. It's just that it had amendments in it. It's still original form. But it is not the initial original.
So, Jose, these Form 34As were supposed to have carbon copies, right?
Yes.
So if you modify, unless, because I mean, this is what I think, when you write everything down, they're supposed to be stripped of the original book so that the carbon copy remains.
Yeah.
So if they had modified the original, the carbon copy should be somewhere where somebody can go back and refer to, unless they also modified the carbon copy.
The carbon copies are with the parties. They are with the Wajakoa, they are with the Baba, they are with the Maura. The carbon copies. Remember, the original form.
Okay, Kuso, wait there. Kuso, wait there, and Daudi. And that's now why we are going back to PK, that we had no agents. How do you prove that? Now that's the question. Can you help us there, Daudi and Kusel?
You see, I can't say outright that there were no agents, because there were also the issues of compromise. I do not know whether you are aware that some of these fellows were getting things you can't believe.
Compromise and remember, is equal to absence.
You remember? Yes?
What I'm saying, Bana Kuseo, what I'm saying, once somebody is compromised, he's no longer yours. So it's the same as absence. Even if he's standing there, he's not yours. Yeah. So with that hope, we want to rely on other areas. Yeah.
If you put it like that, but anyway, let me just continue. So now, Alex, once this form original, the first copy, which everybody took a photograph of, you remember the carbon copies the agents were taking for their file copy, not to transmit. For transmission, they were using the clear copy of the top. And this is at the PO polling station level. Now the PO goes and hands this thing over to the RO. But they have a scheme. He can either know what to add before he hands it over, because he doesn't need the other agents to hand it over, remember? Now, when this RO now is doing is Form 34B,
Now, that's where Kusel, we want you to emphasize. Hand it over to the porthole or now when he has reached. Because when you don't need, now that's where the clarity is. You see, we want to go step by step to understand how we can counter this. And that is why we are here. Now, when you say handing over, can you elaborate on that? When they are not supposed to be with the agents, where are they handing it over to?
They are handed over to the RO. What does the RO do? He will add all of them to get the constituency total.
Okay, Daudi, you have a rebut there. And also...
No, a question again, because, you know, Kusei, you know the ins and outs of this place, and I just want to understand. So copies are given to these two different parties, right?
The carbon copies.
Yes. Now, any change on this carbon copy, because you cannot simultaneously change the different forms.
They don't care about the carbon copy. Remember, these are 47 or 46,000 forms.
Correct.
Now, for you, listen, somebody is not sitting at a table receiving all the forms to verify to see which one is clear, which one is amended or what. The next time they appear to the public is when they appear to Chebukati at Boma.
Correct. And that's what I'm saying. Even if we summon the forms, the same carbon copies from Kenya Kwanza, any changes they could have made in them could be reflected in that, because you can't do the same handwriting two times. So if you get a handwriting forensic analyst, you could always see these things are different. So
something. So some of the arrows who appeared at Bomas appeared with photocopies of the form that I don't even understand. I don't know whether you saw that clip in the news. How did they appear with photocopies?
And that is where now I think that is where now okay, wait.
Just a minute. You see, when you amend a form the way Daudi has suggested, then you go and take a photocopy. You will not tell. The reason why they are giving maybe the first two as original and the others as photocopies, I do not understand. I do not understand why they would accept photocopies.
Okay, because you don't understand, that is where now Stone PK understood, and he made noise earlier about the same. Okay, Stone, can you say what was happening? Because you had brought it earlier to us.
Kuseo, sometimes you puzzle me, honestly. Because sometimes you become so complicated, and that is what is called corruption. I'm not saying you are corrupt. You bring a lot of science where you don't need any simple science. It's like what we have taught Daudi about the vote, the spoiled, the 6 ballot paper. Kuseo, if system becomes complicated, we need to dump it and trash it, and we start afresh. You know, the Supreme says it should be so simple. Kuseo, you are telling us jamaa anakuja na photocopy. Ni wapi imeandikwa mtu akuje na photocopy?
No, I was giving you what I saw on the clip at Bomas.
Thank you. So that's
I'm not saying that they take photocopy. I'm wondering, they were supposed to take originals.
Exactly.
Why they appeared in Bomas with photocopies, I do not know.
So
and just a minute. And at that point, I'm told that Chebukati told all the arrows to leave their forms in a particular place and go home because it was taking so long in the queue.
Okay. So thank you, Kuseo. What I'm trying to put onto this panel, this case is very simple because of such nonsensical. I'm calling it nonsense because Kuseo, you are not understanding it. I'm not understanding it. None of us is understanding. Number one, photocopies. Number two, leave your things here. How can you do that? No, by the way, this case is the easiest of the easiest of the easiest. Tuache kwenda kutafuta matechnicalities zingine. You don't come and start introducing photocopies. Where did you get them?
But you see, Stone PK. On the other hand, we may trash what Kusei is saying, but the reality is they brought those photocopies in with an intention of confusion, and that is why we want to handle that confusion here. because they did not do that unintentionally. It was an intentional thing.
And that's why
we are questioning why was it allowed? Because in the first case, that's a carbon copy that should not be allowed. And Chebukati allows it. And Kuseo is saying that was what was used. Does that mean that we have a case about that? Dawood, you had a point about that.
I mean, if it's only one thing, you know, because usually there are anomalies and just, you know, straight things. But if it is a consistent pattern that could constitute a massive change in results, then that would be an issue. And that's, again, I think it's good to know this information so that these guys do their homework. You know, we can't afford, this is the last bullet. So you do your homework. And that's why I was advocating for not underestimating Kenya Kwanza, because these guys also have a legal team. And for any argument we're making, they have a counter argument. So being prepared is the only way out, doing our homework.
Okay, Kuso, you need to finish your argument there. I think you've been countered several times. You're not been able to finish it. But perhaps because you are too elaborate, you need to shorten it so that we can counter it. Kuseo, you are not finished. You are muted. You are not finished. Kuseo, you are mute.
Maybe we can answer Jasper, who is saying that they postponed KAKAMEGA and MOMBASA was to debunk the argument that you can vote for president alone. But there were MPs that were voted for, so you know it's always easy to.
I don't think we should go answering those guys.
Let me ask you guys. I was listening. I was listening to this conversation for the few minutes that I was away. I mean, are we trying to build a narrative here that will counter what Kenya Kwanza will present in the Supreme Court, or what? Because I'm lost on what we are discussing about. Kuseo is telling us his own stuff. PK is telling us how votes are changed from Raila to because we did not have agents. What are we talking about here? Are we trying to build a case, or what are we doing?
No, I think we are not in disagreement at any point. Kuseo is giving us step to step, and I think they were interjecting to also understand some of the few things they did not get in. And Kuseo at some point was also leaving an open-end question why some of these things were happening and did not understand. And so we were filling in, okay? If we could go on in a progressive way that this is why this was happening. But again, we were also listening to Kuseo's, argument. I don't know if Kuseo understands that. We were helping him build whatever he was saying.
Kuseo, are you together with us?
Kuseo, you are frozen.
Let me call him. Douglas, you wanted to say something. Let me call him.
Okay. All right. I just wanted to, if we can switch gears and move to something else. That actually, I don't know if you have talked about this, Makiadi, but I just wanted to bring this up. If you have talked about it, then we can just skip it, and someone else can actually come in and talk. I wanted us to discuss a little bit on how what we know as the church today in Kenya has actually turned into the fifth arm of government. They don't question anybody who comes in their vicinities, in their midst. So long as you're coming with a donation, you are as good and you are ready to go. We cannot downplay their influence or their role in this election. Neither can we also downplay their role in the previous election. We have seen the deterioration of the church and also the so-called gospel singers. I always look at them as opportunists. They've never been interested in anything to do with the gospel, but they just realize there's easy money singing the gospel and going through the church because the church is generous. And once people believe that you're doing something for the greater good in God's name, they're willing to part with some money just to support you. But I've seen the fallacy. We've seen the preachers in Kenya. We've seen how churches behave in Kenya. And I just wanted to actually, just push it to the panel. Like, what has been not only the role of the church in terms of helping candidates and becoming a fortress where the wrong people in society go to hide, but also failing in its role to actually tell us what is right, to actually condemn the people that are wrong in terms of our leadership in our society, in actually guiding people towards the people that are right, with the right ideas to actually lead a nation or a community, and for one, and guard our children. I just would like to, have that little discussion.
Bwana Makiadi, can I go first? Thank you. Bro, Douglas, I'm so happy you brought this. I think a week in a row, I was condemning the church. For me, I hit straight. And people are saying Stone PK is not XYZ. Now, I remember on this platform, I came and said, what we saw at Boma was a church-assisted civil coup, which was a culmination of what has been happening in the last 10 years in Kenya. I'm saying 10 years, but it started a little bit earlier, where you saw candidates, presidential candidates, kneeling down in public, being prayed on, and hands are put. People come dressed, men of God, and they are saying we are anointing. These are the leaders, and this kind of a thing. That is when I started rubbishing all the effort, because personally, maybe, I don't want to talk about it so much. I've been involved so much in countries in Africa, the crisis-held countries in Africa. Once you are involved in that, you really get to see it. Wherever there is crisis in Africa, church is in the middle. Indeed, I dare say, the church is what is used to cause whatever we are seeing. It is that fear, you are instilled. You have to believe Stone PK in a pastor. Wherever he says is a man of God. By the way, there are no men of God, according to me. Stone PK have come. At my age now, I can rule that out. There are no men of God. They are men of evil. They are all selfish. So I submitted. And before I came to where I am, I had a serious youth conference where I went and gave a talk. And I told them, one of the worst enemies of development is the church. The church does not. It has stopped developing community. Today's church develops individuals. Gone are the days when Catholic would settle in a place, then you see transformation in that community. Those days are gone. They go there to lead. The leech that goes into you and sucks blood. That is what those things have become. They settle in a community today. That community is impoverished to the last. They suck money. They will not even build a school, not even a class. They will not do nothing. So those days of real church and real missions are gone. What do we have? Evil has gone into the church. And they have gone now to where, when the Mzungu came to Africa, he brought the Bible. He was holding the Bible on one hand and the cross, and tells you salvation. Stop what you are doing. Come with me. And they took us and overthrown everything. We overthrew what we had, and they got us. We had to struggle to get our freedoms and everything back. This is the second revolution of the church. I mean, of the evil through the church. It is very eminent in Uganda. But Museveni stopped it because Museveni does not care. Kuja hapa umevaa hizo malobu unajiita sijui archbishop. To him that's garbage. He talks about his people, and that's why I have some special place from Museveni, and of course I have another place where I feel is too extreme. Look at Kagame. Kagame quickly saw what the church was going to do and plunge Rwanda back to what we saw in 1990, whatever, the Rwanda genocide. And when whoever talks about Kagame being a dictator, I really differ with him or her. Kagame is protecting the common mwananchi and disappointing the imperialists, disappointing the dictators, imperialists, and disappointing those who want to rape the country. And that is when you start becoming unpopular. Mwananchi is very happy. Because what does the common mwananchi want? Iyo unga, irudi ile bei. Majani. Mwananchi doesn't want to go and queue for his food. Mwananchi amelima mahindi anataka bei. So Kagame amekuja akakuta the church was really encroaching into the Rwandese. They had become so religious. And you know what he asked? If we are so religious, how come we slaughtered each other up to a tune of almost 1 million? I'm asking these panelists here. Bwana asifiwe na tunachinjana kama vitu zingine. Kagame was above everybody else. He said there is no church here. Hakuna faith. Tunauana watu 1,000,000 na kwa jina la Baba na la Mwana na Roho. Ubuliburu. Akasema it is nonsense, and that's when he said this will not be a priority in my country as long as I'm alive. Akastop hiyo maneno because you allow this and you don't have people of God. I come with money, I indoctrinate people. In fact, Kenya is a case study. Ruto has killed this nation, and this I can say with all the might and with all the finality, for us to really rebuild the country called Kenya with the evil that has gone through the church. Mutafanya kazi ngumu sana. Look at this. He has a church. There are people there. Look at people like Sapit. Somebody held with very high esteem. He's standing there when Ruto is behaving the way he behaves at Bomas of Kenya. Sapit was supposed to walk out and say, no, hold on. We can't do this. Hold on. He's the man of God. He's the one to call. He's the one to say, oh, hold on, please. This will not go well with the Kenyans. We revere him. We respect him. What does he do? He's there supporting the thing, supporting a coup, supporting somebody who comes. He goes backyard there, and then whatever they do, and then he comes and all this kind of a thing. So, and Kenyans have reached there now. You cannot go to Kenyans telling them about the church. The church has killed its own. Sooner or later, they will only rely on money from Ruto. Okay, and the evil people, there are people who will continue contributing. So to answer your question, Douglas, if you trust the church in Kenya, you are doomed. It is what has brought us into what we are in now. It is the church that has now overturned the will and the power and the voice of the people. Because anytime you try to raise a voice, you are told you are raising a voice against God, which is a bull S. So people, Kenyans, forget about the church. Take things in your hands. It doesn't matter. You don't have to be in a church to go to heaven. Praise your God in your house. Forget about the church. And forget about the media. They will not help Kenyans.
And just let me just rebuttal there before Alex, just real quick. What Stone PK is saying, I support what he's saying, because it is the same fake leadership in the church that will be used to tell Kenyans, be calm, accept and move on. We have so many issues to deal with. Even if there's a wrong, we can correct these things in 5 years, and we will make it right. This has not been corrected even since 2007. If you go to the same churches right now, I'm telling you, these churches are run like a business. And the enmity inside the churches in Kenya, and I'm sure it's not only Kenya, but all over the place, is that if you go to a church and you're trying to get even to become a pastor there or assistant pastor, or you're trying to be a chairman of whatever the hierarchy is there, I'm telling you, you'll be met with some forces that you've never believed. There are some very serious evil forces moving in these things that you call churches. People are dying. People are being hurt. People are being pushed away. People are being, people are losing their wealth. Even our old women, they're brainwashed, and they're giving all their wealth to these churches through these pastors. Some people's wives are being abused, and leaving their husbands and going with these so-called church leaders. And we all know these are false prophets. And you were told in the last days you will have false prophets. People don't believe, but you see them, but you still don't believe. You also have your musicians here who are secular people, but pretending that they were gospel artists. When they realize that now they've gotten a lot of popularity and followers, now they can turn into secular musicians. Yes, the same people who are still running now, they want to be your leaders. They want to be your member of parliament. And people are still blinded. They still want to vote for these people like you're idiots. Like you went to school, even common sense tells you this is a joke. This is a big joke. But you see, we live in an era of social media whereby your brain is being brainwashed on a daily basis. You believe what you see, but what you see is not the truth. And this is what is leading our country actually to actually fail, because the moral standards have been compromised, even with the leaders themselves, even in the church. They don't have the moral standards that we can look up to. They're not investing in the community, just like Stone PK is saying, in trying to improve the lives of the people, trying to educate people, trying to open sources of opportunities to the people, trying to correct people in terms of their leadership, trying to also tell the leadership, this is wrong. As the church, we want you to do better. They're not doing it. Instead, their business is to, whoever is going to bid them the largest amount is going to be allowed to actually talk in the pulpit in church on a Sunday, instead of actually having a service directed by a pastor and maybe one acknowledgement by the pastor of an individual. They are given a pulpit to preach, to do their politics and say whatever they want to say, and they'll walk out because the preachers have already been compromised. And we all know that majority, even the people who claim to be our preachers and our pastors, these are just academic failures and people who have realized that there's no other way of earning money. Not all of them, but majority of them. There are very few people who are genuine, who really want to help the people and are committed to helping the people. But the majority of these individuals, they are out for selfish gain, and they will do anything to actually use that institution and abuse it. So this is a critical issue that we really need to look at as a country. And we really need to scrutinize. The mainstream media in Kenya will never give you an opportunity to scrutinize and actually talk about this topic, because they are part and parcel of the institution. They are the fourth estate. They are another instrument of the government. They are owned by the same individuals. So they're as good as useless. They will never discuss these issues. That's why you'll see they'll never even come up with serious, pertinent questions about what is wrong with this election. What is going on? What is wrong? They have the capacity to have the cameras and media everywhere to tell you what is happening, but they will not, because they are part and parcel of the rot that has brought our country to where it is. So we need to scrutinize, and these are the platforms where we can actually be able to talk about these issues. Because if you're taken to KTN and you start talking PK, they will cut you off and go to commercial break, and they'll tell you this interview is over, because whatever you're trying to talk about, we don't want the people to know. But it's platform like this that we are free to talk about these issues, because these are issues that actually affect us as a country. Thank you.
Yeah, I wanted to say something. Let us not be diverted from what we face right now to the church, because again, if we do that, the church issue Mount Kenya, and other areas. It is so remote and emotional, and there is nothing that wins Ruto more than emotions. You need to know that. And we must be very careful on how we trend on this issue, because he knows how to come back out of it. Now, let me answer your question simply so that you can understand. When the issue of changing the currency came in, it was an idea that came before even we knew it. The people within the cabinet had been told, and Ruto sits within the cabinet. And what he did was simply divert his money to the churches. And when he did that, the state countered him by KRA going to the court, okay, to the Supreme Court. And this was the case. The case was churches who are running profitable businesses which relied on tithes and donations. Okay? So the treasury wanted the church to distinguish between charitable from profitable businesses such as school, hotels, and matatus. For your information, Margaret Wanjiru runs the biggest matatu industry in Nairobi. For your information, him and his son, who was a former MP also, from where she also was an MP. So the problem is not the church. The problem is the profitable businesses that the church is doing. You get it? And in the past few years, you'll find a church running a high-end school like Maseno International School, whereby you find that very church is making some of the biggest amount of money that you can. You can't even afford to go to church schools nowadays, as it was before it was profitable. Children just go to kindergarten. So let us not involve ourselves into that, because it is a bigger Ponzi scheme that we can handle right now. Right now, we have a petition facing us. If we merge those two things together, we are going to lose. Because Ruto runs on emotions. So let us not even go there. But we know it's something that we can handle later on. But if we merge those two things that are so big like that, they will come after that, because they will bring these issues like Kesha. You saw Gachagua during the debate says, we just finished a Kesha of 20 days. When you say you are Kesharing and then people come after you, you know what will happen. You just can't say you are Kesharing for 20 days and then we come after you. Some people who do not have the ability to understand that what that means will think that you want to abolish Kesha. So it's something that we need to handle in a very, in a very subtle way for our people to understand that the church has become a criminal enterprise. What you see in the pulpit is not what goes behind. And evidence has to be produced so that our people will understand. Otherwise, it will seem like we are attacking the church, and we are not. So I don't know if you understand, Douglas, what I'm saying.
I totally understand what you're saying, but I was not saying that this is part of the petition. Come on. I was introducing a topic just to deviate from the arithmetic that was going on over there, just
okay.
for something to talk about. But this is the thing. I think also we are in a situation whereby we often think that these buildings are so sacred that we cannot talk about what the wrong things that they're doing. No, we have to actually talk about the wrong things that are happening in these churches, and it's something that we have observed over the years, and we still continue to see it even today. Even on Sunday, when you go, you'll see it. As in, we see the kind of how these institutions are run and managed, and their relation in terms of how do you have a mega church, a big church in a community and there is no progress. Just like Stone PK said, some of the places where some of these big churches are, there is no development. You know, all of the money that comes out is distributed to the bishops and the overseers and all that. There is no investment, and if there's any investment, especially that I'll probably give it to the Catholic churches. They're the ones who do a lot of investment in terms of schools, hospitals, and everything. We had cases in Kenya whereby there was Catholic bishops who were trying to own hospitals or take hospitals under their name. I hope you guys remember those cases. I don't know how those cases went to, but there were some who were trying to take a whole hospital to belong to them. Yet this is something that is supposed to be for the community. So it starts as a charity organization, but some of the donors don't know that some of these things have been registered under people's names, or maybe the people in the lands, they can easily transfer these names to these individuals' names. Then they become personal property, and when something becomes personal property, then there's selfishness that is involved in these things. So for me, the church is the person. The church is not the building. It's not your pastor that is the church. Those are just individuals who are there, who are supposed to guide you. But you are the church as an individual. You can pray for yourself. God knows you very, very well. He knows you personally. It doesn't matter. Even every Sunday you can go to the church and pretend you're the best person. No. You know yourself individually. God knows yourself individually. People congregate to the church so that they can fellowship together and actually be strong and assist each other and actually build a community through that. But if that is not what is happening, then it makes some people to take a step back and say, you know, I'm going to actually deal with these issues by myself. I can pray, I can confess, I can read the book, and if I want to help, I can actually help the vulnerable people that I actually see them in my community, or I see them on a daily basis when I'm walking, who are really trying to do something. Why should I go and give all this money to an institution that I don't know where the money goes and I don't see any development in the community? Yet I can give this young man who keeps selling maybe juice. I can actually give him 50,000 or something so that he can actually boost his business, and and when he boosts his business, he can actually employ 2 or 3 more people. This is what I'm talking about. The value that it's supposed to have in the society is missing. And they are part and parcel of the brainwash that has affected Kenyans, whereby someone just stands on a pulpit and people assume that this is a man of God, or this has been ordained, because majority of the people are not that smart to actually see the game behind this. This is a con trick, and con men are known to do the most. Yes, and we know the people who actually do that. So that's why I was bringing this issue forward. I'm not saying that this is part of this was something to discuss.
Yes, Bob Papa, and as you say, as Bob Papa speaks, I want you to put this into your mind. If you try to attack these churches today, I think you will never win an election. CITAM, Christ is the Church Ministry, Nairobi Chapel, All Saint Cathedral, Mavuno Church, Nairobi Baptist Church, Jubilee Christian Church of Kenya, Winners Chapel, Jesus is Alive Ministry, Nairobi Pentecostal Church of Kenya, and Faith Evangelistic Ministry. These 10 biggest churches in Kenya have a wealth over 300 billion in a month. You need to know that. That is what KRA was saying, but they pay nothing when it comes to taxes. So, Bob Papa, you can say that. I wish we could move away from this church issue. It is very remote, and it can, I don't know, but it's okay. That's my personal opinion. Bob Papa.
Yeah, I just want to pick up from where you said, you mentioned that our focus is on the petition. I want to encourage our Azimio supporters that there is this notion that is being peddled. In fact, it is by the UDA and its wing, and it has eaten up a lot of our supporters. That William Ruto, the Chebukati's president-elect, is larger than life. That he can, you know, it's like anything you do without his consent can be overturned, and it has really gotten. I feel so sad that some of our, staunchest supporters are beginning to give up. You know, and you know, there is a talk that he will buy all the judges. There's a talk that he'll buy the clerks. You know, that fellow is a human being, and if you look at him as a politician and compare him with Raila Odinga or Uhuru Kenyatta, Kalonzo Musyoka, William Ruto's influence revolves around money, and it is local. And when push comes to shove, where the international community will have to come in, you know, he can't live up to that scale of those politicians I've just mentioned. So this idea of thinking that William Ruto will subvert, the wheels of justice, it's just something that we have been tried. I mean, they've tried to make us believe, but in actual sense, yes, he pulled the first one at Bomas, but I don't think we are that foolish enough to allow such a mistake to happen again. So let us get and stick. Stick to our goal. Remain focused. Let's meet at the Supreme Court. That is where the battle is, and I'm sure we'll emerge victorious. Thank you.
Let me just rebuttal real quick, Dowdy. I'm not going to take long. Yeah, you're coming through, and this is the thing. When you say that, oh, let's be careful about talking about the church, because the church is what elects people. It has this revenue of 300 billion. We should not talk about that. Is where the corruption starts, and that is where you lose your mind, and that's where you lose direction. It is the people who actually make the decisions, and if you cannot question any organization or entity, that means that entity is bigger than life. Okay? It is not even run by individuals. It's bigger than life. So whatever they do is right. And maybe these are the reasons why we are suffering as a country, and probably why we are not questioning certain things. This could be the reason why we are suffering. And actually, God is really making sure that we actually seek Him and seek the right God and seek actually what is right in terms of faith, so that we can actually see the light. Because if we keep on walking blind, and some even in the Bible says, my people are blind, they are blind. Even sometimes the people of the world, they see the light, they go there to get votes, but my people who are there giving the votes are blind. They don't see the game, they don't see the con. And probably this is what is really hurting the country. And unless people wake up and actually question, if you go to a church and you contribute money, question where that money goes. And if they start telling you that that is none of your business, just walk away. You don't have to be part of it. And this whole notion that the church is too big, these are the only churches, 4 or 5 churches or 6 churches in Kenya that you really need to pay attention to, and not even question what they do because they have so much power. No, the power is in the people. The power is not in the buildings. The people are the church. Thank you.
I will probably choose to, not touch on the church issue. I think it's a very interesting topic as regards our Kenyan people, and a lot of our politicians have taken advantage of that for the single reason where that most of us really don't question what goes on in our churches, and just faith and all that. It requires some level of disconnect with a few things. But I would like to maybe take it forward from Papa Bob's comments on the issue of Ruto painting himself as this huge person, and politics is a game of perception, and they've probably done quite a job painting that perception that this guy is just so intelligent, so cunning, so within the circles of EDA, I think they call him the doyen or something like that. But I think Raila is more formidable politician than Ruto is, and I believe that Ruto fears Raila more than any other politician in the country of Kenya. So it's just that I think Raila always wants his wins to be clean. He will want things done the right way. I think if you went to Raila and asked him, hey, let's rig elections, he might kick you out of his house. So he's a person who is full of integrity. And if you can look at any scandals happening in Kenya, it's very hard to find Raila's name next to those scandals. So it's a good thing to be on the right side of history. And we should stand by that. I see in Kenya it's very hard. In the recent history, it's very hard to find a leader who has ascended to that top office without manipulating the votes here or there. But let's remain hopeful. I believe in God, and God loves justice, and justice will come home. So let's go out there. For those of us who still believe on the cause, let's keep pushing. We shouldn't only stop at the talking. If this case comes in our favor, we should get our boots on the ground. And I was advocating that there should be fora like this that we can talk about ways we can help Baba bring this thing home. Baba cannot do it alone. We have to create an army for Baba. We do have resources. We do have connections. We do have skills that we can help the cause. Baba is not fighting this for himself. He is not somebody who is power hungry for power's sake. I think he has a cause, and it's really refreshing to see him still wake up after such a devastating set of circumstances befalling him to still rally his supporters and advisors to become. So I think that is an example we need, and we'll keep fighting. If Baba can fight, we'll still fight. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm having network issues, but I think I'm back. I don't think I want to go into the issue of the church, but I want to say this: we cannot generalize the behavior of a few individuals who have decided to make money from politicians in the name of the church. I think it is up to Kenyans to look and see who is a true Christian and who is not. I believe it was very unfortunate that this election was portrayed as an election between a so-called candidate of the church versus others. It was so unfortunate. I think that narrative was driven for a long time, and nobody dared to counter that narrative. And right now, you listen to people talk disparaging the church and disparaging preachers. I think this was just a few individuals, and therefore we want to follow what we're being told, that we should work towards attaining peace in the country, but we also want to tell those people that are telling us that peace is important that we also need justice, because you cannot just do injustice to people and expect them to be peaceful and move on. So as we also deliberate on these issues, let us remember that we are not going to generalize the behavior of a few individuals to portray a whole community. And I believe we are strong. I believe we are strong. We are still strong in our cause. And as we say, when the case is presented before the Supreme Court, we will be patiently watching. We will be meeting here every day to analyze what we see. And I think there and then can we make a decision on whether it was worth it. But as far as I'm concerned, I believe that we have every right to go to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court judges will give us a fair hearing, because that is what they are paid for, and that is why it is in the Constitution that you can seek redress from the Supreme Court. So I would like to leave that there. I think we've exhausted what we had to talk about today. We've talked about the peaceful transition that Uhuru Kenyatta has promised to have to the next president, which is a good thing. In some countries, it is always a fight to unseat democratically the sitting president. I think Kenya, we are lucky enough, and I believe that in the many coming years that we will continue to hold this democratic space whereby when you finish your term, you leave peacefully, go home, relax. The IEBC is still doing its shenanigans. I'm so not impressed with the way that you have treated Kakamega and Mombasa. I think Kakamega and Mombasa are no lesser Kenyans. They deserve transition of leadership, because the current governor's term is coming to an end. Kakamega also the same thing. And so freshness of leadership is something that everybody desires to see. So the IEBC is doing a disservice to citizens. It was not the mistakes of Kakamegans and the Mombasians for them to not vote. It was the mistake of the IEBC. And if they had the money allocated for that election or for these two elections, then they should go ahead and print the ballot papers and let people vote. There's no need of postponing. There's no need of postponing, because I'm looking at a situation whereby we have members of the county assembly, but we do not have a governor. And the governor that is there is a lame duck governor. So what business will transpire in that county assembly? Does it mean that this county assembly will continue wasting time and receiving salary while doing nothing? I think Chebukati is not a very serious guy. And this guy should actually be held accountable for what he has done for the bungled elections, for the over 40 billion, plus the 2017 election. We are running into almost 80 billion, more than the money that was used to build Thika Road, an 8-lane super highway. That is what Chebukati has drained the coffers of Kenyans doing. And so if this time round he is found to be culpable of misconduct and bungling the election, then I think he should be sued, so that at least for once the IEBC can understand the seriousness with which the election is held by other Kenyans. I want us now to take our closing remarks. I hope we have exhausted our points, and I'll give you at least 2.5 minutes so that we can close and do a meet here tomorrow for another session. So I'll start with PK. Unmute.
Oh, sorry about that. Richie and Douglas together with Daudi. Jiro is also there. Let me say, truth be told, you may fool people for some time, but you can't fool them forever. And there are some clips I had shared which I wanted played. Maybe today was not appropriate, because I wanted us to show our viewers and those who follow us what a revolution looks like. You know, Kenyans don't know what a revolution looks like. Because Kenyans is the last country that entertains nonsense like the accept and move on. You know, when your neighbor dies, it's in Kenya where you also don't think you will die. Unasema, oh, wacha tuwape pole tu. You know, you forget it can happen to you. Your neighbor anavamiwa na waizi usiku, maybe short while he was trying to open the gate. Oh, unafungua kale kadirisha ukiwa pale juu. Oh, you know, they attacked John's house. By the way, that is who we are. We are not brothers keepers. And I cry for Kenya. Kenya, sijui tu. It may be Kenyans, we never had Utu, but we pretend. We never had Utu. If you can hear somebody say, "Ai, huyo mzee amechezwa, wacha akalale." It is not Raila. You know, mimi, by the way, nimechoka na Wakenya wetu. I tend to think we've not matured, and we need to have a serious thing. Serious thing that will shake us to be able to rethink. 207, we didn't. Because up to today, kuna watu wanakwambia, hiyo maneno ya chati ya Kiambaa achana nayo bwana. Wacha to move on. Just because your relative was not there. The displacement, just because it was not you. And I think Kenya is one of the highly selfish countries. In Kenya is where we are so selfish. Because that's where we say, hiyo pesa imeibiwa ni yako. Unasema Ruto aliiba, alikuibia nini? Bwana Makiadi and my fellow panelists, I look at this statement with a lot of weight. Yani, it is in Kenya where we claim to be so educated, but we don't understand when you have bad leadership, corrupt leadership. Today, watu wanakuuliza Ruto, mnasema aliiba shule, mbona hamkumpeleka kotini? Oh my God. Now you as a Kenyan, ordinary, you are being asked that. Oh, mnasema Ruto ni mwizi. Nani si mwizi? That trends in Kenya, and I found it in Nigeria as well. But sisi tumeruka, because in Nigeria, by the way, you go talking about the word corruption, they look at you and they ask you, my brother, what that vocabulary, you got it from the white? They believe that vocabulary belongs to the white. In Nigeria, we don't talk about that. What do you mean corruption? In Nigeria, you acquire what you are able to acquire. You know, how you get it in your business. You know, that is where Kenya is going. Ruto, today, he stands in churches and everywhere else and condemns everywhere. He has turned the table. The evil is Azimio. Him is the angel. Kenyans are clapping. It's unbelievable. And that's why I'm saying, nani ataokoa hii nchi? Even now, as we are moving towards kule kunaitwa nani, what do we call it, kwa Supreme Court, we are just hoping, and is the hoping is the one I said. Let's not hope, we should make it happen. They always say within a century, for a society to change, there are those dynamisms that happen, and one of them is real revolution. And the real revolution is a lot of sacrifice. You've seen what has happened in Sri Lanka, you've seen what has happened in Singapore, you've seen what has happened in those other countries. Until that thing happened, and in Rwanda and the rest, until that thing happened in Kenya, hakuna, because if you listen to what people are saying, it's like, huyu mtu wa kukataa kushindwa. Yani badala akuambie aje yenyewe hapa it is so annoying. Ati nyinyi watu wa kuzimia ni watu ambao wa kukataa kushindwa. You never agree. Unaambiwa in any competition you have to accept and move on. Sasa the word fair and whatever, those words are gone. That's why we should also delete in terms of constitution tutoe hiyo. In terms of democracy, I like what one of the very supporter of Nani, huyu Baba the Fifth, he said, not Baba the Fifth, Mtiambai, alisema tuache nonsense hii kizungu mingi. By the way, what is democracy? Democracy is garbage. So for me, what I'm calling for, it is, if Raila is not sworn in, revolution. That, and I have no reservation. I'm not apologizing for it. I don't care whether people tell me, oh, Scrutiny, you are doing this. Yeah, people will call me stupid. But for me, from where I stand now, tomorrow, I would ask Uhuru to swear in Baba, and let UDA do whatever they want to do. Uhuru should arrange for swearing of Baba tomorrow. Yes, swear Baba, mchana saa 8. Simple. Let Ruto go to hell. That is what he did. He went into bombers and he got the certificate. For us, the government swears Baba and hands over the government. Then Ruto will deal with it. Why are we sympathetic about that? Uhuru, if you are listening to me and listening to Tebe, Stolpike is telling you tomorrow arrange the handover committee and everybody's registrar. Just swear in Baba. Then you show the figures thereafter. You will have saved this country from what is going to happen. Thank you very much, guys. Back to you, Ndugurichi.
Azimio Parashuta kama ameteka nap, lakini sawa to let him stay there. The screen is colorful. Let's go to Daudi.
Thank you, Makiari. Another wonderful opportunity to, communicate to the folks back home. Our dear mother, Martha, mentioned that it is not over until it's over. So it is just my encouragement to folks out there that let's keep pushing. And maybe a few weeks down the road, we're back to the debate. So how do we reconfigure ourselves after that pronouncement is something that we should start preparing, because if tomorrow an announcement comes and we are back to the debate, we shouldn't catch us by surprise. We know our nemesis, we know who he is, we know his dirty acts, but how we respond is going to be very important. So I'm just encouraging all the folks who are still committed to the cause to just, take a few sips of water, rest a little bit, watch as these guys are fighting or tussling it out in the courts, and then let's get back to the debate once the judgment comes and it's in our favor. One other important thing that should be mentioned is that we know that these guys are going to say a lot of things. They're going to come into this forum. They're going to go into the social media and say all manner of things that can intimidate. So it's good to have good mental hygiene. If they say, I think Michelle Obama said, when they go low, we go higher. So let's find a way of coping up with such, I would call it actually bullying. Let's find a way of coping up with such ways of bullying that the Azimio guys are committed, not the Azimio guys, but the KK people are committed to committing. We see them coming here telling us that power is for the 90 people forever. We don't believe that, and we're not going to listen to that kind of disposition. So again, an encouragement for our folks not to give up, keep fighting. We'll fight this. This is the most important election in Kenya's history, because it's going to determine the trajectory of our country in the coming future. We either become a one-party state or we become a democratic state that is, thriving and coexist with among the democratic nations in the world. This election is going to determine that. So Tomorrow, if you want to leave your child or grandchild in a country where we have yellow all the way down, a yellow suit is actually very gaudy. So we don't want that. We want a country where we can express our thoughts. We want a country where Mutembei can exist. We want a country where you can say your thoughts. It doesn't happen in Uganda. We've heard of journalists who have been tortured. We've heard of, politicians who have been tortured. We want such an environment in Kenya because we see it glaringly open. We see that that's a possibility. Continuing with what the the KK and the UDA team are pushing forward. It's going to happen if we leave things the way they are. So I don't know what you can do, but any small action towards the cause is important. Let's crystallize, let's push forward and make sure that we change the country for the better. So yeah, that's my few parting shots, and a happy Friday for those in Kenya, and we'll see you later in the evening today.
Safi Douglas.
Well, mine is to say that, when a people try to run away from hard questions, that's when you get nothing accomplished. And I think Kenyans have decided to run away from hard questions. They want easy things. They want they want to live in a fairy tale. Yeah, like, oh, this maybe things will change. Maybe things will change. Let's just move on. Maybe things will change, and you keep on going to a deep hole. No unga, no opportunities. And these are the youth as well who are involved in this. Supporting things that don't even add any value to your life personally. Some of these individuals, you've never even met them personally. And you're willing to actually put a lot of emphasis in supporting things that are illegal just because you feel it's emotional. It's an emotional thing. You feel like, so long as that person is of my tribe, then, or so long as that person, I know him, I know I'm going to benefit one way or the other, because when he's celebrating, I'm going to be in his party, in his house, and I might ask for a few favors. Then I will support this because I don't care about ideology. This is only I care about. So it's tribal and financial interests that run that country. The politics is pushed by tribal and financial interests. That's why you see people they have no principles. There are no principles. How many statesmen do we have in Kenya right now? Very few. Because the people have decided principles is not an issue. Ideology is not important. What we are going to go for is emotional satisfaction. Then we go back to our own lives. Moi ruled Kenya for over almost close to 30 years, if not 30. Go to the Rift Valley and tell me if the Rift Valley is a first world, whatever, province or whatever the constituencies over there. There are people still walking there without shoes. There's still people there without health care. The first president, Kenyatta, came from Central. Uhuru came from Central. Mwai Kibaki came from Central. Go to Central. It's not like Central is a first world province. There's still poverty there. Sometimes even poverty that you cannot even believe that you had 3 presidents from this province. So this is what is the brainwash that people don't understand. That you don't need to know where a person comes from. So long as he's Kenyan and he has the ideas to transform the country and move it to a better place that is going to actually affect you in a positive way and improve your standard of living, that is the person we're supposed to go for. And before we go for that person, we are supposed to vet those people and find out what is their background, what have they been doing, are they involved in any corruption cases, have they been involved in any domestic violence, have they been involved in things that are criminal in nature, and if they have, we put a big no to their leadership. They should not be allowed at all. These are the hard questions that Kenyans have decided they will not ask themselves, and they've decided that they are more interested in emotional satisfaction, tribal emotional satisfaction, and financial emotional satisfaction. So long as I'm paid, I will vote for this person. I don't care. So long as this person is my tribe, I don't care what they do. We are the ones in power. That's why there are people talking in the chat the way they're talking, because they're not guided by moral principles. They are guided by emotional satisfactions that add no value to the Kenyans' lives and add no value into their lives. And we repeat the same process after every 5 years. No wonder we are not going anywhere. So I always say, let's ask the hard questions. Let this thing go to the Supreme Court. Let us find out what happened. And Kenyans need to really ask themselves hard questions even after this, so that this cannot be repeated for the next 5 years, where you assume that certain individuals only can lead and certain individuals cannot lead. Who are you? Who are you to decide that? And who brainwashed you to tell you that is real? This is the brainwash that has been continuing, and it is perpetuated not only by the politicians, but also perpetuated by the mainstream media in Kenya. The mainstream media in Kenya is dead. I don't know even why people watch the mainstream media in Kenya, because they don't help the people in guiding them for anything. They're in the business of brainwash and entertainment. If you want brainwash and entertainment and socialite news, go to the mainstream media in Kenya. They will not teach you anything. They will not even civic educate you. But if you have jokes, you'll be the first on the 7 o'clock news channel. Yeah, we want your jokes. Let Kenyans laugh. And that's why everything in Kenya is always turned into a joke. It's always us versus them, memes, jokes, and everything. That's why we are not moving forward. And we shall pay a big price. Trust me. Choices have consequences. We shall pay a big price. There's nothing that will go just like that until the day you learn a lesson, and it might be too late. And your children will ask you, Mzee, I know you're 60 or 70, but I remember during your time, what did you guys do to actually change this country? And that's when you start lying, because there'll be no one there to check you. But deep inside, you'll hurt in your soul, knowing that we did nothing to change the direction of our country, and our country continues to slide down. Unless we do that, we shall see the decline of our country, we shall see the pain, and this will come to haunt us in our own homes. If you think you're comfortable, that you don't want to get involved in Kenyan politics, and you're just fine with your life, it will come to haunt you. It will come to your door. That's when you realize that the poverty levels that are there will lead people to come to your front door. That's when you realize you're not safe. And these are the issues that I'm talking about. We need to look inside ourselves as Kenyans and talk about these hard issues in order for us to move on. Thank you.
Voice, 2 minutes.
Thank you, Makedi. Thank you so much, Don PK, for that. I think you have spoken a very, very powerful powerful narrative there that I support 100%, brother. I think he should do that, right? Because unajua kama tutakuwa na counter hizi vitu pia kuna vile zinaleta, but what I will say as a man who believes also in justice and in God, I would say let the will of God be done. But if that was the will, I wish that was the will of God, that Uhuru can wake up also tomorrow at noon or today and say, okay, let's do this. Na lete kila kitu, every requirements and everything, Martha Koome na wengine, Raila, so being sworn in. Hiyo inaweza kuwa game noma sana. Naweza penda kuona hiyo game ndio Ruto alicheza actually in Bomas. Actually that was the same game, so I wish that could be the game too, which is but let the will of God be done. But kama mbaya ingekuwa mbaya hivyo, tukiensema fene na mbaya hizi vitu za kusema, unajua watu wana understanding hizi mavitu za Biblia vibaya. Piga kofi huku mrudishie, unampatia na hiyo nyingine. Things doesn't work like that always. Even I talked about immorality here. I talked about a very powerful kingdom that ever existed. It was the kingdom of the empire of Roman, and that's Roman never been defeated by any army. And it's so unfortunately that in Kenya we don't have leadership in our politics. I think we need more leadership in our politics. We are in 2022. Let's be serious. And in 2022, you discover that even those people that were elected in the parliamentary seat in the constituency were not leader. And right now they are showing us that we are not leader. We are on our interest. They have gone, all of them, to Ruto. If I wish they had principles. I wish they could stand even to see. They could not even wait even for the legal process to take place for them to choose the side. You see, they are jokers. We have jokers in so-called leadership that we have, and it's not leadership. The politics of Kenya, actually, Douglas, you should say this: not just the media. The politics of Kenya is comedy in totality. It's not just comedy. Also, it's also it's not like I don't want to say that, but it's not serious. It's not serious. It's not how we should. Yeah, every 5 years, electing people who are not leaders seriously, people who doesn't have stand, people who do not have calling. They don't have something that they can stand for. They don't have limits, principles. They don't have, and when you are principled enough, they call you names. I could, you remember when Martha Karua and Gachagua interview? I was surprised. Gachagua trying to attack. I respect that woman called Martha Karua, the way she could not even respond. And in French, you know what we say in French? It's very, very unique. In French, we say "On répond les imbéciles par un grand silence," which means you don't answer an imbecile person. You don't answer them. You look at them like that, and then for you to not be thrown into their game or to their trash. And I was very, very, very happy about that woman, and I respect that woman. And people saying that Gachagua winning debate, then I was like, okay, so a debate is to be won, or is to show us your principles and to show us who you are. And I was like, okay, so it's competition all in all. Okay, I believe that leadership is not about competition. It's ideology. It's not a game. It's about transitions of ideas, diversion of ideas. That's why I was surprised people even trying to say who won the debate. It's not supposed to be who won the debate. After we say that is so stupid of us, trying to measure who is. I think the gift is there are gifts that we are looking for. We are looking for new ideas. We are looking for ideas that may take us forward. I asked several times here, what is the biggest miracle? Is it turning water to wine or developing a system called Microsoft? Microsoft and turning water to wine. Give me an answer. What is the biggest miracle? When Jesus was saying that you will do greater things than me, do you think that he was meaning that, oh, you shall develop more water to wine, you shall turn more water to wine, or you shall rescue I don't know. You shall heal the sick. What is sickness? What is sickness? Sickness are this thing, this crisis that we are facing right now. Corruption are the real sickness. Sickness is not just the thing that we are, sickness is eating, unakula pesa ya barabara, unakula pesa ya wagonjwa. That is real sickness. Unakula pesa ya pesa ya wagonjwa, pesa ya mama wa mimba, pesa ya hospitali unakula. That is, I think that's what he was saying about healing a sick. You shall believe and you shall lay your hands on your sick. You shall bring your, it means, the scripture means you shall have an idea to stop, to make this world a better place. That's what you call a believer is the salt of the world, is the light. It means
boys, wind up.
Yeah, it means you shall be the light of the world, and you shall transform. You shall stand on the principles of God. It doesn't mean that you shall turn water to wine. It doesn't mean that you shall rise people from the dead. It means that you shall restore the economy of Kenya. It means that you shall restore the economy of your backyard. It means that you shall give chance to other people. So thank you, Makiadi and Stone PK. I am in prayer with you that let the will of God be done, and I wish that was the will of God, that Uhuru may just sow in Mr. Raila Odinga, and we shall see what will happen. But all in all, let the will of God be done. We are praying for us. We know what is going to happen. For me, I know for sure who will not be the president, and I know who will be the president. Thank you so much. Have a good day.
Okay, Safi. Alex.
Hey. Yeah, I have spent the whole day in the panel today, not because I'm a fan of the panel, but because it is important to give hope for those who think everything has gone underwater. The truth is we have one of the easiest case ever. Never before did we have the commissioners disputing the election by themselves. Never before did we have an election whereby the tally was over 100%. Never before did we have an election that where the chair of the commission keep on changing figures and language over and over because he is guilty before even he's charged. So I think we've been bombarded by the dark psychology of Kenya Kwanza. These are evil people who have decided to deal with evilness, to bombard us with their evilness. And I think to some extent, we succumbed to their evil. But I think slowly but surely, we are coming to the reality that they can never win in this election. If they were to win, they should be celebrating, and the least worry they should have is, why are we silent? So it is my prayer to everybody that used to be in this panel to gather courage and come back to the panel so that we can continue and soldier on. But if you do not have enough energy to be positive enough to understand that in this war, we need people who are resilient and able to look further than where we are right now, then I think it's okay for you to be back there. But as for me, I'm not going to give up. It is not just about me. It is just the thought, not even the reality, the thought that William Samoei Ruto is the president of the Republic of Kenya. Is that thought Okay? It is not even him being, it's just the thought that William Samoei Ruto is the president of the Republic of Kenya. I will not accept that. And any war wins within the mind before we win it in reality. So I think we are here because we know that we are stronger than we were than before. We have been fought badly. Let me tell you, the war that these people brought to us was not an easy war. The war that manipulated, you people saw what happened in Bomas to a point that people were just walking on tables and a different security other than Matiang'i security was within Bomas. That tells you the kind of war that we are in. So we should be vigilant, and we thank those who have kept on coming here. It's not easy. We are even putting our lives at risks because these are people who have a history of even killing and murdering people. And that's a fact. These are our people who are even killed Musando. But yet we have the courage to come here and speak our mind. Why? Because we love our country. We cannot allow it to go to the dogs. And I believe that in this just cause, they know it from their heart they have not won. So why should we let them go with it? It's not about discussing who won, who did not win. It's a fact that they know they did not win. Why should we let them go with the win? That is all about we are talking about. And I think if you let this happen, and I want to talk to the Supreme Court judges, whether they are listening or not, the only avenue we have to stop William Samoei Ruto is the Supreme Court. If you do not stop him, he is coming after you. He will reconstitute that great court, that Supreme Court that we fought for many years. And if he does so, he will have to eliminate the 2 of the 7 sitting judges. He will have to go to the Chief Justice and 1 of the seats. He will have to go after Koome and 1 of the people. Probably, you will know maybe, and maybe not who. Because he must control the Supreme Court if he becomes the president by force. So even you who sits today in the seats of privilege, don't think you are safe. If you think you are safe, you are not safe. So you must realize this. And if you think that you are putting us into danger, the fact is very simple. You will never be safe. And we are going back to one-party state, which will be more worse than what Moi was. And I don't think we are going back there. So I think it is my humble submission to those of us who believe that we have a cause, and the cause is very clear. It is fighting to death. And I'm ready to do this. Brother Stone PK, if it gets to a position that is a revolution, I will sign up for that. Come rain, come sunshine. We have been told before by them that they will also fight. Why not myself also to say, we will also fight? We are not going to be succumbed into fear. Fear only belongs. Somebody cannot come to this panel and say, we from this region, once we take this thing, we can't let it go. I mean, who told you we from this region, we let it go? We are not going to use that language. I'm not saying this because I'm from a certain region. I'm saying so because I have enjoyed the 2010 Constitution. I know what freedom is. And that is what I'm subscribing into. I'm not subscribing into dictatorship. Thank you very much. May God bless us, and may God give us the strength to know that we have to fight over good, over evil. We shall overcome because we have confidence in victory. Thank you.
Haya, asante sana Stone PK, Alex Azimio Parachuta, Daudi Voice na Douglas kwa kuwa pamoja nasi siku ya leo. Kama ilivyo kawaida, nitataka kuwakumbusha watazamaji wetu ya kwamba tumekuwa hapa karibu masaa 10, yagonga saa hii masaa 9 na dakika 52. Ninataka kuwashukuru kwa kaa pamoja nasi tangu tuanzie kipindi hiki siku ya
Makiadi,
leo.
1 minute. Huyu mwenye anaitwa Limo Lats sijui nini. We are here by will. Hata useme you have been recording, we don't care. We don't threaten us. We are here knowing very well we are. Hii ndio mchezo yenye we are not going to accept.
Haya. It's okay. Ningependa kusema nilikuwa nimefika wapi. Okay, watazamaji wetu wote tunapenda kuwashukuru kwa kuwa pamoja nasi. It's almost 10 hours since we started. We want to invite you to subscribe to Mutembei TV. Go to YouTube, subscribe to Mutembei TV. You can also subscribe on Facebook and make sure you hit the notification button so that when we start our show, you'll be notified. I want to acknowledge a few people that have come to be together with us in the comment section. Naona favor pale, Lalimo ambaye anatutisha. Asante sana kwa kuungana pamoja nasi. We appreciate your view na hatutaogopa. Kuna Tiara pale, Join Joki, Kola De, Edimburu, Unani Sumbua. Kuna jamaa anaitwa hapa Unani Sumbua. Brandon Saka, Wino Rapemo pale, Evans Kipto, Yufin Adams kama kawaida, tunashukuru sana. Nani mwingine hapa? Wengi kweli wameungana nasi ambao wanatutazama kutoka kwa Facebook na wale pia wanatutazama kutoka kwa YouTube. So tunapenda kusema asanteni sana, na kesho ambayo nadhani saa hizi tumebakisha dakika 5, hapa ni saa 1. Okay, sawa. Kenya nadhani ni saa 1 saa ina dakika 55. So tunakukaribisha saa 7:30 mchana, tutakuwa na show nyingine kama hii. Karibu. Ile kitu unahitaji tu ni chombo ambacho kitaweza kukuingiza kwa show hii, uweze kuclick kwenye link ambayo itakuwa dropped katika comment section na utajipata kwa show hii. Uache gadget yako ikuwe configured na StreamYard na utajipata hapa ukitoa maoni yako. Maoni ni bure, hautalipishwa na mtu kitu chochote kuwa kwenye show hii. Na ni show ya mwananchi wa kawaida. Hapa hatualiki, kama vile tulisema jana, hatualiki watu ambao wanafunga tai na kuvaa suti. Hapa hii ni station ya mwananchi wa kawaida na unakaribishwa wakati wowote, ilhali tu kuje hapa ukiwa na lugha ya heshima na ukiwa unataka kuchangia kujenga nchi yetu. Ningependa tena kuwashukuru panelist wetu. Asanteni kukaa pamoja nasi hayo masaa yote. Tutafunga kwa wimbo wa taifa na tutakariri wimbo wa taifa kwa haraka sana, alafu kisha tutamaliza. Leo Daudi utanipatia kifungu cha kwanza. Voice najua bado hujajipanga, lakini kesho labda Stone PK kifungu cha pili, Douglas kifungu cha 3, alafu tuweze kufunga show. Karibuni. Daudi.
Okay, tuombe. Mungu nguvu yetu, ilete baraka kwetu, haki iwe ngao na mlinzi, na tukae na undugu, amani na uhuru, raha tupate na ustawi.
Amkeni ndugu zetu, tufanye sote bidii nasi tujitoe kwa nguvu. Nchi yetu ya Kenya tunaipenda, tuwe tayari kuilinda.
Na tujenge taifa letu, ndio wajibu wetu. Kenya istahili heshima. Tuungane mikono pamoja kazini. Kila siku tuwe na shukrani.
Asante Douglas. Kila siku tunasema tuwe na shukrani kwa sababu tuna nchi nzuri na nchi ambayo tumeijenga kwa jasho na damu. Tutaendelea kuipigania hadi siku ya mwisho. Danny Darius, ninakuona umeingia pale, unasema people must come with working brains. Haswa hiyo ni ya maana sana. Ukuje na gadget ambayo inaweza kukuingiza kwa channel, ukuwe na connection mzuri, na pia ukuje na working brains. Hiyo ndio inaitwa denominator ya kila kitu, kwa sababu bila working brains basi hatuhitaji kusikia kitu ambacho unakuja kusoma hapa. Asanteni sana ndugu zangu, tuonane majaliwa ya Mwenyezi Mungu kwa show nyingine kama hii hapa. Have a good night, have a good day, have a good evening from wherever you're watching us. Thank you.
Alarmsiki.